10 even. A small vegetation fire came across us at 10:30 in the morning, and now
really exploded.
700 acres burned and counting. But clearly, this is really tough to watch, and we're still waiting for an official update from the command post, which is being set up, and again, a fluid situation there with them changing locations. Given the fact that this fire is ever changing and widespread, they've had to move that location for fire crews and news crews before they can give us an official update on camera. So we are waiting for that. We do know that that's going to happen. We have several reporters all throughout the scene there. It is very difficult, though, to get connectivity and to get them to the locations because there's so much traffic.
Mm-hmm.
All these roads backed up with evacuees trying to get out of the area.
You know, I was surprised to read about the 100 cars abandoned, because when we were talking about people abandoning their cars, I didn't think it was that many.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a handful here and there, but 100 vehicles abandoned in the middle of the road really tells you how serious the situation is. So one more time, let's go over these road closures. According to PCH here, you've got southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon Road. You have southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon Boulevard. You've got the Coastline Drive and southbound PCH. These are areas, obviously, you don't have much option at all. Everything being diverted to the northbound PCH right now. So those who've been able to get out, or have been fortunate enough to get out of harm's way, and those who don't have much of an option at this point, do not attempt anything extra heroic here. I want to remind you that there's very little your garden hose is going to do. Don't put yourself in a dangerous situation. We did speak to a fire captain who said there were reports that people were getting into their pools if they had one to avoid harm and injury, and that is obviously a last resort option if that is your option and you're surrounded by flames. But if you're able to get out safely, consider yourself lucky. I know a lot of people had left for the day, they were at work. This happened around 10:30 in the morning, so they were unable to go back to their homes, and they had no choice but to basically not make it back. And that's extremely frustrating, but your life is not replaceable. Your property is, as hard as it is to face that, right? It's tough. But let's see, we are on PCH and Sunset there, and I thought this is where they were going to set up the command post, but we haven't gotten an update.
I think it has changed a couple of times, and as we await for officials to give us the official update on camera, we do want to give you the total information that we have now in terms of acres burned, I should say, 700 acres burned so far. 0% containment. There are mandatory evacuation orders in place. At this point, there are evacuation warnings as well in and around the area. If there is an evacuation order, please get out. There are several road closures to contend with as well. And we know that Sunset and areas of PCH are closed, as well as Topanga Canyon Boulevard. So please, please, please heed the warnings and stay safe and out of harm's way.
Okay. So it looks like that command post, we have an image here. They're getting ready for a briefing, right? So we were looking forward to hearing what's going on, get the latest updates so we can update all of you what the situation is. This is where Haley Winslow is, and I believe Haley was at Will Rogers State Beach, yeah. So I guess we're back there as far as the briefing is concerned. That's where we're going to get the update.
Look at that.
Yeah, the wind, I mean, really these live images are so telling, so telling. The wind really picking up, as we have been mentioning, as Maria's been mentioning. We started off with 35, 40 mile per hour winds, and we're going to go up to 60, 70, 80, and that was the case up in the hills as it is. But as we get to nightfall, those winds are only going to get stronger, and the situation's only going to become more dire.
It looks like it's getting worse as we speak, with those palm trees really swaying, and you saw those flags blowing stronger than ever right there. This is the intersection of Sunset and PCH. Again, Sunset closed to traffic at this point, and the situation really changing in terms of the atmosphere, the visibility, how dark it is, how gusty the winds are. And we're looking at the small box at the live flame we've been monitoring from one vantage point, and you can see just how close it is to property
that same
lines.
house?
I believe it looks like a different house. I'm not sure the location on that one. We do know that there have been structures burned and destroyed. Again, we're set up and ready for a news briefing at any time officials want to give us official word on what exactly the situation is at this point. But again, we're waiting to hear also from our reporters on the ground there that are fanned out at different locations, trying to get their signals back to us to let us know what they're seeing on foot and on the ground.
Well, one of the
area.
frustrating things, and we heard from residents who were speaking with, was the fact that they had bad cell service, so it's tough to get updates and to stay connected when you're struggling to have service as it is. And another complaint was that there was just conflicting information. Obviously, when things are developing and it's a breaking news situation and things are changing by the second, really, that can happen where things are conflicted. And it does add to the frustration, of course, when you're trying to figure out, well, what do I do, right? Do I go here or do I go there? Is this safer or is that safer? So it's been a stressful, frustrating day, that is for sure. So many schools closed, canceled, or kids were asked to get picked up early, obviously, for their own safety and for the fact that for their own health as well. The air quality is, just looking at these images, it's even hard to breathe watching this, right? It's tough out there. So you're definitely going to be feeling the impact of this, even if you're not in the immediate danger zone. We were seeing images of that smoke and that air quality all the way in the South Bay. Plume of smoke, just very clear. So definitely avoid being outside if you can today. Let's see, we are getting some fresh video in here. One of the vehicles on fire. This is as a result of possibly embers which fly around, get trapped underneath the vehicle, in the vehicles. This happens often with the attic or the eaves of a home. You'll often see embers just flying around, and before you know it, you've got an explosion of fire.
And you saw that line of cars there. Those cars abandoned. This is along PCH earlier in the morning, and people leaving their cars, ditching them where they were, and then choosing to walk with all of their equipment, their pets, their belongings. Some people biking just to get out of the area. You see the guy filling up his tire with air and then taking off on two wheels. Others without anything, just deciding to walk and saying walking is the best option. I don't know if we mentioned this before, but just to mention it again, Santa Monica City officials say the westbound Santa Monica Freeway, the 10 freeway is being closed at Lincoln Boulevard, along with northbound Pacific Coast Highway to assist with evacuation efforts from the fire. So it's certainly impacting a lot of communities along PCH and the surrounding areas as well, not just the Palisades. But look at this, devastating flames really threatening the homes and properties of so many people. It's hard to watch.
So according to Watch Duty, which is a helpful tool and resource if you don't have that or follow that, you can get that as an app, Watch Duty, or go online, go to watchduty.org, and you get up-to-date information regarding whatever fire is in your vicinity. So it looks like we're at 770, close to 772 acres burned at this point. But we're gonna get that official update as much as we can from fire officials. Haley is at Will Rogers State Beach. That's where she's been since she got there on scene. That is where they're setting up the command post to give us some information. Let's check in with her and see when we'll get some more information, some up-to-date information.
Hey guys, we're hoping pretty soon. We're waiting for Mayor Karen Bass, who is supposed to lead this press conference, but we've got a lot of first responders pulling into Will Rogers State Beach as this wildfire continues to grow to nearly 800 acres. I've got another dear friend on the line right now. So we introduced you earlier to Eric Robertson. This is his wife, Trisha Cosentino, and they tried to get out, and now they are literally trapped. Trisha, thanks for letting us know what's going on from your perspective. I know you're kind of in the thick of it. What's happening?
Yeah, it is very, very terrifying up here. We have one road leading out of the canyon, Palisades Drive, and it is leave at your own risk. And I attempted, I put the animals in the car, got my son in the car, even picked up a hitchhiker. We were surrounded by flames on all sides. There was smoke everywhere, and I made a U-turn and came back up the hill because I was afraid to drive through it. So we're stuck here.
Describe what it was like when you were driving out. You said there was flames on both sides. Tell me what that was like what you were seeing and what was going through your head.
So the canyon itself is it has a little bit of unstable land. So the rocks that are normally behind barriers, there's all sorts of rocks that have now crumbled onto the road itself, so it's even a little bit hard to drive. There is smoldering, there's ash, there's literally just within a foot or two of the road itself. The flames are coming all the way down. I have never been so terrified in my entire life.
And why didn't you guys leave?
Well, the traffic ahead of us was slowing down, and quite frankly, the amount of smoke that we were heading into, I was afraid that we wouldn't be able to breathe in the car.
But this morning, it was kind of too late, I guess, right? I guess you didn't realize how bad.
We got to the home. Yeah, I mean, this has happened before. We've always been able to leave. We thought it would be okay. I mean, from my patio right now, it looks like we're in a war zone.
That's what it feels like here on Will Rogers State Beach, and I'm nowhere near where you are in the thick of it. It's crazy, and I mean, everyone's obviously on edge. I can't imagine what it's like for you guys up there.
It is terrifying. I'm trying to not break down so that my kid thinks that everything is okay, but it does not feel okay.
Oh, what does he think about all this?
He's terrified.
I'm so sorry.
It's really bad.
I'm so sorry. They've sent a bunch of videos. We've included some of those on our air. You've probably seen them. It really does look like a war zone. Trish, is there anything else you want to say before I let you go?
No, I guess not. Everybody needs to just do what they can and stay safe.
Thank you. Well, you guys please stay safe. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Trish. So, and I'm watching videos and listening to radio transcripts on Citizen app, and then of course Watch Duty. We told you about that app earlier. That's really good to get up to the minute information, and of course the radio calls kind of letting us know what's going on as well on Citizen app. But from what I've read and what I've listened to, it sounds like they just now have deployed to help a smoke inhalation case that first responders helped a 94-year-old woman out of a townhome with, has vision problems and mobility issues. They were trying to get her out. More than a dozen homes affected, including a townhome. And Trisha, where she and Eric live, I mean, they're literally like the road is closed, and then they thought it was open. That's when she and her son went down there to try to get out. And now they're safe. She said they're safer in their home than they were. Than they are trying to leave. So a lot of roads closed. As you've heard, an evacuation order now for all of Pacific Palisades. Go ahead.
Haley, I didn't catch if Trisha's home is threatened. Did she feel like, I know she said she's safer inside, but how close are the flames to her home?
Well, that's what I asked. I'm like, aren't you worried your house is going to burn down with you inside it? And she said yes, but they're safer from her perspective where they are now than trying to leave. I mean, I know that she didn't expect it, obviously, probably like most people, to get this bad. I mean, they, I've been talking to them kind of all morning. They were the very first people who told me at least about the fire when it very first happened. So I've been, of course, trying to tell them to get out, but it's just like anything else, like these wildfires, especially with these winds, it just picks up so quickly. And then if they don't get a hold of it in 20 minutes, then all of a sudden you know, cannonballs from 20 acres, I think it was, to 200 and now nearly 800. But yeah, I mean, she even said, like most people are thinking, is that they've been through this before. Yeah. They've always been able to get out. And, you know, I've been to their house. It's really nice. I mean, a lot of people, obviously, we know the Palisades area, a lot of really nice homes there, celebrities, homes threatened, of course. But you know, then there's the 94-year-old woman who can barely see and walk that's trying to get out, and the apartment complex. So it's just, my stomach's in knots, and I'm not even, you know, anywhere near it or affected by it directly. So I just can't imagine what it's like for them. It really does, even on the ground here, you guys, just off PCH at Will Rogers State Beach at the command post, it feels like a war zone here. So I can only imagine what it looks and feels like up there.
Yeah, well, you know what happens is when people have gone through, and so many of the residents there, they've gone through many fires and have lived there for years. They sometimes it works against them because they're like, well, we've done this, we know the drill, like it's a routine thing, and it's not, because you never know how the fire is going to behave, and my heart goes out to her and her family, and hopefully they'll be okay, obviously, because now at this point they don't really have a choice, right? In the morning they did, and at this point they don't. So keep us posted, Haley. I know you're going to be
cool, calm, and collected.
Yes, she is.
Yeah,
she
so
is.
To hear that, and her voice was, you know, she obviously got a big heart. I don't know if you heard her at the beginning. It was kind of hard, but she picked up a hitchhiker on the way out.
Yes, I heard her.
Get everybody out. And, you know, obviously that's, you know, the epitome of these communities, as we've seen in Malibu and in Camarillo, and of course in Woolsey. And I'm hoping we're going to get started soon. So we're guessing around 3. That's not definitive. But I know Mayor Karen Bass is going to be here. Obviously, it takes a lot to get anywhere right now. And as you guys have seen and talked about, you know, at least 100 people walking because their cars are on fire or the traffic's too bad or whatever the situation is.
100
I'm sure it takes a while to get here. But
because there's 100 abandoned vehicles, so who knows how many people were in each of those vehicles. This is such a long event too. It's not like, you know, a 2-day Santa Ana wind event. I mean, we really are this was not supposed to be, you know, this isn't even the worst of it. It's going to peak tonight, and then, you know, we're still going to have big winds even on Friday, even though they may not be red flag warning conditions. So well, we're going to continue to follow this. We're going to let you go so you can get set up, so we can take that news briefing as soon as it gets going. Please keep in touch with your friend, of course, Trisha, and then we'll check in and see how they're doing. I think we are going to head over and check in with Christy Fajardo, who's at Temescal and Sunset. I'm going to hand it over to Marla, who just came in, and Sandra. They'll continue the coverage as we continue to bring you the latest information with this Palisades fire that's really exploded in the last 4 hours.
Roxia, thank you so much. So the clock just tells us it's just after 2:30. This means that this Palisades fire has been burning for more than 4 hours now. I'm Marla Tejas, joining the coverage alongside Sandra Endo. We have reporters scattered throughout the Palisades area, of course, to keep you up to date. You can get the latest information on our website too. It's foxla.com. We know that this fire has now burned close to 800 acres. Homes have burned. We've seen vehicles on fire. Kids obviously have been evacuated from local schools as well. And the worst is yet to come. I think we should just go ahead and check in with our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, now for the latest on when those winds are going to even get worse.
Yeah, I mean, so we're looking at tonight and into tomorrow morning for this whole event to come to a peak with even stronger wind gusts than what we've seen so far. And yes, our coverage has been focused a lot on the Pacific Palisades area, but also, you know, the entire Southern California area is basically looking at these very strong winds. High wind warning is in effect until 6 p.m. tomorrow. So that gives you some idea of the extent to which we're going to be facing some of these strongest winds. I do have a graphic here that will walk you through the forecast wind gusts as we go hour by hour. So let's look at that now as we start at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And again, keep in mind, this is a forecast. It might not play out exactly like this, but it's going to give us a good idea of what's going on. And first of all, you'll notice the winds moving from the northeast. I've got the Pacific Palisades plotted right here. So the winds are pushing the smoke towards the coast. We've seen the gusts in this area, and you can tell from the video it's strong, but the weather stations around there measuring about 20 to 40 mile per hour gusts. You get into the mountains a little west of the Palisades, and gusts have been even higher today. But let's go through this now a little bit later. So we expect a slight downturn later on this evening. This is a look at 6 p.m. today. but don't let your guard down at this point. This is just going to be a little kind of a whoosh of maybe an onshore wind briefly, and then it switches right back around to some stronger offshore winds as we go later into tonight. So here's a look at 8 p.m. Again, there's the Palisades, gusts in the 50s according to this model. At midnight, it's suggesting gusts near 60. We go later into the night, and early in the morning, it says gusts could be reaching 70 plus miles per hour in or around the Palisades. So this is, again, kind of the peak late tonight, early tomorrow morning. As we continue through the day tomorrow, here's 10 a.m., still very windy, but you start seeing the numbers go down a little bit. And then as we go through the day, Wednesday, I'll pause it at 6 p.m., which this is the point at which the high wind warnings expire. Yes, it's still going to be breezy. Yes, we still see offshore Santa Ana winds, but the worst of this, in terms of the weather, will be done by the end of the day tomorrow. Now, another issue is we know the air is dry with the Santa Ana winds going on right now, but tomorrow's humidity will be even lower than the already dry air we see today. I was just checking a weather station near the Palisades measuring relative humidity right now between about 20 and 30%. And a lot of the area is around 10 to 20% today. Watch as we go into tomorrow, and you're going to see these numbers drop off midday tomorrow. We'll bring it to noon on Wednesday. A lot of 10% or less relative humidity. So even drier tomorrow, even stronger winds tonight into tomorrow morning. It's already a serious situation, and if another fire starts, it could be even more serious. This particular fire that we're following, it may be just really, really difficult for firefighters to handle. We know it's going to be difficult with just how strong the winds are and how dry the air is. One more thing I want to share with you now, and kind of fitting with the video we're showing right here, is the air quality. And unfortunately, there's not a air quality sensor right in the path of where we're seeing some of the smoke from this Palisades fire. So notice there's some green and yellow dots, which indicates good to moderate air quality around the LA areas east as well. So again, I can't really pin down exactly what the air quality is like right near the fire, but we know it's not good. And again, that smoke is blowing towards the ocean from the Palisades. So kind of missing places like Santa Monica, Brentwood, maybe you're smelling the smoke a little bit, but it's not like the smoke is going right over you. And winds should pretty much continue in a similar direction, mostly out of the northeast throughout a lot of this event. So that's kind of the latest we have right now, Marla. Again, we knew this was coming. We were hoping there wasn't going to be a fire, but it seems obviously one has panned out, and we know just these weather conditions are about as extreme as it gets, both in terms of the strength of the wind and how dry the air is as well. Marla, back to you.
As Adam was mentioning, you could certainly see a shift in how this fire has really reacted. And Marla, we've been bringing this since 10:30 this morning, and obviously now the worst is yet to come. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo, who is still with all the people trying to get out of the area. We could see the traffic behind you, Christy.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of traffic, but it is moving a lot faster. In fact, we talked to one woman who told us it only took her 3 minutes to get here from Bienvenida, and we spoke to someone earlier who told us it took them 2 hours. But just a short while ago, there was someone who was stuck in this traffic who actually flagged us down. He said that he had come from El Medio and that there were 4 homes on fire as he was leaving. That is why he finally opted to evacuate. It seems like most people evacuated earlier, which is why we're seeing traffic moving a little better. There's also now traffic control at Temescal Canyon and Sunset. But if we pan up to that hillside, you can see how close the flames are now getting to Temescal Canyon Road, which is why that one woman who told us it only took her 3 minutes to get here decided to evacuate. She started to see those flames, and we hear so much about how fires create their own weather, and she said she saw evidence of that. She said suddenly there were these gusts and flames whipping around, and she said she'd never seen anything like that, but she knew then that it was not safe to stay, so she decided to evacuate. But there are still some people where we are that are milling about and who are staying inside their condominiums and apartments, and also workers. There's construction workers who are still working. I went up to them and I asked them why they hadn't evacuated, and they told us they were waiting on orders from their boss. They said they have to earn a living, so they're going to stay here until they're told to leave, and so far no one has told them. But I can tell you, driving in, we are getting those alerts telling you that you are entering an evacuation zone, and I'm starting to hear some aircraft going over us. A short while ago, we actually saw the DC-10, which indicates that it is still flying, still making water and retardant drops, despite the heavy gusts. Right where we are, again, not seeing those gusts, but the woman that we spoke with telling us that she did right before she decided to evacuate. So still very, very much a factor. And you can see people still streaming out, but at least now they're moving. Let's send it back to you.
Christy, will you pinpoint your exact location?
We're on Sunset and Temescal Canyon Boulevard. And then, I should mention that there are some people who opted, because traffic was so backed up, to go on foot. We saw a man walking out with a suitcase, and then there was a woman who was actually running with 3 children. She told us she had come from Bienvenida, and she decided to go on foot because her baby is at home, and she was frantic to get home to that child.
Oh, just it's heartbreaking to see the images of people who are saying the best option for them is to walk. And you're leaving everything behind, your vehicle in our car-driven city that we live in. Nobody walks, there's no public transportation, and they opted to walk, given that that's the best option for them. Thank you, Christy. But clearly from where her vantage point is, it's great that there's aerial assets that are attacking the flames from that position, because look at this from Sunset and PCH, a very different view. You can see the gusty winds and the change in atmosphere because of that fire and smoke. So Christy seems like she's on the other side of where the wind is blowing, and at least maybe they can tackle the flames from there.
Let's take a look at some video that we had a little bit earlier. This was really intense when Matthew Seedorf was on the scene, and I remember seeing this live when I was watching from home. You can just see the wind gust. You see those flames surrounding that 2-story home. Again, that's the bigger picture here. The smaller picture that is a live look at Sunset and PCH, but here we go with the bigger picture and just the flames and the spot fires that pop up. I mean, we know that embers can be carried for 1 to 2 miles, and we are absolutely seeing that, and that is why this fire has exploded as it has since 10:30 this morning. So more than 4 hours into this, almost 800 acres burned. And is that Matthew himself?
That is. He grabbed a garden hose, sprung into action. In his live report, he was saying that a lot of residents in the area were concerned, and as was he, that there were no fire crews in the area, yet some property damage was taking place. So he took it upon himself. He grabbed a fire hose, or a garden hose rather, and put out some of those fires that we're seeing right there. But again, this is what fire officials say don't do. Do not try this at home. Don't hunker down. Don't think that you can fight this fire with a garden hose.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew just covered, and we should remind our viewers, probably don't need to remind you that not long ago it was the Malibu fire, the Franklin fire that erupted. That started late in the afternoon and into the night, into our coverage that picked up on Good Day LA, and Matthew was out there kind of doing the same thing. So helping out where we can. So we have 2 live pictures. This is Christy Fajardo, the bigger picture, of course, that's Sunset and Temescal. And then we're waiting for a press conference, and the smaller box, that's at the staging area at Will Rogers State Beach. Time has not officially been announced yet, but Haley Winslow, she's been staged there, and she tells us that she got word it should happen around 3 o'clock. So LAFD will be leading that press conference. But since I do live on the west side near the station, I will say that when I was out earlier, I was seeing Culver City Fire, other agencies pass on through trying to get there also to help. So this is an all hands on deck firefight, the Palisades fire. It's not just LAFD. We know that Bay Area crews were called in, and they were sent down yesterday and the day before to stage for this life-threatening event. And this doesn't happen often. It's just happened to have happened more often of late in Southern California, beginning with the Franklin fire. And then prior to that, it was the Ventura County fire that we covered too. That was really devastating to that neighborhood. So here we go again with these life-threatening fire conditions. And we're seeing the result of all of that as people are trying to get out. When we talk about evacuations, bottom line, if you live in Pacific Palisades, you are under an evacuation order. It's now or it could be never, and we don't want you to be in that situation.
That's right. And we are waiting to hear from Mayor Karen Bass, who will be joining the fire officials at Will Rogers State Beach with the official update on what exactly is happening. And they're going to give numbers in terms of total acreage that is burned. But so far, it's nearly 800 acres. Again, this fire breaking out at 10:30. Again, Now we're hearing Karen Bass will not be at the press conference. Originally, there was a report that she was going to be there, but not anymore.
Well, now we are hearing Governor Gavin Newsom, in fact, will be at that presser. So Gavin Newsom in town. He will be there at the Palisades Fire press conference. It could start any minute now. We're hearing from Haley Winslow again that this could start at 3. It should also be of note that President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, they flew in, they landed at LAX last night at 9:30. They were just going to spend the night to then go to Riverside County to take part in creating 2 more national monuments. That whole trip was canceled because of the situation here and because of the high winds. So he was doing remarks virtually instead of heading to Riverside County as a result. So the latest information that we just received is that possibly around 3 o'clock, Governor Gavin Newsom will be there with LAFD officials to update us on the Palisades fire burning at almost 800 acres.
We do have new sound or an interview from someone at the scene regarding this situation. Let's listen into this new piece of sound.
I hope we don't lose the whole neighborhood. Yeah, it's horrible, and it's horrible to see the hillsides burning too. It's going to be really sad because it's Topanga State Park, and a lot of people recreate in this area too. It's going to be really horrible.
And you say you walk through here. So what is up there?
Well, there, where you can see the smoke there up to the flames, all the way back there is a neighborhood with a street that loops around right up by those flames and comes around. So it's all just homes on the hillside.
Wow, so she's talking about all the trails and the hiking, recreation resources all in that area where neighbors and residents enjoy. It's one of the perks of living in the Palisades, as well as the proximity to the ocean and the views there. A lot of residents we were listening to, say that is what draws them to this community. It is a tight-knit community. They are aware of it being fire prone, given the hillsides and the canyons and the Santa Monica Mountains right there, but it is a beautiful place to live, and residents really feeling for the fact that now look at all the damage being left behind because of this.
Yeah, and no word yet on actual numbers of structures that have been lost. But again, we've seen houses on fire, we've seen vehicles on fire, and this view from Skyfox is really daunting to see that big plume of smoke, which can be seen from basically anywhere on the west side, of course, of Los Angeles, but beyond. This plume is that massive. In terms of evacuation centers, we've told you earlier that the Westwood Rec Center on Sepulveda Boulevard between Ohio and Wilshire, that is open for evacuees. They also accept small animals. And then also, in addition to that evacuation center, I've just been alerted that the Dream Center in Hollywood, the Dream Center, this is on Bellevue Avenue, 2301 Bellevue Avenue. The Dream Center is now opening as an evacuation center for anyone who needs a place to stay, who needs food, who needs water, who needs any sort of help. It is open 24/7. Again, the Dream Center has been added to the evacuation center list for the Palisades fire. So that is, of course, good news. When this started this morning, though, Sandra, I know that you were on the air as we give you a look at the evacuation order map. There's some areas that are still in warning, the yellow areas, and then the red, predominantly evacuation order. This started as one of those, small brush fires that we hear about, but we know, given the forecast and the destructive winds, we knew that this could really, in fact, become a reality, and it has.
And that's exactly what happened. It started 10:30, small vegetation fire reported, 10 acres that were burned, and then just in a matter of 20 minutes or so, doubled, tripled in size, quickly became 200 acres. We were holding at that for quite some time because of the fact, though, that the number of acres is a lagging indicator. It's the number that we get at the very end. They're not assessing how big this fire has spread as they're fighting the fire. It's the last thing they're doing. So the number we get is usually outdated by the time we report it. So we were holding at 200 for quite some time, and then obviously just looking at these images, seeing the winds really drive this fire and the smoke and surrounding the community and seeing how quickly it was spreading, we knew right away that this was going to be a massive fire event driven by the winds. And clearly the latest update we got, nearly 800 acres burned, so tripling in size over the past few hours or so. And clearly that's not the latest numbers we have. We're going to get that in just about 10 minutes or so as we wait for fire officials and the governor to give us the latest numbers on this. But you can just see the devastation that it has already created. Look at those structures, people's homes and livelihoods on fire, up in flames. And the fact, the traumatic events of people abandoning their cars, walking on foot with their precious belongings, trying to get to safety. This is just not how you want to start off the new year.
No, not at all. And here's when I said that we've seen vehicles on fire. Here's an example right here. The other pretty staggering image that I saw earlier, Sandra, you can tell me if this is right or wrong. Is it a super scooper that I actually saw in the Pacific Ocean? Yeah, that was amazing to see. Back-to-back super scoopers literally landing in the Pacific, not far obviously from the Palisades, to load up all of those gallons of water to be able to fight the fire. So there is an air assault on this, but as those winds pick up, it's a question of if those aircraft that are ever so helpful, if they will be able to fly. And those super scoopers, by the way, they can hold up to 1,600 gallons of water. But that can do a tremendous amount in terms of aiding in the firefight. Yeah, these images from the ground to see these people just.
There it is. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I saw this earlier and I thought, my goodness,
so
thank goodness that this is so close.
Mm-hmm. And this was a really dramatic scene as we saw one after another, them scooping up the water from the Pacific Ocean right there, making these dramatic drops on top of the flames. This was the window of opportunity we're talking about to make progress, to really fight this fire before those high winds kick up. And again, we're looking at about 2 more hours of daylight and max winds picking up. So of course, they wanted to make progress on this as quickly as possible. We saw them one after another making drops in a heroic fashion, getting right on top of those flames. It was quite amazing to see them at work. And then, of course, they had to be grounded for refueling. And it's just a matter of time before those winds get too gusty for them to fly. And that's the big problem that they're going to contend with, especially as it gets later into the evening. And soon, visibility is an issue as well.
This all started in terms of an actual location. For those of you who are very local and know where this is at 1190 North Piedra Morada Drive. That's where that first call came in at 10:30 this morning for word of a brush fire amidst these destructive winds that will only pick up as we get later into the afternoon and evening. Although listening to Adam, he did say that there would be a little bit of a reprieve later, but not much. But just given the devastation, obviously, the firefight is a really precarious one. Unable to fly if those wind gusts get up too high. The hand crews are out there, of course, but in terms of surrounding this fire, it is a very, very tall order as we're looking live at just those active flames that are ferocious. Let's, in fact, bring in Adam Kruger right now to talk more about those wind speeds, the wind gusts, sustained speeds. I know you have all that information handy. And this is going to last, you said, until 6 p.m. tomorrow, Wednesday.
Right, we've got the high wind warning in effect until 6 p.m. Wednesday. So that gives you an idea of the length of time here that we're going to be dealing with the most intense winds. Now, yes, as far as you said, Marla, accurate, that we're going to find the winds maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. today, just back off slightly around the Palisades area. Still going to be strong in many other parts of Southern California. But that is a very brief window where they back down. Then the winds start picking up as we go a little later into the evening. I think it's possible we find gusts back over 50 or so, maybe by about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight around the Palisades, and then just overall around a lot of Southern California as we continue towards midnight. Wind speeds will continue to ramp up, especially kind of west, north, and northeast of Los Angeles. So the mountains, valleys, and of course over towards the Palisades as well. So through the night tonight is probably going to be the highest wind speeds we will have seen out of this whole event. That lasts through about sunrise tomorrow, and then wind speeds still very strong through a lot of the morning, gradually backing down tomorrow afternoon, and then falling below high wind warning criteria by about 6 p.m. tomorrow. I know we have the graphic up right there. I'm going to back it up and just kind of show you once again. So here's a look at 6 p.m. today. You see the Palisades listed with some lower winds around that time. Here we go into 8 p.m. Wind speeds picking up, and again, note the direction out of the north. Now we're at midnight tonight. Here we go into 7 a.m. tomorrow. Doesn't mean there's going to be 70-mile-an-hour gusts in the Palisades, but our model is saying that is within the realm of possibility at that time. There's a look at 10 a.m. tomorrow, still very strong winds, and then wrapping it up here at 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, we see a better sight. But keep in mind, it's still quite gusty in some areas at this time. There's still an offshore Santa Ana wind at that time. There's still very dry air. And something I mentioned earlier, I'll say again, is that the air, as dry as it is today, actually gets even drier tomorrow, with some spots possibly seeing relative humidities tomorrow below 10%, which also coincides with basically when the strongest winds will be happening. So weather condition wise, I mean, it is going to get worse before it gets better. The better part of that will be late day Wednesday, but still, we've got red flag warnings that continue into Thursday. We can't let our guard down until really the end of this week.
Adam, as we're looking live at what appears to be a home that is completely destroyed by flames, when you talk about the 72-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are forecast about 7 a.m. tomorrow, I know this may seem like an obvious question, but put that into context, into perspective on how dangerous and rare that is.
I mean, it is very rare, and it's just kind of the way things have gone this season, and we've seen the images from the Mountain Fire and the Franklin Fire, the extreme fire conditions. This is actually now the third extreme situation we've had this season. So going year by year, it's rare to have a situation like that. Happens to be the third such event, though, this season. We had one in November, one in December. Here we are with one in January. And I'll mention, kind of for some more context on your question, we mentioned yesterday and also earlier today as well, that this is not a standard red flag warning. It's a particularly dangerous situation red flag warning. It's a tag the National Weather Service will give these warnings just to emphasize the fact that it's a rare extreme event. They started doing this in 2020. One of these PDS red flag warnings was issued in 2020, and then we didn't have another one until just this past November, and then last month in December, and then again here in January. So 3 of them this season. But yes, I mean, the winds gusting 60 to 70 is possible in the Palisades late tonight, tomorrow morning. We know what the embers can do in a situation like that. They can fly a mile or two ahead of where the actual fire is. And then, we look at this video here. Yes, it's windy, but imagine the winds almost double what you're seeing right here. And it's just going to be such an extreme circumstance where the crews will be doing what they can, but really to put a good dent in keeping things safe around where these fires are, there's not a whole lot you can do when the weather is that extreme, when the winds are that strong, when the air is this dry. I mean, they're going to do what they can, but there's not a whole lot they can do, I would imagine, until really things settle down a little bit later on this week.
And you're looking at new video of other property damage that we're getting into our newsroom. This is just so heartbreaking to see. And the fact that this fire really broke out in a populous area, initially, obviously, it didn't start that way, but given that the Palisades is such a dense community where you talk about the people living there, we saw multi-unit apartment complexes, the roof up in flames, and now we're getting a closer look at some of the property damage, people's livelihoods, their homes up in flames, just destroyed because of the Palisades fire. And again, new footage coming into our newsroom, this video, for the first time we're seeing the number of structures that have been impacted by this. Adam and Marla, this is just so heartbreaking to see. But again, we are awaiting word from fire officials to give us exact numbers, because we want to know how many structures in total have been damaged or destroyed from this, and also where they are. So many times when we cover fires like this, people are asking us, since we're the news crews out there, what street are you on? What's the exact address? They want to know, since they've evacuated from these areas, if their home is still standing.
Yeah, and this word from LAFD as well, saying that there are over 250 LAFD firefighters in addition to neighboring agencies there, and then approximately 30 vehicles that were left abandoned on Sunset and Palisades. they will be moved by county dozer to provide clear access.
Yeah.
So you're talking about how we've seen those images of people literally huffing it out on foot, having to abandon their car out of fright and out of the fact that they literally were not moving. Those vehicles will be moved by county dozer to provide clear access for those firefighting crews.
Emergency officials and 30 vehicles just in that area alone. There have been reports of 100 vehicles or more that have been abandoned in various locations in total. So we're not just talking about that one strip of roadway right there, but there are other thoroughfares like Sunset and Temescal that have been impacted and inundated with traffic of people trying to leave the area pretty hopeless, given the fact that they're willing to abandon their own vehicles and then, as you mentioned, just leave by foot. And so those cars will have to be dealt with as well. We don't know if they're going to be towed or what in this situation, but clearly the road you were mentioning, Marla, is a main thoroughfare for first responders to get to, and that was the big issue, being able to get those emergency vehicles to and from the locations that they need to fight this fire.
So we're seeing that live picture there. It's shaky, understandably so. You see those active flames, all the homes in the foreground, the flames in the background, and then this picture from, now we're taking this full here so you can just see how ominous, and scary this image is. And this is from our Santa Monica cam. We show this camera to you all the time, but it's flipped around, and we show you the coastline, we show you the Malibu coastline, and we obviously show you the Santa Monica pier, but now we flipped it around and you can see the Palisades homes there on the hillside, and then those flames that are now shooting upward with all of that black smoke. We've heard from people in Agora Hills that say we can see the black smoke. We've heard from people, of course, on the west side, in downtown. This is impacting the greater Los Angeles area, even though it is centered here in Pacific Palisades. So again, we are waiting this press conference from LAFD, and we've gotten word that Governor Gavin Newsom will be there at that press conference to update us on the latest in terms of acreage and forced evacuations and number of structures lost, although I'm sure they don't have that count yet. Let's go to Christy Fajardo on the ground there. She's at Sunset and Temescal. If you haven't moved, Christy?
We have not moved, but you know what has traffic? In fact, if we pan this way, you can see that the street is now empty, and that is because most people evacuated earlier. Now we're only starting to see some stragglers, those that waited till the last minute. And I told you in the last live shot that there was a man who told us that as he was leaving Medio or El Medio, he saw 4 homes on fire. We've heard other people walking by on the phone talking about how their neighbors' homes had burned. So a lot of devastation, sadly, out here. And a short while ago, we saw a woman who had actually come to try to get in to evacuate her elderly father. She told us that he has Alzheimer's and gets very agitated, so he won't just go with anyone. The problem is she did not have an ID that had that address on it, so she couldn't get there. Luckily, though, the LAPD here worked with her and eventually did let her in, and she was in tears as she was driving to get her father. She told us that he's lived there for 70 years. He's now in his 90s, and she just wanted to go and get him and know that he is safe. And in the last hour, we've seen these flames get closer and closer to Temescal Canyon Road, which is where we are at the corner of Sunset. And about an hour ago, there was bumper-to-bumper traffic as people were fleeing the flames. Traffic control came in, but as I said, most people had opted to evacuate earlier. And I also just spoke to a woman who told me she got the evacuation order. She lives in the neighborhood you see over there where all the smoke is, which is something over there is currently burning. She told me that she got the evacuation order at 10:30 and she left then. So she had a bag with her, but she's been standing here on Sunset just watching and hoping it doesn't reach her home. As far as she can tell, it looks like it's still burning above her neighborhood, not right in her neighborhood. So she's hoping that the winds shift directions and that the flames blow back from where they just burned through. That would be the best case scenario, but a lot of very anxious people here. We also saw a woman who came to the roadblock who was also desperate to get through. She said she was trying to get to her husband who's up the road, whose leg is in a cast, so he can't drive, and he can also not walk out. LAPD was also working with her to try to get her to her husband. So that's what we're seeing at this hour. A lot of very anxious people, a lot of stress, and unfortunately a lot of flames as well. Let's send it back to you.
So many terrifying personal stories you're hearing out there. Christy, thank you so much. Welcoming to our coverage, we have Alex Michelson now. Good to have you.
Thank you so much. Our thanks to Sandra Endo, who's been on this air for several hours, has now been released. And I'll pick up the coverage with Marla for the foreseeable future here on Fox 11. If you're just joining us, a massive fire in Pacific Palisades. We warned about this last night when we were talking about the forecast that if there was a fire that broke out at any point, it could get very big, very fast. Unfortunately, that happened. This fire breaking out around 10:30 this morning has just exploded. We know that several structures are involved, and this flames can be seen for miles and miles in so many different directions.
We want to make sure our viewers know that if you can't be sitting down in front of a television, you can always find the latest information on our app. It's the Fox Local app. It is a wealth of information, especially in an emergency situation like this. You can find out the latest acreage, the evacuation centers. We have all the latest information from officials, and we will be, of course, streaming there live as well. So as soon as we get the latest information from LAFD, as soon as they take to that podium, they're staged at the Will Rogers State Beach. That is the staging area. Then we will bring that to you, and that will be included there. You can see right there on your screen the Fox Local app. And you can just, if you don't have it yet, you can use that QR code right now with your phone to download that. It is very useful, again, especially in an emergency life or death situation like we're seeing today in the Palisades.
It is free, and you can watch it anytime, not only just during emergencies, but really especially helpful today. Let's check in with Haley Winslow right now. She is joining us live at Will Rogers State Beach. We just saw some video from Governor Newsom tweeting out just a few minutes ago. I was just in communication with his team. I know he is there. He was supposed to be here to meet with President Biden today, but now he's there. Haley.
Yeah, we're expecting this press conference to start with him in about a half hour. He's going to speak, and we were originally told Karen Bass as well, but she will not be here. She's out of the country. But it will be one of her deputy mayors, Zach Seidel, who's also her PR person. But my friend who we just had on the air, I think, said it best, that it feels and looks like a war zone, and she's in the thick of it. But I can tell you down here, even at the command post, it looks and feels the exact same way. So I can't imagine what it's like for them up there. It's just looking at the latest updates, and right now firefighters are trying to rescue somebody inside of a home. But we do have a few new videos I just got from two different friends. One is Trisha, who we introduced you to about 20 minutes ago, a friend of mine who is trapped in their home. They tried to leave, and they had fire on both sides. I just talked to her again, and she said, you know, I'm never terrified, and I'm terrified. She's got her son there, her and her husband, and they are just trying to figure out what to do. They can't get out. The roads are obviously closed. And then we also have another video from a friend in Santa Monica. So he's shooting right off of Channel Road. He's on Adelaide, and you can see the fire moving south. It's really unbelievable. I mean, and you can see active flames, obviously. We've got a lot of emergency vehicles coming in here, getting ready for this press conference, a lot of moving parts. So we're right here at Lifeguard Operations on Will Rogers State Beach, here right off of the PCH. It has been chaotic, to say the least. Really a wild day, and obviously this is only the beginning. So you can see the sky. I would say that's the most impressive, just how ominous it looks. And the wind gusts every once in a while will almost knock you off your feet, and they haven't even really been that strong considering what's to come. But yeah, we've got a lot of first responders from Orange County to Los Angeles to LA County, and a lot of police officers just filing in here. It's taken a bit, you guys, as you can imagine, to get here for them. The traffic was a nightmare. It's finally moving now, but we've seen you can't really see it anymore because you can't even make out the Santa Monica Mountains, but you were, just a few minutes ago, you could see active flames just right down the road from here, basically. So to show that the fire is spreading to now more than 800 acres. So as soon as this presser starts, we will, of course, let you know right away so that you can tune in and hear the very latest. And we're expecting that in hopefully 20 minutes.
Yeah, I know it's busy there. And of course, when that happens, we'll bring that to our viewers live. And now this is a really sad, devastating live picture here. And you can see the firefight of this beautiful home, 2-story home, it looks like. I don't have an exact location. Maybe we can get that where this live camera is in the Palisades, but obviously this home is at this point looking like a potential total loss as the fire crews there, LAFD, they're scrambling to put out those flames. And Alex, if you can see, obviously the flames shooting through that second story, but on the back of the house, you wonder, adjacent to it, and then if there's another home in the backyard, that one ember, it just needs to just jump one roof to the next, and there you have an entire block on fire.
And as we so often talk about, fires create their own weather patterns, but then you look at how intense the winds are anyways, and this thing isn't close to being out. That you just feel for this family. You think about all of their memories and likely the pictures and everything that goes with somebody's home as we, having some signal challenges because, as you know, cell signal in that area is already bad. You now have all this destruction happening, which is interfering with a lot of our cellular towers, all the rest of it, making getting the pictures out of there difficult. But you can see this even from miles away, that line of flame that is in the middle of one of the most picturesque areas in all of Southern California. Really just beautiful area that people from around the world think of Southern California, and unfortunately it is now burning.
Yeah, not far from where you and I both covered the Franklin fire in Malibu weeks ago, if you check the calendar, maybe even a month ago, but it was really recent. And then before that, we had the fire in Ventura County as well, which was absolutely devastating with hundreds of homes lost. And that was also one of those very rare, particularly dangerous events as described by the National Weather Service. So look at this plume of smoke that we're seeing. We haven't had rain, measurable rain. I know Adam can correct me. I believe since May.
Yeah, so, I mean,
year?
Early May, first week of May, there was a decent amount. It was still less than an inch. Since mid-May, officially in downtown Los Angeles, it's been 0.16 inches, and that's about 8 months. So, that's about as dry as it gets. A near record driest stretch of weather for us. So no surprise, the vegetation very dry. We unfortunately, going through November and especially December, we saw storm system after storm system miss us off to the north, Northern California, seeing plenty of wet weather through this rainy season, just nothing making it down towards us. And so, yeah, just extremely dry vegetation. The stage was set, not just in terms of how dry it's been for months, but also the weather setup with this scenario. And for anyone who just joined, recently, I'll reiterate what we said earlier, is that the winds, as strong as they've been, will get stronger tonight after the sun goes down, but especially after about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. From that point through about 8, 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, that whole stretch right there, about 12 hours, the winds will be at their peak out of this event. And we could potentially, according to some models, see some wind gusts 60 to maybe even 70 miles per hour in or around the Pacific Palisades, which will be higher than we've had so far. So already a very tough situation. Weather-wise will get more difficult as we go through tomorrow. And those high wind warnings, they expire at 6 p.m. tomorrow. So that gives us a little sense that when the worst of this weather-wise is done. Still Santa Ana winds, though, to some degree, be hanging around through Thursday in a lot of Southern California as well.
All right, Adam, thank you. Well, of course, first and foremost, in a firefight, any firefight, LAFD, the firefighters, they always want to save life first and then property. So, we haven't heard of any injuries. It's obviously too soon. So that is, at this point, really great news. Unfortunately, we've seen so many homes that have gone up, and then images like this from earlier of cars that were just sort of left abandoned. This is a live picture, in fact.
Wow. We overuse that phrase, this looks like a war zone, but that looks like a horror movie, right? I mean, when you think about that, some of those movies where the cars are abandoned and everybody has to get out quickly, that looks like that image right there.
Well, to paint a more clear picture, this is what I was referring to earlier, that LAFD said any abandoned cars, we're going to have to bulldoze your cars to clear access for the firefight. So at one point, they may have just been in a single file, and now they've been bulldozed to be pushed to the side. So all of these vehicles, and at last count, I mean, LAFD said in one spot was 30 vehicles. Clearly, there's a lot more, given this live picture as a photographer. And thank you to whomever is behind the camera for taking us up this road and showing us the damage of this Audi, obviously, as we're seeing there, the damage from the bulldozer on the side. It looks like maybe a pet was in that vehicle as well. We've heard a lot about that today too, where people have gone out. It looks like some groceries, in the back. They had gone out to run an errand, and then the fire began, and then they couldn't get back home, and their pet was back at home, and they couldn't get the pet. Looks like the lights are still on, perhaps there. Maybe that's just the glare that I'm seeing. But car after car after car, it does look like Armageddon.
Yeah, and you feel for all of those residents, and man, that's just awful to see. But you understand, I guess, the need to get fire trucks up these roads and try to save people's lives. And ultimately, you can replace a car, but you can't replace somebody's life. And there is an urgent life or death fight. I mean, last night, Adam Kruger was telling us the phrase that they were putting out. It was life-threatening fire, weather, fire conditions, and this is indeed what we're looking at. This is a life-threatening fire. Fortunately, so far, Marla, we do not have any reports of any injuries or deaths because of this. It looks like that is probably a bed for a dog or a cat. But, you know, it would not be shocking, given what we're looking at right now, if we found out that there was, you know, a situation like that based off of these conditions.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And we've seen a lot of elderly people, too. We heard from Christy Fajardo that they were afraid to leave, of course, and they weren't sure how to. And fortunately, neighbors or family members were able to get to them and literally walking them out of their homes. We've seen a lot of that.
I want to bring into the conversation right now my pal Joel Pollack, who is a regular on our political show, The Issue Is. He's with Breitbart News, but more importantly, he's a Santa Monica resident and a husband and a father who lives in the middle of this neighborhood that has been evacuated. Joel joins us now live. Joel, thanks for calling in. First off, how are you doing? How's your family doing?
We're fine. We're in Santa Monica right now, but we actually live in the Palisades near where the fire is. So we are feeling fortunate that we were able to leave in time, but obviously we're very concerned for our neighbors in our neighborhood.
Talk about what it was like when you were leaving, what it looked like, and the vibe with the rest of your neighbors.
So our nanny was walking our 3-month-old and smelled smoke at about 10:30 and sent my wife and I a text message saying that she smelled smoke and that it might be nearby. So I said, okay, I'm coming home. And I texted my wife and the nanny and said, let's just pack up in case we need to evacuate. And I don't know exactly why, because we've had high winds before and there have been wildfires somewhat nearby before, but I had a feeling that this might be more serious. As soon as I pulled onto PCH from Santa Monica, I saw the column of smoke and realized right away this was going to be a very big fire. And we packed everything up in about 15 minutes. My wife went to the local school, Marquez Charter, which is an LAUSD school, to pick up one of our kids, and we left. When we were leaving, the first fire engines were coming into the community from other communities. They were setting up their position, and the traffic was starting to build up on Sunset. And we were able to get out of the neighborhood, but I understand that many others were not. And people actually abandoned their cars along the side of Sunset Boulevard, which made it even harder to evacuate. So we feel fortunate that we got out in time, but there really have to be some improvements in how we handle these situations, because there should have been police directing traffic. They should have issued an evacuation order a lot earlier than they did. And there was a problem at the school where initially they were asking parents to fill out forms to take their kids out of school rather than just getting the kids out of school as soon as possible. I don't think that we were prepared as a city for a fast-moving wildfire like this. Individually, I think people did very well. And as we were leaving, we offered neighbors rides, and people were in high spirits and they were cooperating. But I think it happened so quickly that a lot of people were just unable to react. And our systems as a city, as a county, and a state, I guess, or as a school district also, they just weren't ready. And that's the feeling a lot of us had, that this really could have been handled better.
Yeah, I mean, Joel, Marla Tay is here. Good to have you. I'm sorry it's under these conditions. We were just showing those images of the abandoned vehicles, and we got word that at one point, one of these roads, and this may have been the one, where it was literally curb to curb of cars that were abandoned, and to get access for the firefighters, they had to use bulldozers to literally bulldoze the stranded vehicles off to the side. So all of those vehicles are now damaged as a result. Glad you're safe. Any word on the integrity of your home right now as it relates to where those flames are?
Our house, unfortunately, is directly in the path of the fire. When we left, it was about a half-mile up the hill, but we're not sure it's going to stay that way. And we are anxiously checking cameras and things like that to see what happens. We do want to thank all of the first responders and firefighters who are out there trying to keep the neighborhood safe. But unfortunately, we know that some of the homes further up the hill have been damaged or destroyed. And we're hoping that that doesn't happen, but we are glad we have fire insurance, which is also another issue. More people need fire insurance in California, but hopefully things will turn out for the best. We're just glad that everybody in our family is safe, and we're thinking of all the people who are still trying to get out.
You're the father of several young kids. How do you talk about this with them?
Well, we just had to pick up one of our kids from preschool, and we explained to her that we couldn't go home tonight because there is a fire near our house, but we'll go home when it's over, and the firefighters are going to put it out. And she seemed satisfied by that explanation, and it's a bit of an adventure for them because they don't understand yet what's happening. But our eldest, who's at a different school, heard from a classmate that her home had burnt down because the classmate's mother inadvertently called my daughter's phone instead of my wife. And so my daughter, who's 12, panicked and hadn't heard about the fire, and so went to the school office and called us, and my wife had to calm her down. So it's a challenge.
And lastly, Joel, you know, as a journalist yourself who covers the news and tries to cover the news somewhat dispassionately a lot of times, what's it like now to be in the middle of a news story like this?
Well, this is never the kind of story you want to be in the middle of, but we live in a state that has periodic droughts, and whether you believe in climate change or not, we have to manage a dry environment. We had 2 wonderfully wet winters the last 2 years, but ironically that caused a lot of brush to grow, and there hasn't been any rain this winter so far, so there's a lot of fuel and it's very dry, and we need to talk about how to be more careful about fire. There's a suggestion, it hasn't been proven yet, but there's a suggestion from some neighbors that people have been setting off fireworks on New Year's Eve nearby, and that caused a fire on New Year's Day that was put out, but it's possible that the smoldering remnants of that fire ignited in these high winds. There needs to be, I think, greater awareness of the danger of fireworks in these dry conditions, and I think there are a lot of questions to ask of our public authorities, including our schools, about why we weren't better prepared for this, but also we need to ask about how we can manage living in this environment more safely, because this is going to be a risk for the foreseeable future.
Joel Pollack from Breitbart News, our friend here at Fox 11 and often guest on our political show, The Issue Is, for our first ever episode of The Issue Is. Joel, we're thinking about you and your family. We hope your home turns out to be okay, but we're glad most of all that you're all safe and that you're together, and sending love to you all.
Thank you very much, and hope everyone else is also safe.
Thanks so much.
We just got an update in terms of acreage, and it's on your screen if you're looking at the screen. This is from CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE now estimates the Palisades fire is at 1,262 acres. So just a couple hours ago, it was at 770, and now we're up to almost 1,300 acres. This is a live picture from our Santa Monica camera. This is from Ocean Boulevard, the main drag right there along PCH in the Pacific Ocean, of course, and it's high up there, and we're seeing those flames, those active flames, the massive plume of smoke, and then, of course, the foreground, all of those homes that are under evacuation warnings and or orders.
We're expecting a press conference, including the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, in the next 5 minutes or so. When that begins, we will take you there live. In the meantime, we want to bring Christy Fajardo back into the conversation. She's standing by. Christy, what are you seeing from your vantage point right now?
Well, we're actually at Sunset and Temescal Canyon, and we just got a big gust of wind, and it kicked up. Take a look here behind me, all of the smoke and dust and ash, and it started to obscure flames, but that whole hillside is on fire. We've been watching as it gets closer and closer to Sunset Boulevard. And today, sadly, we've heard a lot of tales of heartbreak. People who lost their homes, who are evacuating and say they also saw neighbors' homes on fire. But there's also stories of heroism, including one man that we spoke to a short while ago. His name is Patrick Hildebrand, and I want to share with you with what he told us.
Well, it's at your risk. Oh.
So you got some people out?
I went up, I took one guy out to check his mom on Enchanted Way, which is 4 houses from the house we lost, and then top out me, him and I were up there, and we watched 2 houses go up, and it's the palm trees, really, like they just explode, and it spreads everywhere.
You said you lost your house? I'm so sorry.
Insured, cat is safe, got the medications and the paperwork. Everybody's healthy. That's all that matters. So
Well, you're amazing because you just suffered loss, but you're still out there helping people.
what else am I going to sit around there and tears? So that's not going to help anything. So yeah, I want to help people.
It's nice to see the communities, looking out for each other.
Yes, and these bikes, people don't like these bikes, but right now these bikes are saving people.
And he went back in again. He is still trying to help people at this hour. And a short while ago, there were a lot more people here. It seems that those who had opted to ignore the evacuation order are now heeding it. And that's also evidenced by what we're seeing here. If you had come out to us about an hour ago, this would have been backed up. You would have seen cars bumper to bumper on Sunset Boulevard. But traffic control came in, and most people had already evacuated, so traffic slowed down, and now, as you can see, non-existent. But we're still seeing people who are coming in frantic to get to loved ones. About a half hour ago, we spoke to a woman whose father has Alzheimer's, and he gets very agitated, so he can't just go with anyone. She was desperate to get to him and get him out. She told us he'd been living in that house for 70 years. Trouble is, she didn't have the proper ID, because to get in, you need an identification that shows the address in the evacuation order area. She didn't have that because she does not live with her father, but fortunately the officers here worked with her, and she was in tears as she was let through. That's the latest from here. Let's send it back to you.
Oh my goodness, what an emotional exchange that would have been. I'm so glad that they let her through to get to her father. All right, Christy, thank you so much. We want to show you, this is the smaller picture here. That is the command post at Will Rogers State Beach. You see all those fire officials sort of milling about. They're obviously there together to unify and to inform. We are waiting for a press conference to start. You see the woman taking the podium. Obviously, there'll be some mic checks, and we know that Governor Gavin Newsom, he is there. Maybe he is there amongst the crowd right now. I don't see him, but he is said to be there and will be speaking. Looks like Sheriff's Department is there. This is an all hands on deck effort, this firefight, of course. As we're zooming in, we see Zach Seidel with LA Mayor Karen Bass's office.
And Captain Eric Scott there from the LA Fire Department, who's such a great spokesperson for them, who's guided us through this. We'll probably hear from him. We see some of the reporters doing some mic checks to make sure that everybody's ready. This press conference is expected to begin at any moment now. We see the Los Angeles Police Department is there. This is a fire that's so big you expect to see a lot of other agencies from other parts of the state and potentially even from around the country come in to help. But right now we do see the folks from Southern California taking the lead on this fire, and we expect to potentially hear new information in terms of the acreage and new information in terms of the plan to fight this fire tonight. Because Marla, the bad news is the winds are supposed to get worse, right?
Yes. So we've heard from Adam Kruger, our chief meteorologist, who's tracking those sustained wind speeds and gusts that later on around midnight, they're forecasted to be as high as 60 miles per hour, even into the 70s for your Wednesday morning. That doesn't mean that it actually will be that, but it's definitely going to pick up. There will be a moment for a little bit of a reprieve later on, thank goodness, but that's not going to last long. And I know that you're pointing to LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath is there, and Governor Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, Tracy Park.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, the governor just arrived here along with some of the other officials. Governor Newsom was in Southern California, supposed to be with President Biden today in Thermal, which is in the Coachella Valley, to designate a national monument. The president did not end up going there because it was deemed not safe to travel there. And so he made that announcement virtually. And then Governor Newsom, instead of staying in Thermal, came here to Southern California to meet with the folks responsible for this. He just got a tour in that area of some of the flames there. And so he is a part of this emergency response. We see Lindsay Horvath there, as you mentioned, from the LA County Board of Supervisors as well. It looks like Marquise Harris Dawson, who is the city council president, is there. So basically, almost all of the elected officials, sans Karen Bass, who apparently is out of the country, the mayor of Los Angeles, are there together to try to show a unified front in talking about what happens there. John Lee, member of the city council, Tracy Park, member of the city council, Chief Crowley, right, all there. And so my guess is a lot of them are going to talk. It's probably going to take a while, but
we're approaching the podium. Maybe this is just for a mic checker to get remarks set up, but it looks like this press conference will be underway sooner than later. While we wait for that, we had Matthew Seedorf in a really precarious situation earlier where homes were burning. Let's show you that.
On the Crescent, we've been seeing these flames grow even more, especially with that wind. Right now, you can see this massive plume of smoke and flames. Windows are breaking, and really, this home, it seems like it's being considered a loss because of the massive fire. And Sam, if you want to follow us to the home next to it, it looks like it was under construction, but it is now gone. We've been trying to speak with residents out here, and for the most part, it seems like people have evacuated. But we did speak with someone that drove by, just wondering, where are the firefighters? We did see a couple of firefighters nearby, and we've actually been even trying to help them put out some of these hotspots on homes using garden hoses. There's another house, if we can follow this direction, that's also up in flames right now. Just feel the heat coming off of that and the embers that are going up in the air with these winds that are gusty, in some spots over 30 miles per hour. Firefighters just got to this home on the other side of Via Cresta. That's also up in flames right now. And we have 3 firefighters here. And it looks like they're getting this fire knocked down pretty good, but about half the fire, half the home looks like it was heavily damaged by these flames. They're trying to get inside the garage right now. Inside the garage right now, just so they can get another angle of this fire. So hopefully they can go inside. Looks like they just trying to attack from the inside.
wow, amazing, amazing. video there from Matthew Seedorf and his photographer Sam Dubin a short time ago in Pacific Palisades. Thanks to them, they were able to get out of there safely. We will go back to them when we can as we continue to look at some of these pictures of all these cars that were bulldozed by officials because they were deemed to be in the way, and many of them now been totaled off on the side of the road. These were abandoned cars, and we're waiting this press conference. We can see our Haley Winslow is right there in the picture getting ready. We expect this thing to get underway within the next minute or so, and hopefully get some guidance in terms of where we go from here, and maybe some updated numbers in terms of the strategy. We heard from Joel Pollack, who is from Breitbart, but also a resident concerned and frustrated by some of the response that led to images like this. It'll be interesting to hear if they address any of those potential concerns. But right now, we're sort of in the life-threatening fight or flight mode for this, and maybe there'll be time for some of the after-action analysis. They really want to get through the brunt of this, and we are in an emergency crisis situation happening right now as we continue to look at live pictures of all of these abandoned cars that are no longer going to be working.
It is a sight to see. In terms of acreage, CAL FIRE is now estimating it to be at 1,262 acres, a wide swath of the Palisades under a mandatory evacuation. Those numbers could be updated when we get the latest from LAFD and the governor. That will happen, as you heard Alex say, momentarily. Evacuation centers are set up. One is at Westwood Recreation Center. This is on Sepulveda Boulevard between Wilshire and Ohio. They do accept small animals. And then also the Dream Center, that's a little further out.
Oh, wow.
Or farther out, pardon me, the Dream Center in Hollywood, that has opened its doors 24/7 to anybody who needs some help. They have opened their doors as an evacuation center as well. They do such great work, and they have decided to open their doors for this very scary emergency that is underway in the Palisades.
The Dream Center usually performs the function of helping the homeless through faith-based rehabilitation programs and work programs, and a very successful year-long program to help people get clean and sober. But in times of crisis, as we've seen over and over again, they have stepped up to serve the greater community, and it sounds like they are doing that once again. Are those sprinklers that are on? So as we look at this street with these abandoned cars, as we continue to get a sense, and it looks like some officials here may be approaching the microphone. And are we about to begin here? Looks like we are about to begin this press conference as we see the assembled leadership from Southern California and the state, and we had a feeling that seal was not going to stand, but we know who's here. We now see Jim McDonald, the chief of LAPD, is there as well, and so
Chief Maroney as well, Chief Crowley, and the tall one, that is the Public Information Officer who you see often on your television, Eric Scott. He provides great information on behalf of LAFD. There's county, there's city, there's state officials, so it runs the whole gamut. I'm sure this is going to last for some time as they update us, and then hopefully there'll be another update later tonight. But first and foremost, this would be the first press conference since fire broke out at 10:30.
Okay, my name is Captain Eric Scott, the lead public information officer for the Palisades Fire. On behalf of everyone behind me, thank you for being here. Thank you for educating the public through your message. So this is all for the Palisades Fire, which is approximately 1,200 acres. And to go into all the specifics, we have a list of 8 individuals that will speak for you today. After those 8 individuals, we'll have Spanish, and then we'll have follow-up questions. After that, we'll have one-on-one interviews and let you know when the next press conference will be. So we ask at this time, please silence your cell phones, turn down your radios, keep your sidebar conversations off to the side. But to begin with, we'd like to call up the fire chief of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, Kristen Crowley.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be giving you a brief on what your LAFD has done up to this point. So at 10:30 this morning, a brush fire was reported at 1190 North Piedra Miranda Drive, in our local fire station here right behind us, at Fire Station 23. Los Angeles is currently experiencing an extreme fire weather condition with red flag alert. At the time of the fire, the relative humidity was 12 and the winds were approximately 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Based on the red flag weather, your LAFD pre-deployed additional resources, made public awareness notifications, and issued parking restrictions in high hazard fire areas to ensure that the means access and egress of our local fire stations and apparatus could move up and in around the area. First LAFD resources reported initially a 10-acre fire with 40-mile-per-hour winds and alignment heading towards the west or towards the ocean. The LAFD then requested all resources, including strike teams and aircraft from assisting agencies. We then went into an aggressive attack and focused our efforts on fire life safety operations, beginning with evacuations. Currently, the fire is at 1,261 acres and growing based on aerial reconnaissance. The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident. We currently have over 250 LAFD firefighters on scene, including 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters, 4 brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6 paramedic ambulances, 1 fast response vehicle, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, fire investigators, and safety officers. Additionally, we're so grateful for the hundreds of law enforcement officers, partner agencies, first responders, and public work members that are engaged actively in this operation. PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. Evacuation orders are in place for approximately 30,000 residents, including the Highlands area. North of PCH, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, west of Seabreeze Drive and Surfside Drive. Our evacuation center is the Westwood Recreation Center, located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in LA. The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged. Since the beginning of this fire, I've been in constant communication with Mayor Bass, as well as other city leadership, who's working very, very closely. As you can see, this entire entity behind me, we're working seamlessly and closely to ensure that we are protecting lives and property first. So with that, we'll go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Chief Crowley. The next speaker will be the Los Angeles County Fire Chief Maroney.
So good afternoon. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Department Chief. Shortly after the start of the Palisades fire, LA County Fire did assist the City of Los Angeles with a first alarm brush assignment. At 11:30 hours this morning, our LA County Fire Department went into unified command with the City of Los Angeles, and at 12:30, our CAL FIRE partners from the state went into unified command with not only LA City Fire, LA County Fire, and LAPD. Currently, LA County Fire is providing aerial resources to fight this brush fire, including our Firehawk helicopters, our CH-47, part of our nighttime QRF resource that we have, in addition to our CO-415 Super Scoopers. We also have 3 engine strike teams assigned and almost 100 LA County Fire personnel. I want to let all of the viewers and listeners know that we are not out of danger. The National Weather Service has predicted that the winds are going to pick up and get worse. We're going to have the most significant wind event between 10 p.m. this evening and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's incumbent that everybody have a wildfire action plan for their home. If they live in a brush-covered area, please visit the LA County Fire Department website for Ready, Set, Go information. So that's fire.lacounty.gov/RSG. And for the most up-to-date incident information and emergency preparedness information, go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. During emergencies, always by our side is our friends from law enforcement. So we'd like to invite LAPD Chief of Police Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. We are here in a support role to our fire partners. Just a quick rundown. We have over 100 officers here deployed, another approximately 60 ready to be deployed once a mission is given to them. So far, the major job for our people have been evacuation, traffic control, allowing ingress and egress to emergency vehicles, and those can be helpful. I would have an ask that if you would, please do everything you can to open up the streets so we can get the resources we need to be able to deal with this emergency. Please take this wind emergency very seriously. As you heard from the speakers before me, this is something that is going to get worse throughout the night. So we all have to look out for each other. Areas of evacuation so far, about 30,000 people have been evacuated from a total of 10,000 households or 15,000 structures, to include businesses and other buildings so far, with no injury. So we're very thankful for that. But we truly ask for all assistance that we can get in making this as smooth as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief McDonald. I would also like to call up LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, please.
Thank you. My deepest thanks to the first responders who are working tirelessly to fight this Palisades fire. Moments ago, Chair Barger signed LA County's emergency proclamation for this fire, for the severe wind event, and all of the fires related to it. As the National Weather Service predicted, this is a life-threatening situation. To our Palisades and Topanga community under evacuation order, please leave. Ensure your home is unlocked, the power is off, and making sure first responders can easily access the structure. This is essential to keeping you safe and to allowing fire and first responder personnel to do their work. For our unincorporated communities in Santa Monica Mountains, including Sunset Mesa, Topanga Canyon, and Malibu, all under evacuation order and evacuation warning, please ensure you are checking emergency.lacounty.gov and heeding all door-to-door information from our LA County Sheriff and Fire Departments. Thanks to our partners at the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness, who work year-round to practice evacuation drills and emergency preparedness, and they're working tirelessly right now to ensure information is shared across Topanga. For those with livestock, the evacuation location is Pierce College. For those needing small animal evacuation location, the Agora Animal Shelter is available to you. Thank you to Governor Newsom for your quick support and coordination. Thanks to Mayor Bass, to Councilmember Park, and all of the council members in the city, and all of our partners, city, county, and state, unified and working together to keep people safe and address this fire. The county and city of Los Angeles have a lot of experience in unified command. This emergency is no different. We're dedicating every resource we can to urgently contain this fire. I want to extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners. I know LAUSD officials also wanted to be with us, but given the conditions, that was challenging. A few school updates. Topanga Elementary at Woodland Hills Academy will be relocated all week. Cal University High tomorrow. Cali High School is not in session this entire week, and Canyon Elementary will be relocated at a location to be determined. To those affected by the Palisades fire, I know today is terrifying and it is painful. Please know that you are not alone. The County of Los Angeles and all of our partners are here together to stand with you and be in support of you. Thank you again to everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is appreciated and it is essential to keeping people safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we'd like to bring up Los Angeles City Council President Marquis Harris-Dawson.
Thank you so much. I just want everybody to know that since this morning, about 7 a.m., I've been in direct communication with Mayor Bass, who's on her way home from a diplomatic mission on behalf of the United States government. She will be here within hours. Also, we want everybody to know that the city is well prepared and has a tremendous emergency management infrastructure who has been on the case since 6 this morning at the beginning of this wind event. I'm proud to say that we have some of the best men and women anywhere in our fire department, our police department, as well as their partners across the state and across the county. I am also want everybody to know that as acting mayor and president of the LA City Council, along with the county, and we'll hear from the governor later, the city of LA is declaring a state of emergency through this wind event, and we'll have all resources on deck. And our ask, our personal ask, and we'll hear from the council member from this district, but if you could stay off of our roads, please do so to allow emergency vehicles to go across the city. And also remember, we'll continue to drive this home. The worst and most severe part of this wind event is yet to come. So if you're around the city and you have been spared, be thankful, but also be on guard. Bring your lawn furniture in, and again, help us by staying off the roads. And I will ask the council member from this district, who's been on the street since early this morning, making sure the neighborhoods have the information that they need and resources that they need, to come to the podium. Our own Councilwoman Tracy Park.
Thank you everyone for being here, and Council President Harris-Dawson. I want to begin by thanking all of our public safety partners. LA City Fire has over 250 firefighters on the front lines in the hillsides right now, actively fighting this fire, supported by more than 100 firefighters from LA County Fire, as well as additional resources from Orange County, Ventura County, CAL FIRE, and neighboring cities, including Arcadia and Santa Monica. I also want to thank our partners in law enforcement for their terrific coordinated response with us today. LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, CHP is here, as well as our park rangers. Obviously, the scope and scale of today's fire here in the Palisades has been terrifying. We are so incredibly grateful for the swift response. And to my constituents here in the Pacific Palisades, I want to reiterate, this is not a drill. This is an actual public safety emergency. Areas west of Mandeville Canyon and north of Sunset have been ordered for evacuation, so please make sure that you are packed and ready to go and complying with all directives being given to you by law enforcement and our partners at the fire service as well. LA City is activating emergency shelter at Westwood Recreation Center. People in the Palisades who have been displaced by today's events are invited to go there. We are working with animal services to receive and care for pets that are being displaced as well. And as additional resources come online, we'll be providing those updates for you. Local residents should follow along for additional information and updates through official city channels, as well as LAPD, LAFD, and LA County updates, as this is a dynamic situation. This is a fast-moving and growing fire at over 1,200 acres at this point. And with the predicted wind patterns and continued weather event, we expect the situation to continue through the evening. It may take our partners at fire a couple of days to get the situation under control. It may be some time until people are allowed to return to their homes and residences. Please bear with us through this period as our public safety partners work hard to protect lives and property and ensure that this area is safe before people return. In the meantime, if anyone needs additional assistance, I would welcome them to reach out to me and my team. All of our contact information is at cd11.lacity.gov. Thank you to my friends and constituents, and thank you to all of our partners, including Governor Newsom, for being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to now ask Councilmember John Lee to please speak.
First of all, I just want to thank all the firefighters who are on the first responders that are fighting this fire right now. Also, a big thank you to all the organizations throughout the city, county, and state that are assisting our firefighters in what they need to do today. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, it's my job to monitor situations all throughout the city of Los Angeles. And the most important information that I can share with you today is to all of our residents. As soon as we get any new information, we are trying to disseminate that as quickly as possible. It's important that you listen to that information. As someone who represents a district that is commonly affected by fires, one of the issues is we ask our residents to do is, if you're asked to evacuate, if you're asked to stay outdoors, whatever it is that we're asking, if you're in one of those affected areas, that you don't create additional problems for our firefighters, so our firefighters can focus on what they're supposed to do, and that's getting this fire out. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Council Member. And now we'd like to ask the Governor, Gavin Newsom, to please speak.
I give everybody a hell of a way to start a new year. Getting behind my voice, the voice of so many others, and extending deep appreciation to men and women in uniform across jurisdictions. I want to thank, in particular, Chief Crowley, Chief Roney, for your outstanding leadership, police chief, sheriff's office, all of our local law enforcement agencies that work hand in glove. There is simply no better mutual aid system anywhere in the United States of America. And you're seeing it now in scale once again here in Southern California. I say once again because we were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire, a few weeks prior to that, the Mountain fire, November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire here, it's year round. It's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. You may feel at home that you're fine down in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, down in Ventura County, other parts of the state, but there's a reason we pre-positioned hundreds of assets and personnel on Sunday in anticipation of this wind event. 110 engines specifically were sent down, 45 by CAL FIRE, 65 through our mutual aid system to the Office of Emergency Services, water tenders down here, 7 new helicopters we brought from Northern California down to Southern California. We just brought our C-130 down from Northern California. It already just had its first drop. By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard the chief say 10 p.m. tonight to 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed. Not a few, many structures already destroyed. And the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a building, but for family members and loved ones. I know you cannot say this enough. It's foundational. One other thing I want to say, because you can't say it enough, is expression of gratitude. The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs. No politics, no hand wringing, kissing of the feet. The President of the United States said, yes, what else do you need? Emergency proclamations being drafted as we speak. And I just want to thank the President because that's something I don't take for granted. It's something we should not take for granted at this moment in American history. So thank you, President Biden, as well. Final point. We encourage you, you heard all those websites. I don't want to burden you with any more except one. Fire.ca.gov. And why do I say that? Nothing like it in the country. It's nothing like that we've seen in any jurisdiction around the world. 3D maps and live cams on fire.ca.gov. It also will show you the evacuation orders. I encourage people to take a look at that site for information. And of course, ready.ca.org to make sure that you're prepared as we work through yet another extraordinary month in this fire year, perpetual fire year here in the state of California. Thank you again to all of the folks behind me and the outstanding leadership of all the elected officials as well. And forgive me, one point, I'd be remiss. Thank you to Mayor Bass, who was on the phone immediately this morning, making sure even in absentia that she's here organizing everything she can to make sure we're successful as well.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate that. We'd like to open this up now for Spanish, and then we'll go to questions. So we'd like to have Public Information Officer for LAFD, David Ortiz.
So as they do the Spanish translation, I just want to recap some of the news that just came from there. Governor Newsom saying that he's been in contact with President Biden, who happens to be in Southern California today, and that emergency funding from the federal government is coming. He said he didn't want to bring politics into it, although he did get a little bit of a dig at Donald Trump, who has potentially threatened withholding emergency funding in the future if Newsom doesn't do what he wants. That's why he was suggesting that Joe Biden did not get any questions asked there. And the basics here, the good news, Marla, is that so far no injuries, but interesting how Governor Newsom mentioned the fact that he saw multiple structures burn. We don't have any actual number yet, but he made it seem like it wasn't just a few that are burning. And we are getting some indication from our reporter, Christy Fajardo, on the ground that Palisades High School may be burning. We're trying to get more details on that and hopefully get to her soon. But that is a dangerous situation.
30,000 residents under evacuation, 25,000 plus households currently remain threatened. Best news is no injuries to speak of. Again, it's early in the investigation and in this firefight, so that could very well change. You mentioned that Pacific Palisades High School is currently on fire. The Getty Villa was also threatened earlier, but I'm seeing images and being told that the flames did make its way around the Getty Villa, so that at this point has been preserved. On the ground, we also have Chelsea Edwards joining our coverage now. If Chelsea's available, there you are. You're in the Highlands area. They talked about this area being vulnerable and obviously under evacuation zone.
Now, we do have some good news to report in that vein. So this was the area where a lot of people were told to go back and then shelter in place. This area is under an evacuation order. But earlier today, the fire, they say, jumped Palisades Drive. And this is the only way in and out. Firefighters just thought it was too dangerous to be getting people down this canyon. So they pushed everyone who was on the north side of it up and everyone on the south side of it down and told everyone on the north side to shelter in place. But you can see these cars coming down now. So this is good news. They've just allowed these residents out of their homes. I understand we've got another press conference that we're going to. Is that right?
Yeah. So Chelsea, thank you. We're going to go back to the press conference. They're now answering questions. Let's listen to Chief Kristen Crowley.
We did push out information for people to evacuate. Now, the lean forward posture, and I want to talk about that first and foremost, was communicating the potential threat of what was coming. That information was out. It was out early in regard to everybody be ready, set, and go. When that go order came out, at that point, that is that very important point where the public can and should heed that warning and start to evacuate. Now we know there's limited access and egress in certain areas within the hills right behind me. So with that, that's what we believe did happen. People did evacuate. It was slow to evacuate. What I have been briefed on is that the evacuations were slow, but they did occur. And we will follow up on that if there's anything better in the future that we can communicate to the constituents and continue to train to that. Because the evacuation order, we can never do it early enough. So with that, we want to continue to work with the community, ensure that when that evacuation order happens, that they can evacuate in a timely manner. But we understand what you're saying. Sure.
You mentioned that
respective political identities around here. Everybody's rowing in the same direction because everyone gives a damn. They're here for each other, and that's the spirit that defines the best of this state, this country. No one here is playing politics. We have an American president in Joe Biden that recognizes his responsibility in times of emergency. When Americans are in need, he steps up, he steps in, not qualified by a particular request or an expectation. Again, I say what I said because at the moment, I don't take that for granted, candidly, like I have been the last few years. It's rather precious. And my message to the incoming administration, and I'm not here to play any politics, is please don't play any politics. There's a time and place for that. And at this moment where your question only reinforces the moments, the precious moments that we have to evacuate, we don't have time for any of that mishigash.
Go ahead. With the worst wind yet to come, what's the plan in place? Obviously, I know you're probably trying to get as many, boots on the ground as possible, but also in the air, coming with people who are, they literally just left, as you're saying. They were wondering as well why, I know you guys are probably doing everything you can to get as many aircraft, but to drop more water, that's their concern.
So your question's in reference to the increased severity of wind and resources? Okay.
Yeah, was your question regarding nighttime aircraft operations?
Yeah, just obviously the worst is yet to come at about 10 p.m. and overnight.
Right. So the plan is they're developing a plan for nighttime air operations. It's going to be a combination of LA City fire units, LA County fire units, state fire units, and that quick reaction force of the CH-47s that drop retardant at night. We are going to take advantage of the lower temperatures at night, but with increased wind speed, aerial firefighting becomes more dangerous. There is a cutoff mile per hour wind at which we will not operate at night. Flying during the night is more dangerous than flying during the day. We want to make sure we don't get anybody killed, but we do want to fly both days. To wait and see what happens. I mean, it's going to be interesting. If worse right now, it's going to be very difficult for our aerial assets to make a difference for the folks on the ground.
What's the cutoff?
30 to 40 miles an hour sustained. History of operating with high gusts, but it really isn't effective because as the water exits the bottom of the drop tank, it just gets carried away by the wind and never reaches the ground. So there really is no point to putting people at risk if that firefight isn't making a difference.
Was your answer question?
Yeah, I mean, this is only one fire. We've got, 2 more days of this too. I mean, I don't know how many resources, how more people you're able to,
That's
get
the
out
beauty
here.
of automatic and mutual aid. So there's automatic aid agreements between all of these agencies here. They brought their additional boots on the ground. And as the governor mentioned, we have state mutual aid. So CAL FIRE's come in. We'll get the appropriate quantity and type of resources to mitigate this emergency. And it's an opportunity of neighbor helping neighbor. And we will do the same thing in Northern California when they need it. Yes, ma'am. Sure. So questions about abandoned cars. That's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuation, left of the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle on the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can't get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you, because as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly. Thank you.
Just expand a little bit. On Saturday, state started to convene respective leadership across the state of California at the Office of Emergency Services. We started to pre-position early evening on Sunday in 6 or 7 counties here in Southern California, quite literally moved assets from Northern California into Southern California. Just as an example, moments ago, we had a chance to meet a crew from and from Santa Clara County that just were deployed up the mountain. Those resources remain pre-positioned currently in other counties in anticipation of the concerns you just expressed in the wind events. We are anticipating, hopefully we're wrong, but we're anticipating other fires happening concurrently. And that's exactly the previous experience we've had with these kinds of wind events. And that's why we continue to provide and supplement those resources from all across Northern California in particular. One final thing, because I think it's important. My phone lights up all the time, including this morning, about people saying, well, where are all the planes? You said you put all these assets. I want to see them. It was important what Chief just said. We could be up there all day making people feel good, but we're not doing any good because that retardant flies all over the place. And so it's not that the planes themselves can't handle the turbulence and the wind shears. It's that simply you're not suppressing anything. And so it is a point I know, but then it also reinforces the preciousness of the hand crews and the men and women that are on the ground holding the line that are up there as we speak. And that's also part of the specialty units that are part of these larger operations. We have an incident command team that quite literally is organized here in real time, and we're gaming out the next few days with the benefit of something we haven't had in the past, new technology, techno-civil and other AI-enabled technology that allows us predictive capacity in a way we've never had in the past, which is also aiding our efforts to not just prevent, in some cases, as it relates to early detection, but also prepare to suppress in subsequent incidences.
Yes.
With winds expected to pick up, do you have any projections for where the fire might move next or any areas that might be at risk?
It's been moving in a southwest direction towards Getty, which is moving towards the Los Angeles County Fire Department's jurisdiction. It did begin in the city, and that's the unified command.
Good. And real quick, I know you said that there's no reported injuries. Are there any unaccounted individuals that you have?
Not that we're aware of at this point. So that is part of the process. They are having evacuation groups that are looking at that, but we're not aware of any individuals unaccounted for. Some, we did receive multiple 911 calls for a particular address. We did send resources in to rescue people.
What are you telling folks in the west area, Santa Monica, further south? Should they stay put? Should they keep their boats on overnight? I mean, what should people do who are kind of on the edge here between the fire zone and
Okay, so what are we telling the people south of the fire? Yeah. You want me to take that or anybody else? Okay.
Thank you for asking that question. Your question was, are we communicating to individuals that are south of the incident? I think it's really, really important for the entire public to understand, as you can see, how dynamic these winds are and how quickly they can change on a dime. So you may think, okay, I'm safe, but that key is the communication. Listen for those evacuation orders and warnings, and also be super hyper diligent in regard to what could happen. If an individual within the community wants to lean forward and just say, I'm not gonna risk anything, I'm just gonna go to a different area where it may be safer. Just know from the south, and with the winds as unpredictable as they are, there's very, very much at risk. So we want people to be very cognizant of that, make good decisions, make sure they can understand real-time information, and we will communicate that and articulate that very clearly. But this is very, very, very dynamic. And you can just, by standing here, seeing us with the wind gusts and with the predictability of this wind's going to get worse tonight. So we want people to lean forward, ready, set, go, be ready. Thank you.
Thank you. we're going to go ahead and conclude the press conference at this point. We'll have another press conference tonight. That's not necessarily likely. There will be PIOs available here for additional questions. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., we do anticipate to have another joint press conference. Thank you all for sharing this important information.
All right, we've just wrapped the latest from county and city and state officials. Again, the count is just over 1,200 acres, close to 1,300 acres. Multiple structures burned, but they don't have a count as to how many exactly. Best news is at this point, no injuries to speak of. Let's go on the ground, though, to Christy Fajardo. She is out there, and it is gusting where you are. Where are you, Christy?
I'm actually on Sunset at Via de la Paz, and we just witnessed how quickly things can change, because when that press conference started, we were actually at Sunset and Temescal Canyon, and suddenly it got very dark. It looked almost like nighttime. The winds were gusting, and there was ash and smoke just being kicked up, and suddenly that fire just exploded. Unfortunately, we know that there have been a couple more structures that have been added to the damaged, at least, toll since that press conference started, because we saw houses on the, and suddenly some of that was on fire. And there was one man who raced down. He was in a convertible, and he told us that his house was one of them. He said it was on fire as he was leaving. And I want to show you what it looks like now. You can see how smoky it is. Visibility is very, very poor here, and we're not that far from Temescal and Sunset. Unfortunately, as we were leaving, we could see that Pali High, that there was things that were burning there. I do not know if they were structures, but something on the property was definitely on fire. Hopefully it was shrubs. We were facing the field, so it might have been something in the field that was on fire. And sadly, there were also palm trees on the south side of Temescal near Sunset. They were also on fire, and apartment buildings there were threatened, and people, the ones who had not evacuated, were streaming out. And now, as you can see, you can even hear them. Fire alarms are going off all around us. The LAPD just came through here and ordered the gas station that is on the corner here, the 76, to close. And we're seeing little spot fires. In fact, if we pan this way, you might be able to see that there was one started in the parking lot of this Gelson's, because every now and then we get these big gusts and it starts raining embers. And unfortunately, we've also been seeing the power lines arcing on Via de la Paz, so a very dangerous situation. And those who have not opted to leave are now leaving. And can we pan over there and show those shopping carts? That's how gusty it is. They're just moving around in this parking structure. And that is essentially what firefighters are dealing with at this hour. You can see the gust just hit whatever was burning over there. And now we're starting to see flames. And that is how quickly the situation can change. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, we talk about the fact that embers in these situations can potentially go 2 miles. And so you think of all of those spots that we're seeing in that image right there. There's a little fire there, a little fire there, in all these different directions. So not only could the fire start there, but those could then become embers that move in other directions that could start another fire. So what's so challenging for the firefighters, as you see from these images, is that you can't be everywhere, Marla. There's just too many fires. And it becomes a question of, where do you go? What's the priority? And in some places, that means you have to let homes burn, which is a horrible situation for any of the homeowners who are impacted by that. But that's the tough calculation that these fire crews are having to do.
Let's go to Chelsea Edwards. She's at Sunset and Palisades, and you are, it looks like, where all of those cars were bulldozed earlier.
Yeah. I mean, the only word that comes to mind, honestly, Marla and Ellen, is apocalyptic. I mean, you just look at this and can imagine the panic these people must have felt when this was going on. So they're trying to get out. There's some bolt directions, as you can see. And then a bulldozer, which is just up to the left up there, up on Palisades Drive, just had to come through and literally bulldoze these cars out of the way so that people and so that emergency responders especially could get through to either side. And that's because the fire is really on all sides of where we're standing right now here in the Highlands. So again, we're on Sunset Boulevard, right near Palisades Drive. This is where a lot of people up in the Highlands were told to evacuate, but then the fire jumped Palisades Drive, which is really the only way in and out of that particular neighborhood. And that's when authorities made the difficult decision to say, you know what, if you're north of this, you got to go back and shelter in place. We'll try to come when we can. Thankfully, they have been able to do that. Those residents who are up there have now been able to come down the hill, which is very good news. But look at some of this aftermath. Elliot, if we can turn to our left here, look at this canyon. So when we first got here, this was on fire. I mean, you could barely see. Visibility was very, very low. There was a lot of debris in the air, still is in the air. And you can see how the wind is just pushing the smoke. So echoing what Christy was saying, the wind is just so unpredictable. I mean, there's times where it's kind of laying down and it seems almost like it's not moving, and then out of nowhere, my colleague Elliot Mendoza and I are almost, we're about to get knocked over because it's just so powerful in one direction, and then 2 minutes later, it's blowing in the other direction. So right now, obviously going pretty strong this way, but look at this charred hillside. There's just no vegetation left on this, and unfortunately, from our camera, from our angle, for the last for probably an hour now, we have seen a lot of plumes of black smoke, very large plumes of black smoke. A big one is up there, which is sort of in the Highlands neighborhood. It's hard to tell exactly where that is, but it appears there. Oh, sorry, Elliot. Sorry, I just stepped on some debris from a car here. This is actually a side mirror, it looks like, that was bulldozed off. But when we look up there and we see those black plumes, unfortunately, that's an indication that homes are burning up there, especially when they're that size, the plumes that we've been seeing. You can see the smoke is thickening as well, and we've been seeing a lot of this where the conditions just rapidly change. For a minute there, we were up this way on Sunset Boulevard to the east. Our live truck was kind of parked and facing uphill, but all of a sudden flames started coming from this Lake Shrine area, which is just south of this hedge where we're standing here. And they got so close to the truck, we had to just jump in and get out of there. There were actually some people who were not firefighters. I'm not sure who these people were, but they were picking up the firefighters' hoses and trying to save some of these cars because the flames were just coming right up against these cars and right up against our live van. I actively saw them save at least one car up that way a little bit from just going up into flames. And of course, the danger is that any of these cars go up into flames. These are all scrunched together. No one has keys. There's no one here to operate these cars. If one goes up, there's a high likelihood that they'll go up together. Just look at this scene. I mean, look at the force that would have hit this. You got here knocked off. You've got this whole front bumper, this whole front area dented. Over here, same thing. I mean, they just had to plow their way through in order to get these emergency responders to 2 different areas. Now, again, the fire is on all sides of us. So if we look up this hillside, you can see some charring up there. Those were active flames when we first got here. We saw a lot of large embers that were just flying around. I mean, it's, again, just one of those things where it's unpredictable. You don't know where they're going to land, where they could spark, where they're going to end up. So, you're dealing with that, and then you look again to the distance, and you can go up a little bit and see those flames up. I don't know if that's a home or if those are what those are up there, but something's burning up there. And you just think, I mean, it's just unpredictable out here. It's just a wild scene. But the good news is all those people that were up in the Highlands area who were told to turn around, which must have been just terrifying for those people up there to have to turn around and go back to your homes when there are active flames encroaching in. All of those residents, at least according to the people that I've spoken to on the ground, have now been allowed out of their homes. They got police escorts and fire personnel escorts down the hill. They were very eagerly taking a right. I tried to talk to a couple of them as they were coming down, and the looks on their faces were very telling. They wanted nothing to do with anything that did not involve getting out of there. It's been a harrowing day for everybody living up there, and it looks, at least from where we're standing, we haven't confirmed this, but it looks like homes were lost somewhere in that vicinity. Again, these huge black plumes of smoke that have been coming up just time and time again. We're hearing explosion after explosion. Don't know if those are transformers or what, but there's also action down here. We've got some palm fronds that were that had started to go up. We saw some police officers grabbing fire hoses and dousing kind of upwards, trying to get those palm trees so they wouldn't go up and then cause embers to fly, which would of course endanger everybody in this area. So, I mean, just looking at this as you walk around, it feels like we're either on a movie set or, I mean, we're not. This is real life, and this is the reality of how dangerous these fires are and how quickly these emergency responders have to make decisions when it is just an emergency like this. I mean, there was obviously, when you look at the aftermath, there was just no time. I mean, they just had to make that call and say, all right, we got to move these cars, and they did it. And this is the aftermath. So, and also have to think about the people who were in these cars. Imagine the terror to make that decision. I know we've been talking about that on our air all day, but at what point in your mind do you think, okay, we've got to go, let's leave everything in the car. Let's leave our valuables. Let's leave the car, which is valuable. Of course, a lot of these are very nice cars, and just run. Elliot, look over here. We've got some active flames. So this has been flaring up quite a bit. Not sure exactly where this is. This is looking west on Sunset, but you see those big flames over there. There's a lot of vegetation back there, and we've seen a lot of these flare-ups, but we've also seen right in that pocket, so somewhere west of Palisades Drive, also, again, those big plumes of black smoke, which indicates that something else is burning up there. So obviously some vegetation, not sure if that's a home or not, but I mean, really everywhere you look, you can see pockets of active flame, and you can certainly feel it in the air, see it in the air. The visibility is very low, and the smoke is just so incredibly thick. So, I mean, it's just a wild scene out here. But again, that good news, it does appear that they were able to get everyone who was sheltering in place up in the highlands, were able to get them out to safety. So obviously this is an active and developing situation. We'll be here on the ground bringing you the latest as we get it. Just wild.
Chelsea, what's it like driving around right now?
Driving, well, when we were coming in, it is just absolute gridlock. I mean, you can't move in any direction. And I was just looking at the people's, here's a jump. We're going to go see if we can talk to this person carrying what appears to be all of her belongings. Oh my goodness, she's got a suitcase and a bag. Excuse me, ma'am, are you all right? Are you okay? I'm good, yes. What up here? 9-year-old dog. What's going on? Is Sir Fluffs a lot? Hi, Sir Fluffs a lot. Got evacuated, St. Matthews. Oh, he's gonna be so scared. So I went to drop my son off at school at a friend's house after school. And then deserted my car somewhere up here. So one of these cars is your car? No, I'm like on Bienvenida and Sons down here. And I probably made it about 1.5 miles on foot up the mountain. A little bit of an apocalypse situation, but then a fire truck saw me and gave me a ride the rest of the way. So then I got my dog and grabbed some stuff and made my way down. So you physically ran back to your home to rescue your dog? Yeah, I had to get my son's dog. He already lost a dog last year when our house got broken into in Brentwood, and I wasn't going to put him through that again. So I got my ski goggles, which, by the way, came in very handy because my eyes were burning on the way up the mountain. But thanks to some good Samaritans, giving me a ride halfway up and back down. I'm going to go see if my car is still where I left it and go find my son. Good luck to you, and I just... Well, is your home still standing as far as you're aware? Townhouse standing. I do own a little children's store called the Grey Dragon of Marquez. Okay. And I know that's a fire right there behind like Marquez Elementary and stuff. So I don't know. So we'll see. Are you going to try to drive out once you get to your car? Well, if I can get to my car, if I can, great. If not, then I'll figure it out. So please stay safe and good luck to you. What's your name? Adele. Adele? Yes. Hayden Rich. Thank you so much, Adele. Yeah. Good luck. I'm a little worried about Adele walking up here on her own.
She seems...
This is really emergency responders.
Yeah.
Only, but goodness, her attitude is incredible.
Yeah, she's very just, I'm going to do this. It's what I have to do. I had to rescue Sir Fluffs a lot for my son. I mean, she is just a trooper. She is determined. Yeah. I hope her car is still there.
That was incredible. I hope it is too. We'll try to catch up with her in just a bit.
Yeah. All right, Chelsea, we'll let you get back to that reporting. Thank you for that. Thank you to photographer Elliot Mendoza for some great work out there. As we approach the 4:30 half hour, Alex Michelson, Marla Tay is here with special coverage. We are preempting TMZ Live today for this Palisades fire, which has burned more than 1,200 acres on the west side of Los Angeles and continues to burn out of control. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf has seen some of the worst destruction. He joins us live right now. Matthew, talk to us about where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, Alex, really, this is just horrible to see. We're on Blackman Lane up in Pacific Palisades. This is just one of this 12 homes we've seen today get destroyed by massive flame. And you can see firefighters are here trying to do their best to really put it out. This home is, at this point, you'd imagine is a total loss, but trying to keep the hot spots from flaring up and popping up more downhill. Massive amount of smoke. We're seeing fires like this kind of scattered all over what is relatively a very residential area. I do want to show you, if you can swing it this way, the firefighters actually pulled a grandfather clock out of this house, managed to save that. But if you look at the house itself, I mean, it is a total.
All right, we'll have
Next to it down here.
signal problems with Matthew Seedorf and his crew there. Do we have them back? Let's go.
Right,
Go ahead, Matthew. Let's try it one more time. Maybe not as much movement, if possible.
Yeah, the cell reception in the area is not great, as we are also dealing with that, as well as these strong winds. The wind's really pushing the flames and making it worse and spread very quickly. But firefighters doing their best to just extinguish the flames at this house, keep it from shooting more embers up in the air and starting other homes nearby.
And real quickly, Matthew, because it sort of cut out when you were saying this, did you say that you have seen yourself 12 homes burn?
That's correct. I'd say at least 12, and kind of in different areas of Pacific Palisades. Kind of spotty, but yeah, definitely at least.
Yeah, you even picked up the hose earlier to try and put out some flames when there were no fire crews around. Okay, stay safe. We'll check in with you in just a bit. Matthew Seedorf reporting for us. Let's go to Christy Fajardo. She has another vantage point at Pacific Palisades. Christy?
Yeah, we're actually on Sunset at Villa de la Paz, and I told you in the last live shot that we were hearing fire alarms going off, and we now know that some of that smoke that you see right over there is coming from an apartment building that is on fire on Temescal Canyon Road, and we actually saw the flames jump Temescal Canyon Road, and we also saw fire on Pelly High property. And Erin Lynch, we actually met her earlier, a couple of hours ago, when things looked much different, but you drove through there. What did you see at Pelly High?
Yeah, there's fire in the stadium. The stands are burning. There's vegetation on the high school property. Even the road had some fire going across it, the pavement, the blacktop. And yeah, and then that huge building across the way was completely engulfed.
And when we met you earlier, you had left your neighborhood. Things were looking a lot better. Then the wind came in, and we witnessed that firsthand. Suddenly the sky got really dark, started seeing embers flying everywhere. And that's what you were driving out of. You had gone to your house motorcycle. What did you see in your neighborhood?
Right on my street, a couple houses were starting to burn. There was the vegetation right by the houses, and right up the block on both ends, there are houses that are completely gone. Numbers that I saw burning, and then other houses up there that I know must be. But yeah, it's pretty ugly.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that you and your neighbors are going through that. But you were saying you've actually experienced this before.
Yes, I believe the last time that we had a big fire on these hills here was 1979, when I saw the flames coming over in the afternoon, and it was the beginning. And that was the last time we were evacuated, 1979. Yeah.
I know you're finally leaving. You're not going to go back, and I am so glad you're safe. You're going to Brentwood, you were saying, and
go hang out with a friend. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
What?
Thank you so much. I know this has been a very, very harrowing day, for you.
It's sad for a lot of my neighbors. There's a lot of people that are not going to have a very good January 2025 now.
And you lived there a long time. I imagine it's a close-knit community.
Yeah, people know people nearby, and they're, down the street and around the corner, and yeah, so it's going to be tough.
As far as you could tell, everybody had evacuated?
Yes, there are a few people in their cars and hanging around, but...
So you can see back the winds.
Yes.
And this is what firefighters are dealing with, because we've been talking about those embers, and we saw that. We witnessed that firsthand. That was just one big gust. And a lot of people were really concerned about an elderly man who lived up on the hill, because they told us they tried to get him to evacuate. And he was out there. We could see him on the hillside. and he was watering down his property, but suddenly we couldn't see him or even his house anymore because there was so much smoke and flame. So hopefully he got out, or hopefully his home is safe. But a lot of harrowing stories we're hearing out here. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah. Christy Bajardo, thank you for that. We're rooting for her. In the meantime, we want to bring in our meteorologist, Adam Kruger. You were warning about this last night, really, for several days, and the worst is still to come, right, Adam?
Yeah, I would say so. The strongest winds are expected tonight through tomorrow morning, and obviously it's already been very warm. Also, the driest air is yet to come. It's going to get a little drier tomorrow than what we see right now. So this part of the forecast I'm going to share with you will be the forecast wind gusts, and then we'll look at forecast relative humidity. And by the way, when we show you these numbers, when we're talking about gusts, there's a difference there between sustained winds and gusts. Gusts would be how strong the winds could be at any specific moment, just a burst of wind that might get this strong, whereas a sustained wind would be the average over a couple minutes. So sustained winds are going to be a little bit less intense than the numbers you see right here. But let's walk you through what we expect this evening, and I've got Pacific Palisades highlighted right there. As expected, again, as we go later into tonight, we are going to start to find the winds picking up. So here's a look at what our model is showing at about 7 o'clock. And this is a new model. If you're watching about an hour or so ago, this is a fresh model run. So the latest available data. Now watch these numbers here as we go to 9 o'clock tonight. This model is suggesting there may be winds now ramping up with gusts that could exceed 60 miles per hour, and it's not just the Pacific Palisades. I mean, you see the map here. There are high numbers scattered all around Southern California. So we continue to monitor all areas. Like we heard during the press conference, the resources are in place because it's possible that something might spark somewhere else. And even in the Pacific Palisades area, we see that it's just almost impossible to keep up with flare-ups that are happening all over the place. Just an ember flies and starts a fire there, ember flies somewhere else, and these can travel quite far, a mile or two ahead of the fire sometimes. All right, so this is 9 o'clock tonight. Now as we go through the night, here's 2 o'clock in the morning. Look at these numbers. Again, we still see gusts in many spots that could be over 60 miles per hour. So this is that example that late tonight through tomorrow morning is going to be the most intense winds. Here we are 4 o'clock in the morning. 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts are still on the map. Here we're going to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And, it's just, it gives you chills kind of to see these numbers continuing at that same level. We get tomorrow and tomorrow afternoon, then we're over the hump. It's not like we're totally in the clear, but we're over the hump as far as the strongest winds go. There's still going to be some areas where it's going to be windy. The air will still be very dry, and there's still a wildfire danger with red flag warnings continuing into Thursday in some areas. But the high wind warnings, that ends at 6 p.m. tomorrow. All right, now as far as the humidity, we've seen relative humidity below 20% in several areas today. That's what we're seeing right now. We know when the fire started in the Pacific Palisades earlier this morning in the press conference, they mentioned the relative humidity was around, I think, 15% or so is what they mentioned. Now, let's run this into tomorrow. Here's the forecast, relative humidity. I'll pause it midday tomorrow, and notice how the numbers are overall even lower. Some spots could be below 10%. Extremely dry air, very strong winds. It's a very difficult combination. And as far as those winds, I'll highlight this if you missed it in the press conference earlier, but the officials are saying that, people are wondering, where's the air support? Why aren't we seeing a lot during the nighttime? It's actually the winds, if they're strong enough, it's not that it's unsafe for the aircraft to fly around, but whatever they're going to do to take care of the fire, whatever they're dropping, if, winds are gusting over 40 or so, it's almost like, what's the use? It just gets scattered away from the wind, and that doesn't really land on its target. So that's another elements that makes this all just a little bit more complicated here as we just need to wait for the weather really to settle down. We're going to start seeing that late day Wednesday, Thursday, still red flag conditions though. And even Friday is not ideal, but we'll be past the worst of this by the end of the day tomorrow and into tomorrow night. Guys?
All right, Adam, thanks so much. Let's give you the latest information as we look at the plume of smoke from this camera here. Let's throw up all that information if we could. At this point, 1,262 acres have burned. Multiple structures have also burned. We don't have an exact count. Of course, mandatory evacuation orders are. Residents have evacuated. More than 25,000 people remain, or rather households remain threatened. And the 10K homes, that's 10,000 people within those 25,000 plus households. It's a lot of numbers, but bottom line, this is if you're in the Pacific Palisades, you are under some sort of evacuation order given the threat of those winds and the destructive ability of the winds. Let's go on the ground now to Chelsea Edwards. She has been giving us a look at all of those cars that have been bulldozed. It looks like you've now moved locations.
a little bit. So we've taken a right onto Palisades Drive. This is where all those homes are, where the fire actually jumped the road, and this is where firefighters had to make that call to just separate the people who were to the south and to the north of that fire path, and to go back and shelter in place, or to continue on to Sunset Boulevard. So you can see this wind has just kicked up again. I mean, look at these palm fronds up at the top. So firefighters just doing everything they can to kind of stabilize this area right now. If you look in the distance, it's kind of hard to make out with all the smoke in the air, but you can see that charred hillside. I mean, these flames came right down to the base of this shopping center, right up against the up on the top, and it's pretty incredible when you look at the work that firefighters did to save the property in this area. Of course, their first priority is saving lives, and that's what they were trying to do when they told people to go back up the hill, back to their homes, and to shelter in place while the fire came closer and closer. But that good news that we've been reporting, we just saw another convoy of cars coming down. Those folks who were up there and told to shelter in place, they've been making their way down this hill with police escorts, and then making their way out to Sunset Boulevard. And again, I would tell you, just looking at their faces, you can tell they have been through a lot today. I mean, just the stress and the worry and the relief of finally being able to come down this hill and to finally evacuate. Everybody just looks relieved to be getting out of there. So I want to show you, we're kind of set the scene here. So here's the bulldozer that we believe, or at least one of them, that sort of bulldozed those cars out of the way to make room for emergency responders and for people who are evacuating. It's just sitting here on standby as firefighters continue their work. There are a lot of activity coming up and down Palisades Drive. Fire officials that are coming back and forth, police officers going back and forth. Again, their goal is to get everybody who is up there to come down the mountain and to evacuate now. And then also to make sure that this fire, if any embers are carried because of this crazy wind, that they don't spark other spot fires, and that they don't start setting more property on fire. Because again, when we look up this canyon, we have seen several, I would say at least 10 very large plumes of black smoke, which indicates that there is property that has been lost up somewhere at the top of Palisades Drive. We haven't driven up there. Here's another example of that. So if you look up in the sky, you can see this kind of plume. So I don't know what's back there. I don't know what's over that ridge, but it looks like something is burning up there. If we look over here as well, I mean, you can just see, again, the smoke that's just being pushed down. And here's another convoy. So this is what we keep talking about. These are these residents who were told to go back up the hill. Police are going, they're rounding them all up, and then they're taking them down safely, kind of, things like this, just making sure that everybody is safe. So some good news for these residents, but really a harrowing day for everybody who's been here. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Chelsea Edwards, thank you. We're looking at a live picture right now from Ed Lascos and his crew, who is joining our coverage now for the first time. Ed, talk about where you are and what you're seeing.
This is something we don't want to see. It means now that this fire burning within the village of the Palisades, Haverford and Antioch, across here, a lot of these old homes. This is Antioch. We are just south of the cross Haverford. Several of these homes up in flames. They started smoldering a little while ago from all the burning off the hillside, and now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 of these homes burning out of control. The wind swirling down here, whipping the flames around. Next block over, some more homes. Another that you just saw a few minutes ago with we had a transformer, an electrical transformer explode over there. This is all out of control, burning embers all over the place, whipped around by those winds. And this is something, if you're familiar with the Palisades Village, just as a block just behind Gelson's, the main center of the village itself. A lot of these homes have been here for decades, and now they're tree-lined streets. Antioch right over here, it is burning. You can hear it popping. Active fire, all out of control. No firefighters here. This is just something where you're left to the whims of nature, and these winds blowing the embers all the way through. Last half hour, so the wind's really picking up here, and this mic here has been showing our photographers. You see all the smoke blowing through. I'm sure you can also see some of the burning embers too. But these homes burning. It is a wildfire, an out-of-control blasting wildfire. Look at all these embers blowing through here. Unbelievable. See, this is in the Palisades Village. Again, about a block south of Gelson's, right in the heart of the village itself. We were hoping in this area that the fire would stay up on the hillside itself to the north side of Sunset Boulevard. That was the hope, but now the fire is really roaring here. They keep coming back. We're going to pull back here a little bit, Mike, because the embers really becoming dangerous. And as these embers blow up through, there are some more homes obviously run off to the other side. They are at risk too. Again, this is Antioch. It is a block south of Haverford, about 2 blocks south of Sunset. right behind the Gelsons in the heart of the Palisades Village. The fire here burning out of control.
And I want to give you a second to catch your breath, and maybe we can just take this sound full and listen in to the sound coming off of Mike Armijo's camera for a moment.
Yeah. It was 200 acres about 11 o'clock, and it's now at 1,200.
So you can hear those ferocious winds, and you can hear the destruction. Ed Lascos, as we bring you back into this, Ed, I know you know this neighborhood, the Palisades, so well. Can you talk about this community, the character of this community? Whoa! And now we're looking at power lines. This is especially dangerous.
And apparently this hasn't happened since 1979.
I will, but I was going to mention also the power
A fire in Palisades, Los Angeles.
A while ago. There's still some folks in this area.
According to one of the residents,
Telling them, oh, we have some more.
there was a fire like this in the area
people to watch out for the damn power
where the
lines.
residents
They
are
are still energized, and as the
in 1979.
transformers, the wires come down, that even brings yet another situation. But to your point,
And everybody had to evacuate just like now.
Lots of children through here. The folks come here, they set up their homes because they're
So they had a few years
very peaceful,
between
not much of a crime. We don't really get out many stories because there's not much
now
of
and
a crime situation here. And then you have a fire like this that starts burning on the hill, and you can see these winds whipping right down Antioch, and there's no way to stop them. Firefighters have no way of controlling this, and it's just one home after the other as it goes down toward the ocean. And I was going to show Mikey. Mikey, can you look at this? It's interesting. Here's a spot fire. This is the home right across the street. Look at this. That's how these things happen. The embers, remember we saw them blowing? It's now into that hedge, burning his home. And that, without any firefighters down here, was probably going to threaten and blow over and catch this hedge on fire. This vegetation in these homes are going to be at risk too. But look how quickly just a little ember like that gets going. There's a big pine tree right overhead. This whole area looks like a bomb, a war zone. Look at this. I'm standing here and I can't even believe it.
So no firefighters that you see on the street right now.
There are no firefighters here at all. But again, it's not a crack or slap at the firefighters. They've got their hands full. Look at those burning embers down at the bottom of the street. Look at that. My goodness. Right, so everybody's down here. I don't see any more of the residents down here. There are some folks who are driving around taking pictures. But yeah, watch over to your left there, sir. This hedge is really going over there now. So it doesn't take long at all. A matter of seconds, it's going. There's another spot fire on the other side. So this home and the home right next to it, threatening as well. But no, we haven't seen any firefighters down here. But what did they do? Look at this. You see all these embers, big pieces, chunks of the palm trees blowing through here. The wind blowing through. It looks like somebody turned on the gas on your stove and it's just roaring out of control.
And you said that the residents, thank goodness, they've evacuated. No one's there.
No, yeah, watch out. Yeah, well, yeah, let's back up. But these wires are also popping. There's that embers up to the left. Look at that. That's that hedge. Remember, we saw that just about 2-3 minutes ago. It's gone. That home, my goodness, is threatened as well. But no, Marla, to your point, seen any residents. A couple of folks here with their little cameras out, perhaps with social media or something. They're taking some pictures. But no, what we haven't seen, luckily, any folks around here. There was a few folks on Sunset going through the village itself earlier. Oh, there goes that house, or what's left of it, all the way down at the end of that block. Luckily, most of this area, and again, we were just behind Gelson's, the heart of the village of the Palisades. It's evacuated, and this street, Antioch, just below Haverford, several homes, 5, 6 by my count, burning, several more threatened.
What a picture. As we keep pointing out that the winds are just going to pick up. You know, we're near
They
the
said it
5
was
o'clock
10,000
hour.
houses
Fire broke out at
that are in
10:30
danger
this morning as just 10
so far.
acres. It's now close to 1,300. I'm sure it's well above that. We haven't gotten an update in a couple of hours, and we're just seeing that this is
This
one
is like
street
very
in
close
the
to Santa
Palisades.
Monica.
As Ed has said, this is
They're
the heart
like
of it, right
5
behind
miles
the
away from
Gelsons.
Santa Monica.
And look how quickly that fire, like right
And
here,
the
that
winds are
just
like
showed us. That was almost nothing.
blowing in
2
every
seconds ago,
direction,
and let's hope
mostly
that
towards
not
the
turn
ocean.
into a fire
But
right there to that house, but there's really nothing
you
to
never know
stop
what
it.
can
And this
happen.
is the challenge
Right.
for firefighters during these events. We saw this happen in 2018 during the Woolsey fire, which also exploded in size and was one of the worst fires in Southern California. When there's this ferocious of winds, able to take embers in this many directions this quickly, there are simply not enough firefighters to be everywhere at all times. And so what happens is they have to pick and choose. And what happens is you have a street like this where there are firefighters because they're busy somewhere else guarding another street, and then half the block is gone in a matter of minutes. It is the nightmare scenario for neighbors and residents, and this is got to be so sickening, I'm imagining, for the residents who be living on this street and watching our stream or watching this on a different station and knowing that their home is now burning and there's nobody there to stop it. The good news is the people are out. The tough news, though, for these people is there's really nothing that can be done to stop this, at least in the interim, because some streets at this point, just because of the numbers, are going to burn, and some streets are going to be protected, and sometimes it just is lucky in being in the right place at the right time. And that's oftentimes, Marla, we see on these streets where 1 or 2 homes or 3 homes burn, and then across the street the home is fine. And so, unfortunately, for the people that live right here, their home is not going to be fine. I mean, just a picture that looks like something literally straight out of hell. And now the sun starts to go down, and these images are going to be all the as we see these flames, and it's going to be dark outside, and it's going to be lit up by these orange pictures and this black smoke.
It is 4:50, so we are just minutes away until the official sunset. This is just one street in the Palisades. This is Antioch Street. This gives you an idea of how destructive those winds are, how destructive the flames are. You talk about numbers and being outsized by the flames. LAFD has just over 250 personnel, firefighters on the scene to tackle this fire that is quickly growing out of control. And they even made that a point at the press conference that we heard them deliver just over an hour, almost hour and a half ago at 3:30. They said it's burned 1,262 acres, but we know that the worst is yet to come. We heard that from multiple officials out there. There's 46 engines. They have 5 helicopters, LAFD themselves. Then there's super scoopers. There's the issue of, my goodness, you see that flame, those flames getting more and more intense. The power lines. Ed, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Holding on, we just got a big gust. As you could see it here, Mikey. Good idea. Let's get back. But Alex, you were saying it's like the balls of hell you're looking into. Those gusts come through, and it's just a wall of flame right down the street itself. More homes catching off to the left. Where maybe we're looking at that hedge. The top of the hedge is now burning, and I think it's actually caught the top of that home on fire. So there is just nothing you can do at this point. This fire roaring out of control. And even if there were firefighters here, to your point earlier, how are you going to stop this? You've got these embers burning all over the place. You're going to hear the transformers, the gas tanks exploding as this fire roars down the street. There's no stopping it at this point. And these winds, here comes another big gust. In the last 10 minutes or so, they were steady, but we've been getting more of the gusts. The sundowner winds coming through, and that's even just fanning these flames. Even, well, look at that. Look at the embers. Look at it, just blowing it through like crazy.
And you've been doing this for many years. This has got to be one of the worst you've ever seen.
Yeah, very much so. And usually when you see this, to be honest with you, fire control can keep it up. They do a great job keeping it in the hills, in the mountains, above the communities itself. And when this started earlier, I was thinking the same thing, that those brave men and women with their strike teams and the airdrops would keep it up, keep it from jumping over Sunset. But I never imagined these winds, which would carry these embers sometimes a mile or two, just blow this. I've never seen anything like this, especially in a very tight area like this, a metropolitan area. Usually you see it in the canyons down in Orange County or something like that. But here, Palisades, the village, my God.
Yeah, and we think about the Franklin fire, Marla, when you and I were on the air until 4 o'clock in the morning a few weeks ago, when this was burning in Malibu, and the fear was that this would happen there. And in fact, it largely didn't. There were some areas that were impacted, but a lot of the worst of it, these sort of images, which we feared were happening, didn't happen there. But now it is happening in Pacific Palisades. The number of structures lost for this is already significantly more than what we saw for that Franklin fire, which was the last time we had a wind event similar to this one.
Yeah, really bad as we brought you that coverage, but it turned out to be not so bad. It could have been a lot worse, but this, on the other hand, looks terrible, and it is terrible, and it's going to get worse. The personnel from LAFD certainly outnumbered by the strength of the winds. They do have, I was talking a little earlier about at their disposal in terms of aircraft, they do have 5 helicopters. There are the super scoopers that we saw do some great work earlier. They were dipping into the Pacific Ocean to make those water drops. The super scoopers, we saw 2 of them. They are able to carry about 1,600 gallons of water per drop. That makes a significant impact. But the question is, flying at night is a whole nother thing. Sometimes they cannot. And Governor Newsom was making the point that it's not just that the aircraft can't handle the turbulence from the winds, it's that the fire retardant just gets splashed all the way around, and it doesn't make it an efficient drop. And so it's sort of useless. That was the point that he was making earlier. So the firefight mainly from the ground at this point, and just to get a handle on it, obviously there's 0% containment. We haven't talked about the cause at this point. It could have been caused by anything. There was one person who said that on New Year's Day, there was concern about fireworks, and there was a small brush fire that ignited. That was quickly put out. Was this caused by fireworks? It's way too early to tell, but nonetheless, it is here and it is getting worse.
And with these winds, you don't need much of a flame to start a fire. And once it starts, as we see, it's almost impossible to stop it. You can stop it in certain areas, but you can't stop all of it. And while this is at Ed's location, we know, because we saw Matthew Seedorf a short time ago, there's more fires, more structures burning at his location. We saw structures in danger at Chelsea Edwards' location. We got structures burning in Christy Fajardo's location. Those are at least 4 different areas. And that's just where our crews are. There may be more burning in some of the more remote areas as well that we can't get to right now, that fire crews, frankly, may not even know is happening because so much happening at the same time. We are in that sort of fog of war phase of this, where everybody's doing their best to save lives, but not all the information is always totally accurate because people are in crisis mode, and we are in the midst of that crisis. Certainly, this particular street is. This is, an area that we've been talking. Although it is, so close and in danger of burning, a lot of the residents we've spoken with say that it hasn't burned in decades. And unfortunately, that is now happening, the thing they've all been fearful of at the same time. So we're looking at the live picture on the ground. On the top left of your screen is a live picture from our Santa Monica cam, I believe. Or actually, this is from our station in West LA, our rooftop looking. This is our view from the station. You get a sense of that, and it's not only impacting obviously all these homes, but air quality for the entire west side of certainly Los Angeles and beyond is going to be impacted by all that smoke, and the traffic in the already congested west side is especially bad tonight because of these fires and road closures and all the rest of it. We certainly saw that near our station here firsthand, but that's all secondary to the efforts to protect life and the efforts to try to protect property, but some of those efforts are in vain as we watch these homes continue to burn.
Yeah, as we do that, let's remind you of the evacuation centers that are in place. If you have small animals, you can go to the Westwood Rec Center. That's that's on Sepulveda between Wilshire and Ohio. The Dream Center has also opened up its doors. That's in Hollywood, the Dream Center. And then if you have large livestock, Pierce College is also taking your animals. And that's the same case with LA County Animal Shelter, as you can see on your screen, on Agora Road in Agora. So Pierce College in Woodland Hills taking large livestock, and the LA County Animal Shelter in Agora, that is taking the small pets there. So those are the centers that are set up for tonight. We've heard from a lot of the residents who obviously they've lived there for a long time. They have friends that live in nearby Brentwood, and they're able to seek some reprieve there for the night. So 2 live pictures, 2 very stunning live pictures. The one on the smaller picture is from the roof of our studios here in West Los Angeles at Fox 11. You can see the active flames and the massive plume of smoke enveloping the skyline on this Tuesday evening. And then also the bigger picture here, this is Antioch Street in the city of Pacific Palisades. By the way, just population of just some 23,000 people who live here, and already more than 1,300 acres have burned since 10:30 this morning.
Yeah, let's take you. This is a live picture right now from LAX, where I believe Air Force One, I think, is still parked. And this is the image, if you imagine coming into Los Angeles or even flying out of Los Angeles, and this is what you see as you come in, that massive plume of smoke. That gives you a sense, I mean, this is miles and miles away from this, which gives you a sense of how big that smoke is and how many people are seeing it in their evening commute tonight, and people flying in and out. And we don't have any reports of major delays, but still challenging, I would imagine, to be flying in and out of Los Angeles tonight as well, with the winds that everybody is dealing with. And again, the worst of the winds are still to come later tonight. We want to pause for a moment as we welcome everybody at the top of the hour. You are watching the Fox 11 News at 5 o'clock, which is simulcast on both Fox 11 and Fox 11 Plus. Good evening. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We've been on the air with you since taking over for the crew on Good Day LA since 2:30 this afternoon, and our coverage continues. Here's what we know about the Pacific Palisades fire, simply called the Palisades Fire. Almost 1,300 acres burned, 0% contained, 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, 10,000. We just went over some of those evacuation centers. Center in Westwood, the Dream Center in Hollywood, Pierce College in Woodland Hills for large livestock, and the LA Animal County Center in Agora Hills for the smaller pets. Westwood Rec Center is also taking the smaller pets.
If you are just joining us on Fox 11 Plus, where we're now just beginning our coverage, I know many of you have been joining us on Fox 11. There are other folks that are streaming us right now on the Fox local app. We thank you for joining us, and just get you caught up. What we're looking at right now is one of the most devastating wildfires that we have seen in Southern California in several years. We know of at least 20 different structures that we've personally witnessed that have burned today. That number could rise. That's just our crews trying to get a sense of what they're seeing on the ground. And there is an active firefight going on, and in some places, homes are just burning. We want to welcome you inside our studio, and just let you know that we have live team coverage that we are going to be on commercial free throughout the night with you to help guide you through this life-threatening situation. We've got reporters all over Southern California, including our Matthew Seedorf, who joins us right now. Matthew, I know you have seen far too many homes burning. Not sure if Matthew can hear us.
Yeah, although we were having some issues with the microphone, but what I'm watching is CT massive fire. We were out to about 50 minutes ago. The firefighters are doing their best trying to save this home specifically with water. But if you pan over to the fire hydrant.
Yeah. Matthew, despite your best efforts, we're having a hard time with the mic. So it's hard to hear you.
Yes.
We're sorry about that.
Maybe, Matthew, if you could stand right in front of the camera, because the only thing we're getting you from is the camera mic. So maybe if you talk right to that, we might be able to hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me on the that mic right now?
Yes, just talk loud.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, good. So basically, we rejoined you about 30 minutes ago. Firefighters were actually trying to put out the flames on this home off Rockman Lane. Since then, they've lost water pressure on the hydrant. So basically, this fire is just growing out of control. And there's at least 3 or 4 homes on this street alone that are without, trying to get water on top of the homes that are on fire. I would estimate probably more than a dozen homes, at least damaged by flames today, but it's not a good situation as the wind continue to pick up right now.
Yeah, you've really been in the thick of it all day long. At one point, even picking up the hose yourself and trying to put out a spot fire. All right, you stay safe. We'll check in with you when we can. Matthew, thank you. Let's go to our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger. You've been warning about these destructive winds since last week, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, it was a concerning weather setup. It looked like it was going to be that way since last week. We're seeing it play out right now. And really the big story forward from this point is the fact that the winds will get stronger tonight and peak really late tonight through early tomorrow morning. One thing I thought was interesting, I just had a couple notes I wrote down as we were watching Ed Laskos' live shot just a few minutes ago. We saw he was reporting there were some gusts of bursts of wind that started happening as he was reporting. I think that's just the beginning of the ramp up of the winds. By the way, I'm going to animate this going forward in a moment, but I think that's just the beginning of the winds ramping up. So we're going to see more of those bursts start to happen over the next several hours. Another thing we saw near Ed was one of the embers just flew right across where he was standing, and then we saw a bush light on fire, and it reminded me of like the demonstrations you see online or what the fire department will do, showing what could happen with a Christmas tree, and they'll do a demonstration in a parking lot of how quickly it will become engulfed. And that's what it reminded me of. It was just kind of amazing to see that happen and play out in real time. Also, where he's reporting from, densely populated area, not the border of a neighborhood. There's homes all around it. And I was looking at the map. We've been talking about the 1,200 or so acres being marked as least how much acreage has burned so far. But where he was reporting from with some of the homes on fire, that was like 6 or 7 streets over from the border of the 1,200 acres. So it'll be interesting to see when the next update from the officials as to what the acreage would be. And we know it's going to be higher, but it might be substantially higher from what I'm seeing. And again, now as we look at the forecast here, we're going to see those winds just kind of really ramp up. So here we are starting right about now. I've got the Pacific Palisades marked right here, but also you'll see big numbers on many other parts of the map as well. Here's a look at 7 o'clock this evening. Here's 9 o'clock this evening now. Look at the drastic increase in the forecast wind gusts. Now, keep in mind, these are gusts, not sustained winds. There's a difference there. Gusts would be just how strong the winds could be in instantaneous moments, just like a burst that might get up over 60 miles per hour. So that's what these numbers mean. Sustained winds will still be really high, maybe something like 30, 40 mile per hour sustained winds, which would be like the average wind speed over a couple minutes. So again, here's 9 o'clock tonight. Now, as we go through the night, I think the winds are going to hold at that strength pretty much all night long. Here's a look at 2 a.m. We see big numbers all across the area, not just around the Palisades, but a lot of the mountains north of LA, valleys as well. Look at Burbank. Our model says near 70 mile per hour gusts there, for example. Going into 4 o'clock in the morning, it's basically the exact same story. Here's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We see some in some spots, but it's just widespread purple, which is not good. That means very strong wind gusts. We see the high numbers, for example, 70 at the Pacific Palisades. And something I mentioned earlier today is this is a computer model. This is a projection. Doesn't mean the winds are going to exactly play out. It gives us a really good indication as to what type of wind speeds we're looking at. It may differ a little bit. You get the idea. Really strong winds and the same wind direction, basically from the northeast throughout this whole event. Now, here we go into the end of the day Wednesday. This is 6 p.m., and this is a crucial point because 6 p.m. tomorrow is when the high wind warnings expire across our area. So that means we passed the worst of it, but still red flag conditions continue into Thursday. Relative humidity, we've seen those below 10% or below 20% in some spots today. It's tomorrow when we expect the air to actually get even drier. So relative humidity, we've seen those below 10% or below 20% in some spots today. It's tomorrow when we expect the air to actually get even drier. So 2 things working against us here. One is the winds get stronger tonight and into tomorrow morning. The other thing is the humidity will be going down even more tomorrow with some spots below 10%. I also want to point out one more thing before I send it back to you guys. So we've been talking about the red flag warning. It's widespread for today and tomorrow. And notice that the banner here I put for some areas Thursday. So let me switch from Tuesday, Wednesday. Now I'm just highlighting areas that are under a red flag warning just on Thursday. So there's a little spot here from around LA South where that's carved out, but still it's a widespread red flag warning, even though the winds will be a little bit lower here. still a widespread red flag warning on Thursday. So again, strongest winds still to come tonight, just to kind of like summarize everything. And the air gets even a little bit drier tomorrow. And you know, we've seen video of these embers flying around. Things are catching on fire all over the place. Really, really difficult situation for those involved to try to mitigate this fire. It's going to be really tough, even from the air with the winds blowing this strong. Anything they might drop just gets blown away before it hits its target. Really, really tough next 24 hours ahead of us.
And Adam, the scary thing what you're talking about, because we just looked at that map, we're not just talking about Pacific Palisades. So it is very possible, almost likely, that we could have another fire in another area with the winds the way that they are.
Yeah, you know, you go into these scenarios. We had a similar kind of weather setup back in December, back in November. We know the big fires that ignited from those, but that's just up to chance. It's like wherever it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And the environment that we have around the Palisades exists, yes, everywhere across Southern California. So one little, you know, spark or some small fire somewhere could lead to another situation like what we're seeing play out right now.
Yeah, and to check the calendar, it was December 9th that the Franklin fire erupted. That was in Malibu. That burned just over 4,000. That could have been worse. Just 20 structures destroyed. I say just, given that we thought it was going to be a whole lot worse, as we're now seeing nighttime video of the flames of the Palisades fire. Before that, in November, it was November 6th that the Mountain Fire in Ventura County erupted. That was very, very destructive, with almost 250 structures destroyed. And now here we are. Each has been a significant fire incident, and we have the Palisades fire erupting on January the 7th, and now we're almost to 1,300 at last check. This is an ominous picture. I think this is Ed Lasco's picture, because you were just on Antioch Street behind the Gelsons, and here you are. Are you still in Antioch?
Yes. Yeah, we started same location, Marla. This fire, as the winds whip through here, really has turned into hell on earth. My goodness, look at that. This is Antioch. Across here is Haverford. We are about a block behind Gelson's. The alarming thing is the wind swirls. Mikey will give you a look at that, home after home, right down Antioch, burning. Nothing here to stop it. The flames, the winds, and we get a good look at it now because mostly it's covered in a lot of thick smoke as the winds swirl around here. But this is extremely alarming, not because you're watching homes burn live, but the hope from Fire Command is they were going to keep these flames north of Sunset, not let them jump over. We're right along Temescal Canyon that runs along Pali High, right down the PCH itself. And now you can see clearly the flames with these embers have jumped Sunset and now burning through this neighborhood. Several homes here lost, others over on the phone. Another one of the transformer blowing might be over here to the right. In that area through the smoke, that's another area that's right down along Temescal, right across from the high school itself. Look at the flames through there. You can see them through all the smoke, the dense smoke as it blows through. So it's basically one spot fire after another. To Adam's point, the winds here in the last 20 minutes, really you get some very, very strong gusts. And when that happens, it's like raining lit sparks, lit embers, I'm sorry. Another blast of the wind came, blowing a lot of dust and debris and everything else at us. But look what these high gusts do to those flames. Just whip them up even more ferociously as they threaten to jump across Antioch itself. Over there, that is the area that is right along Temescal, right over by Palisades High School. That is threatened. This whole area certainly is under evacuation notices. We haven't seen anybody here other than some folks coming around with their cameras, social media type, but everybody else is evacuated. No power in most of the area. Transformers exploding, lines coming down. The fire department going around telling everybody be careful about the lines if they come down because they're most likely energized, very dangerous, very deadly. But these gusts, look at those flames. We're getting another big gust through here. It really obscures your view with all the thick smoke, but it just whips those flames up even higher. I was thinking before, when you get even halfway down the block, you can feel the intense heat coming around, especially if the wind starts to blow it in your direction. Look at some of the debris blowing, and I think you can even see, look at all the sparks, the embers blowing from right to left on your screen, blowing across. Earlier we showed you the last half hour, there was a hedge across the street, large hedge, maybe 6-7 feet high, on fire. It's burnt now alongside. Luckily that the home itself, to my view, hasn't lit up on fire. It's the good news there. But all the way down the street, even as I bend around this side to the left, it's nothing but one home after another burning. Fire department, again, nowhere in sight. They've got their hands full in some other areas, but again, there are so many spot fires burning up here. We see this section of Antioch over there on Temescal, the right, and then some other sections along Sunset. But the really frightening part of this is the flames with these winds and the embers. It's jumped across Sunset now, burning on side of Sunset, being pushed by these gusts, being pushed down toward PCH itself.
Ed Lascos, thank you. What a picture.
Yeah.
Absolutely devastating. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo. She has another look now that the sun has set. Christy, looks like you're working to make sure your microphone's on.
Christy,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you now, Christy.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I apologize. We're having some technical problems. I just got word that the senior center is, and I'm actually a block away from where Ed is, and you can tell how dark it is. There's so much smoke, but there's actually an apartment building that's now on fire here on Sunset Boulevard. And for a couple of hours, we had not seen any firefighters, but they did come in here with several engines, and they're tackling that apartment fire as we speak. I also saw a home burning done on Radcliffe and Havenford, so quite a few things are on fire. And if we come this way, I can show you, that's the Gelsons, just to give you an idea of where we are. And we're standing in the parking lot of the 76 station, and someone from the gas station has been out watering the parking lot now for a couple of hours. In fact, he's still here with his hose. And even though it looks like this, he has not evacuated, although he told me he will at some point. And about 2 minutes ago, right before he came out live to me, we saw a whole stream of cars. Apparently, some holdouts now have decided it is time to get out as this fire keeps burning and pushing in our direction. And again, we are at Villa de la Paz. So we're smack dab in the middle of the Palisades Village, and this is the scene right now. You see how dark the sky is. You can also probably hear the gust of wind. And for a couple of hours, we've been hearing fire alarms go off, but it appears that the power is now out. We're not hearing those smoke alarms and those fire alarms going off any longer, but we do know that the complex, a very large one, is now on fire. Let's send it back to you.
Christy, thank you so much for that. Haley Winslow, she's on the ground. You were at the command post earlier. Where are you now?
Hey there, yes, we are just down the road from basically where the press conference happened with Governor Newsom and the chief, both of police and fire. They have really big mobile command posts, big rigs kind of thing that they had to move in, so they asked us to move down the parking lot. But check it out, you guys, those are the flames right there, and the smoke is incredible. I mean, it's almost enveloping the entire sky here. We're just at Will Rogers State Beach still, off of the PCH here. The ocean's literally on the other side of this parking lot. And the presser wrapped up probably a half hour ago. I did just talk to Eric Scott, though, a few minutes ago. He's, of course, the PIO of LAFD. And I said, if there's one you want to get out to the public, what would you want me to say? And he said, don't ever abandon like people did today. I mean, he said it was a disaster. They had to bring in a bulldozer to literally remove the cars. And he said, of course, you know, if there's flames in your car, that's one thing. But unless you absolutely have to, never leave your vehicle like that or move it over to the, you know, obviously to the side of the road, because it was a huge disaster for everybody behind those parked cars. It was gridlocked. So, and they couldn't get in, the first responders. So we've got some video of those cars showing people just literally getting out. And there was, I think we said earlier today, 100 people walking. And he said what often happens is, you know, somebody panics, they see somebody else walking, and it was kind of just a domino effect. But it was a really, really big chaotic mess for firefighters trying to get into the fire. And of course, those vehicles left behind, he said, we don't mess around, we brought in a bulldozer and removed them. So that's the one thing that he wanted to say. You know, of course, I asked him about this fire, and we asked Governor Newsom, what's the plan? What's the plan in place with the worst winds yet to come tonight, starting at 10 p.m.? And the fire is moving southwest right now, of course, with these big northeast winds. And he said that they've got all boots on the ground. They do have more aircraft. So I have a couple of close friends who were in the fire trapped. And they said, please ask him why we're not seeing more helicopters and more tankers, more aircraft in the sky. And about 4 different people at that press conference touched on that. And they said, you know, we can fly around all day and not do anything. The aircraft can handle these winds. The problem is they're retarded. They have to be able to aim correctly on the fire, on the flames, or it's just useless. And Governor Newsom actually had some really interesting input about that. He said with AI, with technology, they've got some incredible game-changing technology down the road that will really help with these wildfire fights. Of course, that's not, good news for people today, but they do have boots on the ground, obviously here in our region, and then they have this coming from Northern California, of course, CAL FIRE, and then they can always bring in resources, they said, from other states if need be. So they are, according to them, on top of this. And, I said this is only one fire. If another wildfire breaks out similar to this one tonight when the winds pick up, and they, of course, have a plan in place ready for that too, with more resources on the way. Reporting live here in Will Rogers State Beach, I'm Haley Winslow. I'll send it back to you guys.
Haley, do we know why the people started abandoning the cars? Or what was the, sorry, Marla, you have something you want to share?
Well, no, go ahead. I'll go.
Well, go ahead, Marla.
There were concerns. There's a lot of reports, and you're looking at it online, that the Getty Villa, the precious Getty Villa, was on fire. We're working to confirm that. There are some images online that show the vegetation around the villa engulfed in flames. We're just getting word that the CEO of the villa says that the staff remains safe and the auction remains safe, though trees and vegetations on the site have burned. So it doesn't seem that the actual museum has caught fire. The statement goes on to say irrigation was immediately deployed throughout the grounds. Tuesday morning, museum galleries and library archives were sealed off from smoke by state-of-the-art air handling systems. And the double-walled construction of the galleries also provides significant protection for those collections.
Wow.
And lastly, the Getty Villa will remain closed to the public through at least Monday. So it seems that the Getty Villa itself has been spared at this point, but we will be checking on that.
Haley, I want to let you answer that question. We saw those cars there. Do we know, what started the first person to say, I'm abandoning my car? Do we have any background on that?
So I thought it was, there had to be flames coming into the car. I know from a boating background, you never leave the boat unless you have to, and it's kind of the similar situation. Eric Scott said, don't ever leave your car unless there are literally flames in your car. And so he said, during a fire, there's two kinds of people. There's the person who's cool, calm, and collected, and is like, oh, it's just another fire. We dealt with this a dozen times before. And it obviously gets much worse than they expect. And then there's the second person who just panics. And he believes that it was somebody who just panicked and thought, I'm not getting anywhere. I can't get anywhere. I got to get out. I got to get to my house or get out of the way wherever they were trying to go. Mm-hmm. But instead of move the road out of traffic, they just literally parked their car in the road. And then what happened was that when everyone else followed suit, there was a massive backup behind them, and first responders couldn't get through.
Yeah, we've seen those images throughout the afternoon, and I heard those reports earlier that people, they were so frustrated that they were literally gridlocked and stopped with nowhere to go. Yeah. That is why that they got out of their cars. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards. She is close to the Getty Villa. Chelsea, what can you tell us?
I mean, look at what we're seeing here. So we're standing on PCH. We drove down Sunset and took a left. I mean, look at this. Whatever this was, now completely destroyed. I believe that we're south of the Getty Villa, though. But when you look up the canyon, you can see what looks like columns. Like the Getty Villa, but again, I don't think that that's where we are. It is so hard to get oriented here because of this thick smoke. It's just hard to tell where you are. But again, we drove south on Sunset Boulevard, took a left on PCH, and that's where we are now. Now, if we look to the south, you can see fire personnel down there. You can see how it actually jumped, or it appears to have jumped PCH down in the distance from where we're standing here. Again, very hard to tell because it's just so dark and so soupy. I mean, it's like nighttime out here. I mean, it is nighttime out here, but you can barely see anything. But look at these flames. So it looks like there was a structure here on the bottom ground, kind of near PCH. And then you go up into the hillside and something very large is burning up there. We keep hearing what sounds like things collapsing, like wood falling onto itself. Some
all over the place up there. Very loud sounds of things collapsing. So not sure exactly what's burning, but something very large up there. And again, you can see this wind just pushing off into the ocean. We're standing right up against the beach here on PCH. And you see these embers flying as well. These are large embers. I mean, the good news is obviously you've got the ocean right here. So there's nothing to burn when it gets to this side of PCH and nothing further than that. But I mean, everything on this hillside is charred. Now, I want to show you to the north as well, if that we can do this, Elliot. So it looks like everything to the north of this area has already burned. You can see a lot of those embers, some hot spots that are kind of up in that area. Now, near where we're standing is a mobile home park, and we're getting reports that there are mobile homes in that park, kind of up on that hillside there, that are on fire. We've not confirmed those independently, but we have been hearing that. So we're going to head in that direction in just a bit and see what we can find there. I believe it's called the Malibu Village Mobile Home Park, but that's kind of right where we're standing. But look at these large spot fires. I mean, you've got some brush that looks like it's on fire there. Lots of smoke coming off of all of this. Again, it looks like a lot of this is already burned here along PCH, which, you know, is good news. It looks like we're in a safe spot, at least right here. This is all just charred hillside. But whatever this is, obviously a total loss. Whatever above it is a total loss. Oh, and then let's look to the south. Elliot, see this big? Looks like we just got a big cloud covering it, big thing of smoke. But there was another fire I just saw to the south. We can see those flames kind of poking out. Do you see that? Not sure what that is, but this is where it looks like it jumped PCH. And it's now burning kind of on both sides. And again, the good news, obviously, there's nothing on this side of PCH. There's nothing left here to burn. But you can see those embers kind of crossing this parking lot as well here at the beach. Just incredible images. Another thing I just want to point out, we've got 3 American flags that are posted just on that side. You can see them right across PCH. Those are still intact. Everything around them is burned. The structure to the back of it is burned. The hillside all around it is burned. But those 3 American flags remain up and untouched as of now. Wow. Look again at these structures. You see these big, large beams just being consumed. They're falling. I mean, this is just, look at these embers as well. Look at that. Just raining down on this parking lot on the beach. Just, I've never seen anything like this. I mean, we've been covering these fires for years here in Los Angeles. And this is just, this is on another level.
Definitely one of the worst of all time that we are witnessing in real time together. Chelsea Edwards and photographer Elliot Mendoza, thanks for your great work out there. We want to bring in the conversation right now Callie, who joins us on the phone. I was just asking Haley Winslow about why did people abandon their cars? What sparked that? Well, she's one of those people that was stuck in the middle of that. She can give us some answers on what was happening. Callie, thanks so much for being with us. Walk us through what happened.
Hi, thank you so much. My husband went to go pick up my daughter from Calvary on Palisades Drive, and the fire was just way too close on both sides of Palisades Drive that people were scared for their lives. So they got out of their cars to go down, and then I was up in the Highlands and tried to drive down. And because people abandoned their cars, I wasn't able to get down. So I drove my car back up and took a bicycle all the way down the hill. And people in my neighborhood on Monte Alto Street are actually still in their homes because they don't think it's safe enough to go down Palisades Drive.
Well, hopefully we can show that video of the car so people know what we're talking about. Here it is. These are cars that were abandoned, and then fire crews had no way to get up the street, so they brought in a bulldozer and then moved them all to the and totaled a lot of the cars in the process. So is your car one of these?
Callie, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
So as far as I understood your story, you were going to get stuck in the backup of people abandoning their cars, but you turned your car around, went back to
abandon his car.
I see, because the flames were just coming too close. What is your status current night?
A hotel in Santa Monica and praying my house.
Is your family safe? Your I think you said your daughter and your husband?
Yes, everybody's safe, but I'm really concerned about my neighbors who are just sheltering in place still because they don't think they could get down that road.
And they think this because of the cars or because of the flames?
The flames and the cars, because everybody was turned away at once, been told to shelter in place.
Wow. And now we're looking at some video of some of these cars that were, when they were moved by that bulldozer and moving around like little toys. I think about how strong that thing is there. So, Callie, how are you processing all of this?
I'm just happy that I'm with my family, but of course it's very gutting to know that I don't have any of my belongings with me.
We're so sorry to hear that. How long have you been a resident of the Pacific Palisades?
We actually moved from Topanga 3 years ago because I was so worried about the fires there.
Oh gosh.
And traditionally, the Palisades has been able to be spared from a lot of these fires for many, many years. Can you talk about, I mean, obviously it sounds like your husband experienced this really, just what the chaos was like of that moment with the cars and everybody being stuck and just what that felt like, what people were saying?
So I was taking a bicycle down Palisades Drive, and the palm trees in the middle of the road, the tops were all on fire, there were cars on fire. It was very scary. There was fire on both sides of the street. I'm just grateful I got out.
Did you get a formal evacuation warning from the city, from LAFD, or did you make the call on your own?
No, there's not very good service up there right now.
So you made the call on your own?
Yes, my neighbors told me to stay, and they're still there.
Have you had contact with them since?
Yes, and they said that they don't feel safe driving down Palisades Drive right now.
Wow. Well, hopefully maybe we can put some of those people in touch with rescue crews or maybe firefighters or somebody who can help get them out.
Yes, they're on Monte Alto.
Monte Alto. Okay, maybe we can make that happen.
All right, we will do our best to pass that word along. Obviously, they are pretty busy right now too, but we appreciate you sharing the word with us, and we wish you the best and hope we can stay in touch with you in the hours ahead.
And we hope that your home is spared. Callie, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
It's now 5:30. You were watching the Fox 11 News at 5, a night that we will not soon forget here in Southern California. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas here with you for the evening as we are watching the Palisades fire burn more than 1,200 acres, threatening 10,000 more. And we have seen probably at least 24 structures burn, if not more than that.
Let's go to the ground. I believe we're going to Chelsea Edwards on the ground, and you're along PCH, and you've seen some serious destruction behind you. There was talk of, you mentioned the big structure behind you that was burning. This may be the Villa de Leon.
That's what it's looking like on the maps. That certainly seems to match. I mean, look up there. You can see those columns. You see the fire just kind of shooting out of them right now. That's certainly what it appears to be. Again, it's very hard to get oriented where we are just because of this thick black smoke. Come down a little bit, Elliot. You can see the structure. Just a few minutes ago, that was standing, whatever that was. Now it's just a few beams. We just saw some huge collapses of some of the major structural beams there. There's hardly anything left there. And if you go even further south on PCH, I mean, we're just seeing these big clouds of black smoke sweeping down the hillside and coming toward the ocean. Not sure what it is up there that's burning, but it looks like they're kind of repositioning a lot of their firefighting efforts down this way. We just saw a convoy of fire officials that just were rushing down PCH. I see another one that's up in the distance coming down from the north. Again, you've got like a police officer here. So it seems that they're focusing some of their efforts now on this section, which is south of Sunset Boulevard along PCH. You know, we're looking at these structures that are burning. Take a look up there. You see a ridge now on fire. The good news from where we're standing, at least, everything on this hillside is already burned. This is all charred. You just see some embers now, but everything to the sides of it are going up. I mean, that was nothing just 60 seconds ago, and now you can see that ridge fully engulfed. Now, just up to the north a little bit, you can see this wind as well. I mean, it's just blowing. Now, up there is a mobile home park that we have gotten reports that there are some structures that are on fire up there. Again, we have not independently confirmed those. We're not near any fire officials right now, so haven't confirmed that. But again, with the smoke that we're seeing and these sounds that we're hearing, I mean, it just sounds like huge structures. Stones are falling down. I just can't make out what's going on, but I mean, just something to behold here. Again, that structure is now gone. There's nothing left of that. And look at the ferocity of this fire that's sweeping down toward the beach now. Look at that black smoke. I mean, whatever is burning up there is just completely engulfed in flames, sweeping across PCH. We saw it burning on the other side of PCH for a little while. I mean, there's nothing on this side really to burn other than some grass, and then you've got the beach and the water. So, I mean, that's the good news, at least on this stretch. There are no homes right where we're standing on this side of PCH. Of course, you go north and south, and that's not the case in other places. So I assume that's what firefighters are working on, trying to protect some of the structures that are on PCH, because this wind is certainly pushing the flames that direction. I mean, they're coming down the mountain and then toward the ocean. So, you know, it's hard to see what's happening down there. We see a lot of emergency personnel. Here's another part of that convoy, or at least a few other fire officials that are heading down there toward the south. So that's kind of where it looks like a lot of the action is happening. But just quite a scene to behold. I mean, it is just wild up here. You see a palm tree. I don't know if you can see this, Elliot, but see up at the very top, that's a tall palm tree up there. That was on fire just a second ago. You can see how parts of it are burning. You've got embers kind of in the trunk of that palm tree and then up on the fronds as well. So that's certainly a concern as well. You know, you get one of those palm fronds that is on fire and then gets carried in this wind. I mean, as we've said many times, they can go up, you know, as far as 2 miles. So you've got homes all up and down PCH, all up and in these hillsides as well. I mean, we're right in the City Palisades, Santa Monica, just this way, and then you've got Malibu up there. So a lot of residential areas. And when you look at things like that, I mean, there's no way that firefighters can do anything about that without air support. I mean, that is so tall when you look at the height of where those embers are on that palm tree. So if you get those embers, you get those fronds that start flying around, especially in these winds, there's just nothing anybody can do. I mean, wherever they land, you're just at their mercy. I mean, there's no way to predict where they're going to go, and there's no way to fix it if they do land and catch something on fire. So very dangerous situation out here. And again, we're seeing a lot more support. I see more firefighters that are coming from the north down to the south, down here on PCH, to deal with whatever is happening down there. So it appears that this fire is kind of moving in this southwesterly direction. Again, kind of hard to get oriented on exactly where we are because it's just so hard to see. The visibility is so low here. But just, I mean, look, again, just look at this. It just keeps getting worse, it seems like. It just structures back there. Whatever is back there, hopefully everybody got out and was able to evacuate, because this whole hillside is just gone, Marlon, Alex.
Wow. That picture really speaks for itself, and it looks like another structure may be burning there. We want to show you some video from...
Wow. Oh, did you hear that explosion? That sounded like a... I don't know what that was, a transformer or something, but that was large. I could feel that one, actually. I could feel the vibration from that one. Whatever that was very large.
Like we could feel that from here. All right, Chelsea, stay safe where you are. Let's show you this video if we can. So this is some video from a little earlier where we see how close the flames got, at least in that video, to the Getty Villa. Now, in this video, which was clearly posted to TikTok, we don't see the actual Getty Villa burning. We just see what's near the Getty Villa burning. And from what you said earlier, Marla, that they have not said that the actual structure itself is burned.
Right. So to your point, the Getty Villa is a massive complex. The vegetation around it is burning, but the president and CEO put out statements saying that staff and art collection remain safe, and it's just some of those trees and vegetation on site that have burned. So at this point, and they have, as you can imagine, great protection given the museum, the art collection inside, the irrigation system they have on site. So at this point, all remains to be in one piece at the Getty Villa. And here's another live look.
This is Chelsea's
Chelsea's
camera.
shot.
And maybe let's just all be quiet for a moment and just try to listen in to the sounds of this right now, and listen to these winds. Hear how dramatic that is in person, and how Chelsea and photographer Elliot Mendoza are doing a great job of even being able to stand up in all of that. You see that it looks like a bunch of fire crews have now arrived there, if this is indeed right near the Getty Villa, you wonder if they're going to work to try to save that structure. As we've talked about, you kind of have to prioritize, and that may be one of the things that they're going to prioritize. But we don't know. Sometimes it gets so intense that you can't stop the fire, and we are seeing that. And look at this live picture. Wow, as it's gotten darker, the dramatic image of that fire line right in the middle of one of the more populated areas of Southern California is just a sort of awe-inspiring and also scary sight. That picture coming to us from, I believe, our Santa Monica cam, looking back towards Pacific Palisades.
Let's go ahead and get a look at that forecast and the winds with Chief Meteorologist Adam Kruger. This is when you expected those winds to pick up. I know the later we get, the worse those winds will be traveling.
Yeah, what's interesting is a little while ago, so just kind of like really dissecting what the computer model was showing, and I'll have that in a second here, but it was actually indicating around 5 to 6 p.m., just for like an hour, that the winds would slightly back off. And I'm looking at some of the weather instruments kind of near the Pacific Palisades. There's not a good one right in the heart of the city. But actually some of these, compared to about an hour ago, the winds have come down about 10 miles per hour. So that little 5 to 6 p.m. window, which we're in right now, seems to maybe be playing out, but then the winds will ramp up big time this evening. I'll get to that in a moment. I wanted to share this with you earlier, though, to give you some context. People that have lived here a long time kind of get how it works around here with these extreme events coming every now and then. But if you're new here and you're wondering how rare it is to see what we have right now, which is a PDS red flag warning, stands for particularly dangerous situation. It was in 2020 when the National Weather Service started using this tag. It's reserved for the most extreme events. And from 2020 to the start of the season, there was a gap where there was not a PDS red flag warning. Then we had one in November. You'll remember that was the fire around Camarillo, the mountain fire. Then we had another one in December. That was the Franklin fire around Malibu. And now we have the third one in this season issued, which is, they're already rare. They're kind of like every couple of years, if you want to just average it out. We've had 3 already this season. So what we're seeing this season is not normal, for sure. 3 of these major events, just November, December, now January here with the one we're seeing right now. Okay, so before we even get to the forecast winds, we've got this red flag warning that's today and tomorrow. Then we head into Thursday, and still most of the area, excluding a part of the LA Basin, let's say, most of the area is still in the red flag warning, which means we're still seeing dangerous fire weather conditions. But the worst of the winds now through tomorrow morning, and then the high wind warning ends at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Now we'll look at the forecast wind speeds starting right about now. Here's Pacific Palisades, but notice just as we look across the broad area, going a little later into the evening, 7 o'clock, we're kind of around where we're at right now. Watch the drastic increase when I move this forward from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. We see the numbers get quite a bit higher. We see the just overall coverage of the intense winds cover a lot more of the map. And then from there on out, we're just locked into winds like this from, let's say, 9 or 10 o'clock tonight all the way into tomorrow morning. So as I advance this now, here's 2 o'clock in the morning, for example, and this doesn't mean everywhere is going to have gusts over 60 at the same time, but winds of that nature will be possible. And we're talking gusts, not sustained winds, but bursts of winds that could be up that strong. Many areas across Southern California could face these, or will face these types of winds with the very dry air. Now, here's 4 o'clock in the morning. Still, it's pretty extreme. Here we go to 10 o'clock in the morning. It is still what I would call extreme winds. And then we go later into the day on Wednesday, and you see the wind speeds back off a little bit. You see the coverage of the highest winds kind of cover less ground as we head into 7 p.m. Wednesday. So it's that point at which the high wind warning will end, and this is the reason why. But that doesn't mean we're totally in the clear. There's still red flag conditions that continue into Thursday. I also want to share with you the future humidity. So we're looking at forecast relative humidity, which we saw was below 20% today, including in the Pacific Palisades when this fire started at 10:30 this morning. Now, as we go into tomorrow, here's another thing working against us, is the air actually gets a little bit drier. It's already very dry, but the relative humidity, as you see in many spots, will be below 10% around midday tomorrow. So the fact that it gets drier and the fact that the winds are only increasing as we go through tonight and tomorrow morning, not a good scenario to say the least. 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. is the window the National Weather Service says the winds will be at their peak. I still think even into like 7, 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, they're going to be quite extreme. Again, we're just bracing for those gusts over 60 for a large part of the area. Very, very difficult situation. We heard earlier in the press conference, as I head back to you here, that they said, they can fly their aircraft in winds like this, but whatever they drop, it's not going to do much good when the winds are this strong. It just gets blown away from their intended target.
All right, Adam Kruger, thank you. We'll check in with you in a second. Let's go back out to Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf. And Matthew, a not great update when it comes to Pali High.
Yeah, we just drove right past Palisades Charter High School, and there are portions of the building up in flames right now. We're right outside the school. You can see we can walk across the street. This is towards the football stadium. I believe that is the score box on fire. We're going to turn this way with all these embers flying. I do have an anemometer with me. It's measuring winds gusting to 35, 40 miles per hour. With flames on the other side of the street as well. Let's see if we can push this way. And I'm actually with photojournalist Sam Dubin. You went to this high school, Sam, if you don't mind. What's this like?
It's heartbreaking. This is my alma mater. The baseball field's totally gone. Some of the buildings are gone. This house across the street's gone. This is the newer aquatic center, the Maggie Gilbert Aquatic Center. Looks okay right now. The classrooms appear okay, but it's just heartbreaking for everyone who went to this school. A lot of people have gone here over the years.
Yeah, I can't imagine just seeing that, especially as your alma mater. And we're looking at, looks like the pool right now, and then looking across the street, so we're battling these winds. More buildings have burned down, and just this thick black smoke. Yeah, winds. It just stings because all this debris flying around. Looking at my anemometer, gust 25 miles an hour right now, but we've seen probably close to 40. It's hard to put this into words, seeing this home up here on fire and all these other structures and even a high school. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Yeah, we were hearing earlier that the gym was impacted, and now we're seeing just utter destruction of Pali High School. We're so sorry. We know that obviously thousands of kids go there, and Sam Dubin, our photographer, is an alma mater. So as he described it, he said it was heartbreaking to see it go up in flames. The aquatic center is new. That looks like that is holding strong at this point. But as we know, that could all change in the blink of an eye. Across the street, that massive home fully engulfed in flames. And the winds, obviously, as he was measuring on his own, Matthew Seedorf, at least 25 miles per hour. Matthew, you look like you're a man on a mission right now. What are you seeing? Where are you going to?
Yeah, just trying to take a look at this home. We know that a lot of people had trouble evacuating, so you're just thinking about that. And obviously just started the new year and seeing this right now. And all these homes are destroyed. Basically, you can just see the chimney sticking out there. But just looking around, just surrounded by flames at this point. You want to flip that way, Sam, looking back towards the high school itself, you can see more flames up the road. And we just showed you the football stadium and just the wind. It stings, like I was saying. Hard to put this into words what we're experiencing and seeing out here. And just driving, making the drive back down to where we are. We were just up the mountain, probably 10-minute drive, but there's just spot fires between here and there. So seeing all these structures and homes and people's lives burning right now is all their belongings and stuff. It's hard to see.
You know, looking at the history of the school, it was founded in 1961. It was built for $6 million on a filled-in canyon, and now we're seeing that canyon be engulfed in flames. Almost 3,000 people are enrolled, students at Pali High School, which is now burning live on our air tonight.
Can we tell, are the classrooms themselves burning?
So I'll let Sam answer that question because he's familiar with the school. They're curious if the classrooms themselves are burning.
I don't think the classrooms are burning yet. That's kind of in this area right here. It just seemed to be the athletic fields. But it's very close, and if the embers have already spread to the football field, that is probably less than a quarter mile from the ocean. So if I pan this way, the ocean is just maybe half a mile down this way. So there's houses just on that side. It's a mobile home estates park. Just on the other side, actually, these flames here. So the fire's definitely heading that way and to protect those homes just on the side of those trees.
Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario for the school, obviously, the best case scenario is flames at all. But if you're just looking at the athletic fields and the classrooms themselves staying intact, then you can continue going to school there. You don't have to, have everybody go somewhere else. So I'm sure there's going to be an effort as we see the fire trucks there to try to protect those classrooms and keep, some of that school, the heart of that school intact. I can only imagine how surreal this must be for you, Sam, being there in the middle of this. We thank you for your experience and perspective, and Matthew, we will keep coming back to you throughout the night. Ed Lascos and his photographer Mike Armijo have also been showing dramatic pictures tonight. We want to check in with them for an update from their vacation. Ed.
And we are downwind from Matthew's spot, a couple of blocks really. We'll give you a look. Well, through all of the smoke and haze, you can see the flames. That is what Matthew was just showing us a couple of blocks over on. But the wind blowing, look at all those lit embers blowing down this way from right to left on your screen. And down here is Antioch, just south of Haverford. That looks like a war zone. Home after home. And as you see the homes on the right, the flames, the wind pushing them over to the left side of the road, and the homes on that side are now burning. Several homes, I would think more than half a dozen in that area since we've been here the last hour or so. There's also been several spot fires up here. This is Gelson's. We talk about how close we are in the village itself of the Palisades. Gelson's up there. Gelson's, it doesn't appear to be on fire, but a lot of the bushes, spot fires in the parking lot of Gelson's right through the village and over, another block over in Haverford. Some of the lawn, the front lawn of a home caught on fire, lit up, and then it kind of died down. A hedge we saw about an hour or so. That home, remember we were watching that, the hedge about 6 feet tall, it burned down. The home not threatened, but these embers are the big problem now, blowing through here. You've got that foggy smoke. You can't see much. Just heard that, right? Another transformer blowing up here as a lot of the power lines, some of them are coming down. Police are going through telling everybody to stay away. But this is one of the side entrances here to the parking lot at Gelson's. As the wind comes, again, look at this. How do you fight this? You got those embers just roaring through, pushed by this wind. They go down a mile or so, pick up another spot fire. I have no idea how firefighters could get a handle on this with these winds. We're all at the mercy of the winds at this point. Gelson's itself not appears to be on fire. It's just the hedges around here with this spot fire. And then the other side down in Antioch, several homes lost there. Right in the middle of the Palisades village itself. That was the hope. As this fire started, Fire Command was hoping that they could keep it on the north end of Sunset. And unfortunately, with these winds, it's just jumped right over, and the wind's pushing it. Here's the parking lot of Gelson's. The Gelson's off to the left. You can see power's on there. Nobody's in there, but it's not damaged. Yeah, not damaged by the flames. Parking lot though is a lot of flames through here. A lot of spot fires burning through here. And there's more of those winds.
Yeah, maybe we could show Ed those grocery carts that we were just looking at there, because about an hour ago we showed Christy Fajardo was in that location, and we showed all those carts moving around. If you were watching us during the coverage then, they were moving around in the wind, and now they're all on fire, which is kind of...
they're all charred and burned.
Yeah, that's sort of emblematic of what we're looking at here. All right, Ed, thank you so much. Speaking of Christy Fajardo, let's go back to her now and get an update from her perspective.
Well, you heard Ed talk about the Gelson's. We're actually just 2 feet away from the Gelson's, and these 2 apartment buildings are directly across the street. These are massive complexes, and they're on fire, and it is really telling just about how much smoke and how the wind is factoring in, because there are flames under all of this, and you can't see them because the wind is whipping up all of the water. We're actually getting doused as firefighters are trying to dump water off the flames, but the wind is actually blowing it in the opposite direction. So not clear how much is getting on the apartment complex, and certainly not as effective as it would be under other circumstances. Now you can see some flames coming out a window there on the top. And we're actually on Sunset Boulevard between Temescal Canyon and Villa de la Paz. And you also heard Matt talk about Pali High. We were actually there when the fire reached the high school, and it happened so quickly because there was a big gust of wind, and suddenly got very dark, and there was fire all around us. That's evacuation only. We had hoped that it would stay that way. But again, this is one apartment complex. The next door one is also on fire. We saw flames coming out from the rooftop. But unlike other places that we've been here today, there is quite a bit of firefighter resources. They brought in tons of engines to try to put out this fire. But also when we get these big gusts, we start to see raining of embers. And we've seen little spot fires. I showed you a spot fire earlier in the Gelson's parking lot. And that is why these fires are so dangerous. The wind just starts so many fires and firefighters can't keep up. Sorry, the wind just blew a bunch of water in our direction. But you see the problem here. The water's blowing towards us instead of towards the flames. So firefighters really have a fight on their hands, and very, very hazardous and dangerous and not at all optimal conditions. That is the latest from here. Let's send it up to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to even make out her picture. You see that they got sprayed by the water. It was intended to go toward the flames, of course, but that's sort of that's exactly the problem when it comes to night flying and the winds with the fire retardant. That false check would just be blown away from the target. It's one of the reasons why they cannot fly at night. There would really be no purpose. This is our Santa Monica live camera here, and those flames have been raging on this hillside all afternoon. This fire broke out at 10:30. It's simply called the Palisades Fire. At last check, it was just about 1,300 acres. 10,000 homes remain threatened. We don't have an exact number in terms of structure lost, but we have seen at least a couple of dozen homes burned, and obviously other structures, whether those are commercial buildings, apartment complexes, and vehicles as well.
Chelsea Edwards continues our live team coverage right now. Chelsea is right on PCH, which is the bottom right picture on your screen right now. Chelsea, how have conditions changed since we last talked with you?
Well, unfortunately, reporting that more homes have got what we're experiencing right now. I mean, we can feel the heat from the fire. It is just incredibly intense. Look at these supporting beams fall. Now, we just confirmed this is called Terrace Circle. These are very nice homes that are in this area. We actually just had a gentleman a few minutes ago drive up in his car. He looked just completely in shock. He was covered in ashes and soot. And he pointed and he said, "That's my home." And then he kept walking. He didn't want to say anything after that. And then he continued on down this parking lot. And we haven't seen him since. His car is still parked here, though, so I'm hoping that he comes back. But he watched this, he looked at this and said, "This is my home." You think of what these people are going through as they watch these images. They're watching their livelihoods, everything that they have just going up in an instant. And this just progressively is getting worse. I mean, when we got here, it was really the structure to the wall now that was on fire, and up in the hillsides. Now it looks like there are multiple structures on the hillsides up there that are on fire. In addition to these homes here on Terrace Circle, there's at least 3 that have burned to the ground, and it looks like there could be another one there a little bit further down. It's just devastating. You hear these pops as well, and things exploding inside. You think of all the things you have in a house. You've got gas tanks, you've got aerosol container, hairspray, things like that pop. We're hearing that over and over and over again, and again, just feeling the heat from these flames, and just watching these structures burn to the ground with no support. I mean, we see these fire officials who are driving up and down PCH, but they've got other priorities. They're trying to save lives. They're at various places, but we haven't seen a single, water drop or any kind of mitigation attempt on these homes here on Terrace Circle. So these are just freely burning, and you can imagine these homeowners watching this and just feeling so incredibly helpless, which is the sense that I got from the gentleman who pulled up here just a few minutes ago. Just complete helplessness. Elliot, if we can look up on that ridge, something up on the top has just kind of erupted as well. We're seeing some very tall flames up on the top of that ridge, and this one just keeps getting worse. Okay, we can actually, sorry, Elliot, if we can come back down to this, the wind, you can see it almost creating these little fire tornadoes that are so powerfully pushed that they're almost horizontal. You can see it kind of pushing toward the ocean. You can actually see where the wind is blowing. It just fanning these flames, just fueling them. I mean, it's just endless fuel for this fire. Again, the good news though, we're in this parking lot, and the other side of this is just the beach. There's no structures on the other side. There are no homes that are threatened on the other side of this. But I mean, from what we can tell from where we're standing, it looks like everything, this part of Terrace Circle, is just a total loss. I mean, these images are just, oh, these gusts of wind. That would really knocked me over. These gusts of wind are so powerful, and they just kind of come out of nowhere. I mean, you're standing here, and everything kind of seems fine, and then you see it hit these flames, and they just whip up, and then all of a sudden it hits us, and we kind of get knocked back as well. They are so ferocious and powerful. We can't see anything now south of PCH, south on PCH. For a long time, we could see some flames on the other side of PCH. The fire had jumped briefly, but I think it was just burning brush or grass kind of on this side of the beach. We could also see other structures on fire down to the south. Now we don't see any of that. We don't even see fire personnel down there. For a while, we saw quite a convoy of fire engines that were kind of stationing down to the south there at PCH. So I don't know where they have gone or where they have moved on to, but we can at least see their flashing lights a few minutes ago. We don't see those anymore. So again, these homes are just a total loss, and just remarkable to watch these structures, these beautiful homes, just burnt to the ground with just no support at all. I mean, there's nothing you can, see that wall just kind of collapse. I mean, we're just watching these things crumble and fall to the ground. It's really remarkable to watch, Alex and Marla.
And we just saw that vehicle. It seemed like they hit a wall where they just decided to turn around, and they flipped a U-turn, and now they're back southbound on PCH. This vehicle here exiting. So sorry to hear about the man who pulled in and said, "That's my home," and literally watching his home, his livelihood burn. Obviously, he has his life, but it must be just beyond words to experience what so many in the Pacific Palisades are experiencing tonight. Chelsea Edwards and Elliot Mendoza, we thank you for your great work out there on PCH. The both of you stay safe. We'll check in with you. Looking at the clock, it is now 6 o'clock. This is typically the time that Alex and I welcome you to the Fox 11 News at 6 o'clock. Instead of bringing you our typical coverage, we're sticking with our wall-to-wall coverage of the Palisades fire. We give you 3 different live images here. The big box, that's from our Santa Monica camera. It's turned around. It's usually facing towards the pier. You see the hillside with the active flames. The bottom right, smaller picture, that is along PCH as homes burn, and then a neighborhood within the Palisades there. Upper right screen, more structures burning tonight.
This is one of the most destructive fires that we have seen in multiple years. Right now, more than 1,200 acres burned, significantly more than that. 0% containment. This thing is totally out of control right now. At least 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, at least 10,000 homes threatened, and we've seen probably 24, if not more, homes that have already burned, in addition to structures. Pali High, part of that, also burning as we speak. We want to go now to the phone, and joining us live is Charlotte, who is a Palisades resident. Can you talk to us, Charlotte, about what your experience has been like today? What are you seeing from your perspective?
Charlotte, are you there?
Hi, yes.
Hi there, this is Marla Tejas alongside Alex Michelson. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. Obviously, we're very sorry for whatever it is that you are dealing with. We understand that you are a resident of the Palisades. What has your experience been like today?
I am. So I live in the Palisades Highlands, right where the fire originated. I'm also a student at Palisades Charter High School. So around 12 p.m., we finally realized that it was kind of time to pack up. We were getting texts from people that were starting to evacuate. So we basically threw everything in a bag. It was just my mom and I. My little brother goes to school right down the road, on Palisades Drive where the fire was, and now his school is now missing like a playground and cafeteria. The field is scorched and basically gone. But we picked him up and we tried to leave. Palisades Drive was a mess. It was like a zoo, and people literally could not get out. It was at a standstill. So at some point, me, my brother, and like 4 of his friends, we got out, grabbed our bags, and basically ran off of Palisades Drive onto Sunset. I personally was like wearing Uggs and pajamas, and it was quite chaotic. So yeah, we ran onto Sunset, and then we just walked all the way up to our friend's house on Sunset, farther down Sunset near Marquez Charter Elementary School, where we thought we were going to stay, but then I guess the evacuation warning spread, and we then piled about 9 people in a truck, and we headed down to Bel Air Bay Club, where a lot of people that evacuated from my brother's school, Calvary Christian, they were gathering there. Now looking at the news reports, it looks like they've also had to evacuate Bel Air Bay Club, so we basically had to evacuate 3 times, and we are now out in Santa Monica for now.
Do you know the status of your home, Charlotte? What a day you've had.
Yeah, so for now, my family home is still standing, as well as our immediate neighborhood. I do know that my aunt and cousins, their house is, my aunt's house burned down. It started out just touching on the edge. We have an actual video of their house on fire, and that was about 3 hours ago. So they've now told us that it is most likely all burned to the ground. They are on El Medio, and because the fire jumped over the canyon to El Medio, there were no firefighters that we know of there, or at least visible in the video. We couldn't see anyone, and their house is most likely gone.
So sorry to hear about the loss of your aunt's house. We'll be praying that your home continues to stand.
And just the thought of the images that we've seen in the last half hour or so of your high school up in flames. How are you thinking about that?
It's really just shocking. It's like I honestly didn't realize that from like the Santa Monica Mountains it could really spread that far. So it wasn't even a thought in my mind that we'd leave the football field and the baseball field, which are 2 places I've spent a lot of time as a softball player. And yeah, I just didn't realize that going back to school was going to be a bit different in a couple of weeks. So.
Wow. All right, Charlotte. Well, we're going to let you go. Hopefully you are okay tonight. And we want to, our reporter actually is on the street that you mentioned with a perspective from Charlotte Street. Matthew Seedorf, take it away.
Yeah, we're on El Medio right now, just what she was mentioning, and it is just horrible to see, just a wall of flames. I count at least 7 homes on fire on this street. We have 1 firefighter over here trying to do the best that he can, and we keep hearing these occasional pops from inside these homes. We have more firefighters showing up right now. But just an intense situation with these winds and the fires, and it's out of control, and it's hard to put into words just what we're seeing. But just looking down the street again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 homes. There's another one on the other side of the road that's also on fire. And this is very close to the high school as well. As more firefighters are pulling in now, and hoping they can get this to slow down. Go ahead, send it back to you.
It's good to see more of these engines pulling up. LAFD, in terms of staffing, if you're curious, there's 250 plus firefighters there fighting these flames. They have 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters, 4 brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6 paramedic ambulances, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, and fire investigators and safety officers on scene as these live pictures just get worse and worse and worse. This entire street seemingly on fire. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo. You're around the corner from Palisades High, and what's your situation now?
And we're also around the corner from where we just went live, where I showed you those 2 apartment buildings on fire. And I talked about the rain of embers, and you could see them right here, and you can see what they've done. They started another spot fire. Now, this house is threatened, and there are tons of firefighting resources just around the corner from us fighting the fire at those 2 apartment buildings, but there are no firefighters here. I know that they are aware that this is burning because a short while ago we saw someone checking it out and then driving over to where the firefighters are, and it appeared to be a fire official. But if we pan that way, I don't know how well you can make it out because the visibility here is really, really poor. But something else is burning just down the street from us. We could see the flames a short while ago. but there's so much smoke that you can't see very far in front of you. And you see more rain of embers, and still some people just now deciding to evacuate. We were surprised to see how many people had stayed put, but many of them are leaving now. And one man, as he was driving out, asked me to relay this message. He said that he was on Ratcliffe and that there was a giant eucalyptus tree on fire and that there were no firefighters there. And he was concerned that the tree was going to catch other homes on fire. And likely that eucalyptus tree caught fire just like this vegetation you see here, because an ember got into it and then it started burning. And so something else behind the shrub in the walkway between this apartment building and that home. And again, no firefighters here at the moment. We do know they're across the street or around the corner, I should. And we also believe that they are aware of this, but we will make sure that they know as well. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Christy Fajardo, thank you. We've been talking about Pali High. Pali High is going to be closed tomorrow, as will Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, Topanga Elementary School. Paul Revere Charter Middle School students will relocate to University High School. Topanga Elementary Charter Schools will report to Woodland Hills Academy. So that's all tomorrow, and I'm sure the schools have let the parents know about that as well.
Let's check in with Ed Lascos now for his vantage point. Ed, where are you?
We are in the village, and no doubt as you've been watching our live pictures, you see a lot of the looky-loos. That's been amazing the last 20 minutes. There's a lot of looky-loos coming in, some riding the motorcycles, others in their pickup trucks coming by, driving, looking at this block, burning down to the ground. They all have their cell phones out. Rather macabre scene on their part. In any event, this is Antioch, just below Haverford, about a block south of Gelson's, heart of the village. This whole block has been burning the last hour and a half. The wind started with the flames, the embers on the right side of your screen, on the western side of the street, and the winds have been blowing on your screen from right to left, blowing it across the homes on the left side of Antioch. And as Mike, the photographer, was saying, with these embers, when you get a really good gust, his description was good. He said it looked like a missile flying up in the air from one of the homes that's totally engulfed in flames and flying over maybe about 200 feet into the neighborhood to the left where we have a glow in the sky. So there are just so many spot fires burning here through the Palisades right now. The wind's kicking up. Sometimes you get some really strong gusts, and it is a shower of those lit embers blowing across. So there's really no way at all that firefighters can stay ahead of this, because as soon as one of these spot fires hits, another one is picked up by the flames. See the vehicles here, more of these looky-loos. They just come by with their cell phones, take pictures of this. My God, it's the last place I would want to be if I wasn't working, to be over here in a fire zone like this where people are losing their homes. In any event, we also had one other lady who came by, and I felt for her. She was in tears because it was one of her homes down here. We tried to talk to her, but her point, she said, was she was trying desperately to call 911. She had her cell phone too, and she said, look, I keep calling 911. It's not picking up. So I don't know what the situation is about that, but she had just tremendous frustration. But I told her, I'm sure the fire department, well aware that they've got this fire out of control burning in her neighborhood right down the street, Antioch. And after the glow, that is where we've been seeing part of the Palisades High School burning right along Temescal over there. And that fire is threatening to jump over Temescal and move further to the east in our direction, because the wind is this way with the embers. When we get some good gusts there, you can see some of the flames lapping over the top of that home. There was a home right at the end of Antioch, right at Temescal itself, that was also on fire after another. And unfortunately, these spot fires have homes like that right there just burning out of control right down to the ground.
All right.
And Lascos, a question for you. We know when we were talking to you earlier, no firefighters anywhere near you. Has that changed at all, or is it still just burning with nobody there?
Well, we saw one firefighter driving by in a fire truck. He came around this way over toward Antioch and over toward Temescal, surveying the area, but that was it, just trying to get an idea of what was burning. But in terms of a firefight on the ground, no, nothing at all. No firefighters. We hear sirens as they move up and down on Sunset. So probably some of those homes that Christy's been showing us, the apartment buildings up there, but nothing down here. But it's really, as you look down at this scene, horrific scene. There's not really much firefighters can do here, and if they try to stay ahead of these glowing embers, that's an impossibility too. But it is amazing. That was what the lady who was having an emotional breakdown in a sense, and I certainly can't blame her, trying to get through to 911. And her point was, where are the firefighters? And I said, at this point, we're on our own. Firefighters are doing the best that they certainly can.
Yes, they are. All right, Ed, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. And your photographer, of course, on scene. Stay safe. Smaller picture here, Santa Monica Cam, the flames on that hillside just continue to burn out of control. This fire is 100% out of control. Last check was at 3:30 when we heard from fire officials, county, city, and state, including Governor Newsom, and the complete acreage at that point was 1,262. As you can imagine, that has just ballooned since then. Pardon me. Eric Scott, basically the public information officer of LAFD, was saying that he didn't think that there was going to be an update from officials, another one tonight. The next one was likely not going to happen until tomorrow morning. So it's best to stay with us here at Fox 11 and online. We are streaming foxla.com. I'm Marla Tejas alongside Alex Michelson. You could also, if you have not done so yet, a great resource is the Fox Local app as well, which has all of the information there, and you can stream us live from there. This big picture here, this is from Pacific Coast Highway. Chelsea Edwards is on the ground there. Chelsea, are you there?
Yes, I am, Marla. Oh, it's just devastating watching this. I actually just spoke off camera with the homeowner of one of these homes. It's no longer standing. There's nothing left actually right now. When we got here, it was a full structure. He's just absolutely understandably distraught. Did you hear that explosion? We've heard a few of these. One, I believe, was a gas line. We heard a very loud whistling sound after a huge explosion just a couple of minutes ago. We just heard another one. But this gentleman says he's lived in this area. He's lived along PCH his entire life for decades. He's been through a lot of fires, a lot of natural disasters, so a lot of events like this, but he said he's never seen anything like this before. And he says this part, at least, these homes could have easily been saved. He's just said he was here all day with his neighbors. They were watering everything down with their garden hoses, trying to save these homes. And they had a fire engine as the flames were coming down through the mountain and coming toward their homes. And he said they ran out of water and they took off. They had to go to something else. So he just sort of trying to save his home and couldn't do anything about it. He watched it go up. He watched it catch. He first watched his neighbor home catch on fire. Then he watched his home catch on fire. Then their neighbors, and then across the street, and so on. And he's just kind of standing here, just in utter disbelief. And he just said, this could have been preventable. This shouldn't have happened this way. But he said that's that. I mean, what can we do? There's absolutely nothing left. There's not even a beam left standing of what was once his home. Everything back up in that hillside is burned as well. We saw a lot of active flames a few minutes ago. Now we're just seeing a lot of smoke, a lot of kind of black, thick smoke just kind of coming down throughout the canyon. Just heard another explosion there. And as it's nightfall now, we're able to see a lot of the glow from other spot fires kind of all over these ridge points. I'm not sure how much the camera can pick up, but if we look directly across PCH, you can see some at the very top there. It looks like there's some wind blowing as well, and some bigger flare-ups that are sort of coming out. Everywhere you look, you just see flames. No matter what direction you're looking in, there is fire. Again, these homes here on Terrace Circle, there's just nothing left of them. It appears that every single home on there has been lost. This gentleman that I spoke to, a 99-year-old resident, they said the residents in that area helped get her out. They brought her here to this parking lot across the street, across PCH, and then she was eventually taken by first responders to safety or to an evacuation center, but she couldn't evacuate on her own. But again, he's just sitting here watching, just in utter disbelief, as he would be if he saw this. I mean, when we started here, an hour or so ago, there were several structures standing here, not just one, but several along Terrace Circle. And now, I mean, look at this. There's nothing left standing. It's just all gone. And you can see this structure burning a little bit down to the right here. We've seen a couple of people like this that appear to be transient individuals. They've approached us a couple of times, and he's approached us a couple of times, appears to be having kind of a mental break, which also understandable. I think a lot of people coming to this particular area because there's no structures on the other side of PCH. You've just got sand and water, so it's relatively safe in terms of what's going on in this area and in terms of what your other options are, because there's just nothing left to burn once this jumps PCH. It has jumped PCH at certain points. We saw those flames down. You can see in the distance. Now you can't even see them anymore. We could see them a while ago. Now you just see this thick smoke. And again, no fire personnel either. They were staged for quite some time down at the end of that street or down a little bit south on PCH. They're no longer there. We can hear the sirens. Not sure exactly where they are, but no firefighting efforts on these homes as well on Terrace Circle. So just so hard for these residents who called this home and who are now trying to figure out how they're going to rebuild and what they're going to do from here. I mean, it's just devastating to watch.
It really is. Chelsea, thank you. Look at the smaller picture there of the Santa Monica cam, and it looks like that's grown even worse in the last couple of minutes. And that's to be expected because the winds are picking up. Joining us, let's welcome to our coverage here, Rick Crawford. I understand, and forgive me if I'm wrong, you're former LAFD battalion chief, sir?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for taking the time out. What do you make of the Palisades fire in all of your time with LAFD? Have you seen anything like this?
So, after having a few decades of career with the Los Angeles Fire Department, actually I've seen this a few different times in this particular area. However, with the winds being, with a 24-hour period of these life-threatening and destructive winds, that's actually the big concerning part here. Usually you have a 3-day or 4-day send-in a wind event, but without the winds being so fierce. Winds at this particular time, this fire got a head start. It's jumped now 1,200 acres in such a short period of time, and now you have structures involved, and actually the evacuation piece of this incident is at the top of every incident commander's mind right now. If you get people out of the way and resources in there, the main piece is going to be to save as many homes as possible, and then try and let this fire, try and survive as much as we can over the night, over the fire department over nighttime, as the winds hopefully should subside tomorrow around noon. That happens, that puts us in a more advantageous tactical advantage to be able to now start to get this fire under control.
So, I mean, because it just seems like these winds are just relentless. And I mean, give us some perspective from a firefighter's, mindset right now. What can you even do right now?
So, if I put you in the scene of a wind-driven fire is what they call this right now. And when you pull up to a wind-driven fire, there's, as you can see, there's embers and firebrands that are burning. You can't have any exposed skin with your firefighting equipment on because you will burn. Your eyes are red, your nose is running, it's hard to breathe, and the conditions that you're under are extreme. But one of the things is that the amount of training that these firefighters go through allow them to be able to put themselves in harm's way. The incident commanders have a really robust, structured defense plan and keep the firefighters safe. They will put firefighters in harm's way, as you have to when this situation happens. And so they have a very robust structured defense plan. They know where the fire is. They're going to plan ahead to where the fire is going to go and what's in its pathway. One tool the firefighters are using for this wind is what we call Wi-Fire. It's an evacuation tool, and they take into account the weather that's in the area, the wind speed, the relative humidity, and it spits out a footprint of where this fire is going to go. Those incident commanders are using that footprint right now to determine what the evacuation orders are. And then we send the Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles Police Department to get those people out of the way.
What we've seen a lot of, and I think we're seeing it in some of these live pictures, at least the bottom right, perhaps, where our reporter is there and several homes are on fire and there's no firefighter in sight. We understand that resources are stretched thin of a fire of this magnitude. What's your take on that?
So, the Los Angeles Basin area is what we call a resource-rich area when it comes to fire departments. However, when you have a fire of this magnitude, even though that the weather prediction was for these fierce winds, the amount of resources you have to put onto an incident like this is very critical. However, you still have to provide coverage to the rest of the cities and the rest of the counties that you are, sworn to protect. And so the firefighters are in what they call a drawdown mode right now. So they're using minimum resources, or what we call degraded mode, and so we're using minimum resources to respond to other emergencies and other incidents. And that will free up some additional resources to come to this particular incident. However, right now, the main piece of this is the evacuation. And so, sometimes you will make a decision that you understand there may be a loss of some homes that you just can't get firefighters in front of them in enough time to get themselves set up safely, to be able to make a strong firefight. So you have to let the fire come to a vantage point where it doesn't have such a head steam as you can see these 100-foot flame licks that are coming up these ridges. And so the incident commanders are making some very, very hard leadership decisions to be able to decide, the actually, life first, property next.
We're also hearing, and we dealt with this a little bit in the mountain fire. I know it's a different county. That was in Ventura County in November, but about some water shortages. Are you hearing any of that with this fire in particular?
Well, in this particular part of Los Angeles, it's in the northwest corner, and so you run into, the Metropolitan Water District in Los Angeles County, and then also DWP, Department of Water and Power in the city of Los Angeles. Water is not the issue really here right now. It's just that the wind, and the fact is that you can't really have aircraft firefighting as part of this. This is a very, very hard type of fire to fly in. So minimum aircraft, the water drops that you do make are going to almost be a little bit of a hit and miss, because by the time that water actually starts to hit the ground, you will see that it's going to dissipate quickly due to these, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. I can see right now that there's wind gusts at, up to 52 miles an hour in that particular area. So water from a water dropping standpoint would be a little bit ineffective. And so that is causing the firefighters to be at a big, big disadvantage right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned 52-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and those could get even higher as we make our way toward midnight and into the early morning hours of Wednesday. Former LAFD Battalion Chief Rick Crawford, thanks so much for hopping on the line and for your insight tonight.
Anytime.
Back to Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf, who has seen some of the worst devastation. Matthew, I know you've been moving around. Where are you at now?
Yeah, we're outside Palisades Charter High School again, kind of on the other side where the majority of the fires take place, so we can show it to you. It's my understanding this is the baseball field area, there's some lockers, kind of like a field house, and the school is kind of the far side looking out there, so we're not exactly sure how far the flames have spread to the school itself, but the wind is blowing that direction, and it's just hard to see beyond what you're looking at right now because of all of the smoke. Just dealing with all the smoke and the wind down here. Sam, if you want to try to flip it back this direction, just to put it in perspective, we're on the other side of the street. There's another home on fire above us on this hillside, but there's so smoke. Visibility is very low right now. We have seen some firefighters trying to do the best that they can, putting out fires on homes, but for the most part, the school, we're not seeing a lot of firefighter action where we are. We obviously know that they are pretty overwhelmed right now given the situation, and it's just very, very scary for folks out here. Go ahead and send it back to you.
I just want to clarify, Matthew, are these the classrooms that have now caught fire? Because I know earlier it was mainly the athletic fields.
Yeah, we are still on we flip sides here, but we're by the baseball field, the locker room, and I guess you could call it a field house. I know photojournalist Sam Dubin went to the school. What are we looking at right now, Sam?
So we're on Sunset Boulevard at Temescal Canyon. This is the baseball field area. And those buildings we were showing you are kind of like storage buildings. I think maybe like dean's office. So I haven't seen the actual classrooms catch on fire. But what's incredible is this across the way to these fires. These are homes on, I believe, Radcliffe Avenue, which the fire had to jump Temescal Canyon to get to these homes. And it's just absolutely decimated them. I mean, I never thought I would see something like this.
Yeah, to Sam's point, I mean, we've counted. I mean, we've probably lost count of the structures that we've seen burning. It's unbelievable. It's something you never expect, and this is Sam's high school. Like some of the other people watching, it's just hard to see.
Yeah, it's a very special place. They filmed a lot of TV shows here. Modern Family was shot here. I believe the Legally Blonde movie franchise was shot here. It's the entrance to the school is very familiar to a lot of people if you watch TV and movies. A lot of history here, a lot of celebrities here. Will.i.am was the celebrity that my generation knew from the school. But yeah, a lot of history here at this high school.
Yeah, a lot of back. I'll see if we can walk up this way and kind of show those buildings again. We were at the front of the school that Sam was talking about, and the smoke alarms were going off, but we didn't see active flames on the front end of the school. But again, looking out here, this is the baseball field house locker room sort of area, and just a wall of flames right now. And you can hear the wind picking up too.
Yeah.
Continues to spread.
Speaking of schools, sorry, I'm stuttering there because I've got a lot of information coming at me right now. Thank you for that live report from Pali Charter High School as the fields there continue to burn. Just getting word that LAUSD announcing that the schools that will be closed tomorrow include Palisades Fire, Canyon Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, and Paul Revere Charter Middle School. So they will be monitoring the fire on Wednesday and then potentially shift those campuses to remote learning on Thursday. A couple of points that we learned, the acreage, as you can see on your screen, if you're looking at your screen, has now increased. It went from about 1,300 to more than 2,900 acres, 2,921 acres. That is the latest acreage count from LAFD, still threatening 10,000 homes. Now we are getting word from LAFD that they are so strapped for resources that they're looking for firefighters to call in to this hotline to help in this firefight. That number is on your screen. It is 213-576-8962. So again, LAFD saying we need all firefighters on deck. So if you are watching us right now and you think that you are a firefighter and you are able to help, please give this a call, 213-576-8962. I have to say, in all the years I've been covering these fires, I've never seen a call out like that before.
No, I was just thinking the same thing. I don't remember us ever doing that, putting a phone number for firefighters to respond to, which gives you a sense of the severity of this issue. If you are just joining us, or maybe you're joining us from another network that just went to national broadcast, it's now 6:30, and we are on the air with live local coverage of the Palisades fire. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas here with you tonight, throughout the night, here on Fox 11, on Fox 11 Plus, streaming on the Fox local app. We want to go to Haley Winslow right now, who has a representative from the fire department to give us the latest information. Haley.
Yeah, I'm sure you recognize this face. This is one of the public information officers for LAFD, firefighter David Ortiz. He's been here all day, obviously, at the forefront of all this. First of all, we see the flames behind your shoulder. It's obviously a little bit frightening as this fire continues to move southwest. What's the latest, and what's the plan tonight as we're feeling these winds definitely pick up?
Well, the plan tonight is to put the various strike teams into the neighborhoods that the fire might start new fires. The majority of the head of the body of the fire has burned in various directions. We have zero containment on this fire, and so we have open front all around this fire. All the communities that surround this fire are in a threat. All right, and so because of that threat, it's difficult to pre-stage a fire engine at every single home. So it's a guessing game for us. We have strategically placed fire companies where we think the fire might go, but we're also keeping mobile and moving these resources around to engage the fire at every opportunity. There's opportunities in certain areas where the fire is not being pushed by the wind because the wind is super strong right now, and we can have all the water in the world and not be able to stop the forward progress of the fire. As you can see, certain spot fires have started in other areas, like we see behind us, and once one ember lands into that area, you get a new fire start. And those can carry 1 mile, 2 miles down the road. It's hard to predict. So a lot of people don't see fire around them, around their home, and they have false sense of security because embers can be cast in all sorts of directions. If you're in the area where an evacuation order was given, it's time to get out. Conditions are going to get worse. Winds are going to pick up. It's dry. It's windy. It's a perfect scenario for a fire.
Yeah, the National Weather Service still saying that this is on par to be the strongest Santa Ana's of the season, and it's looking like it's expected that you guys are going to be here for several days. During our news conference a little bit ago, we had almost 50-mile-per-hour gusts. You can definitely feel it's really picked up. I know it's definitely, you can feel it, the difference. What would you say to people? I know a couple of friends of mine were trapped in there, and there was a little bit of miscommunication, with trying to be first told to get out and then told not to get out. And obviously there's no signal, so it really complicates things.
Right. So a lot of the evacuations are done neighborhood by neighborhood. If you hear police officers coming through your neighborhood over the PA, it's time to evacuate. Immediately when a fire starts, the first thing we tell folks is to shelter in place and wait for direction, especially during the beginning of the fire, because we don't know what's going to be impacted. When we give an order to evacuate, we don't want to be like Chicken Little and tell people to evacuate an area and get out of an area unless it's absolutely necessary. So until we know where the fire is going, that's when we can give an evacuation order. We have established the direction of the fire, which way the fire is expected to move. We have computer that predetermines and calculates the speed and rate in which the fire is going to be moving. And then we can predict what evacuation orders, what zones we can evacuate. But separate from that, independent from that, we also have areas that are immediately threatened. We don't need the chief or the person in charge of this incident to tell us to evacuate an area. That the division that's running the fire, the chief that's at that scene, at that community, can take independent action and order an evacuation of a community. So if you do hear those police officers over the PA telling you to evacuate, even if they haven't given an evacuation order via the news, or you haven't received one on your phone, you need to get out. A lot of the phone service is intermittent right now, so you might not even receive an evacuation order. When in doubt, if you feel threatened, get out.
Yeah, and I understand there's still definitely some people in there still tonight that are trapped. Our anchor, before you go, I know you're in high demand. Our anchor, Marla Tejas, has a question for you. Marla, go ahead real quick and I'll relay the information.
We just put out a number for firefighters who are watching to call. This is per LAFD. LAFD saying we really are strapped for resources. Can you put out this number to get us more firefighters? Can you ask him about that and the reality of, what they're up against tonight?
Yeah, good question. So this was something we kind of talked about at the presser, that there was something put out that there's not enough firefighters and that you guys need more resources. Now, we heard, I think it was Eric Scott saying that you guys have all boots on the ground. You've got more resources coming overnight. You've got CAL FIRE deployed. And if need be, you can get more boots on the ground, aircraft in the air from other states. What's the plan as these winds continue to strengthen? And what's the reality of the resources that you currently have right now trying to fight this?
So for the time being right now, as far as my understanding is that we have adequate resources on this fire. We are limited to our ability to fly because when these winds do pick up, they have to do a risk analysis whether they can fly or not at night. And water drops are ineffective when the winds pick up to a certain point. So it's a risk versus gain. Is it worth risking the lives of those pilots and firefighters in the air to drop water that's ineffective versus trying to figure that out? So our firefighters are out there. They're pre-deployed. We have resources from all over the state that have arrived, and we have these resources in place. The question comes up is, will we have enough resources? Should we have a second or third or fourth brush fire, which is very potential right now? We have low humidity, we have high winds, and a new fire can start anywhere in Southern California, in Riverside, San Bernardino County, etc. So resources are being focused here, but if our resources are stretched, they can be stretched to a certain point where we will not have enough resources. So that is a good point. But for now, we do have adequate resources on this. We have more resources coming, but we do have to rotate our people through and get them rest, get them fed, and then back out on the line.
Now, I have a couple friends who are on the line right now, and they're kind of on standby, and they finally were able to get out. There's a lot of people obviously still trapped, and they have no idea. Even with a Ring camera, you have no idea what's going on with your house if there's no signal. So what would be your message tonight for the people still trapped, for the people who don't know what's going on with their homes? And then this is only one fire. We still have 2 or 3 days left of these winds, and could easily see another one of these pop up.
Yeah, so if you're in doubt, your first priority is the safety of your family. and you have to make that decision whether or not should I stay. This is not your typical fire where you see homeowners with a garden hose and putting little embers of fire and vegetation around, ornamental vegetation around their house that might catch a small fire. This wind it causes the fire to have extreme fire behavior, and it's explosive. Once you get an ember landing into a fuel bed, it's 100% receptive, and it's off to the races. So if you feel that you're in a community that is threatened by this fire immediately, you're anywhere near around where this fire is, you should be getting out if you're in that evacuation zone. That's why we made that evacuation zone for 30,000 people, because all those people that are surrounding the fire, we have zero control over the fire. The fire can jump the line and can expand beyond where it has established itself.
Thank you very much, firefighter. Please be very safe out there tonight. Now, I know you guys have another briefing at 8 o'clock in the morning. I've got a friend on standby right now we talked to earlier, him and his wife, and just want to real quickly, Eric, if you could just tell me what it was like trying to get out of that fire with flames on both sides.
Well, it moved so fast. When we got the first time down to the bottom of the road on Palisades Drive, we were turned around by the level of smoke and flames.
Eric, we're going to have to get back to you. I'm sorry. We're going to have to get back to you. I'm sorry. We'll have much more on that coming up in just a little bit. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Haley, thanks so much. As live look from our Santa Monica camp, and those flames still ferocious as ever. Let's check in with Ed Lascos. He is there, right in the village there in the Palisades. Ed?
Yes, Marlon, we are right in the heart of now this evacuation zone. LAPD's come by just in the last few minutes, black and white with their loudspeakers saying you must evacuate it on now on Sunset. This is Radcliffe across this Halliburton. It's just a block below Gilson in the heart of the village with the Palisades. And there are the burning embers blowing from right to left on your screen. That's one of the new homes that they were moving now, right up in flames. The fire earlier hit the right side, all these homes, a half dozen homes. And then there was a wind blowing across the ring. That's kind of blowing all those embers and those homes on the other side, now catching as well. We finally saw, as if we did in the last couple of hours, two fire engines coming down, moving right around the bed, and one of them backed up and actually left the location. The other one is around the bed because they're trying to get ahead of this fire, ahead of the embers, as they are blowing across ways, heading down east. Now, it's interesting because LAPD, this area, most of these we've been here, has been evacuated. You used to have a lot of looky-loos coming through. But LAPD coming out saying with that grim warning, a mandatory evacuation, get out now, head east on Sunset, that is the way. West on Sunset, takes you to Temescal, over in that area, through all the smoke is about a block or two over Temescal. That is Palisades High School. We've already seen that has been burning as the flames and the embers move this way. And Mikey gives you a look what's left of these homes. These were homes that had been here looking probably for several decades in this beautiful area, tree-lined street here in the Palisades, now smoldering rubble, and those embers from the flames just picking up, going over, and we've got at least two homes on the far left-hand side burning as the fire continues to spread to the east side, and that is the big concern here. But at least this area, just a block south of Gelson's itself, if you're familiar with this, we're right in the heart of the village. It's now under that evacuation mandatory order with LAPD going street to street, block by block on their loudspeakers and saying, get out now. And if you're leaving, head east on Sunset. That is the way. Mike, you want to take, we have a quick second, and I think we're okay here. Let's go down and give you an idea of how ferocious these winds are. This is something also that we're watching out because LAPD's been telling about all the looky-loos. You have a lot of down lines, and you've got to make sure because they could be energized, which would be very, very dangerous, deadly. So they've been on their loudspeakers as well saying, stay away. But look at this devastation down Radcliffe here off Haverford. My goodness. Looks like a bomb blew through here. This was a beautiful three-story home a couple of hours ago. Nothing but smoldering rubble. And the embers blowing across right to left. You can feel the intense heat as you walk through here. Here's one home that is fully engulfed. And right to the left of it, Mike, you see some flames up on the top of the roof. That home, we're losing that home too as the winds come through and the embers blow through here. Right in the heart of this fire, again, the winds with those embers blowing through, you can also see how the winds are picking up. And here comes a fire truck right around, finally coming through here. We're seeing some firefighters moving in here, probably trying to get some water on, trying to control these embers as it's blowing through. Because you have this out of control fire and the winds blowing across, they'll blow across the next one
further east, and you've got more spot fires, and that's the big concern. Marla, Alex, you were talking about a call for LA City firefighters. Look at this Long Beach Fire Department, Engine 10, pulling in here to try to help out with this firefight. So we've got folks from Long Beach. I saw some earlier from Glendale coming in here. So it's an all-out firefight. Everybody hands on deck, mutual aid, helping LA City Fire. And this home we are losing as these embers blow through here. This is the home right next to the one that's fully engulfed. And here come the firefighters as they try to figure out their line of attack. And at this point, I don't think they're going to be able to save this home, unfortunately, but trying maybe to control the spread of embers. And I'm thinking doing structure protection on the home right next to it. That's what he's talking about, structure protection right over here to keep those flames from jumping across this two-story home. That's here right in the middle of this firefight here on Radcliffe, just off Haverford. It looks, I don't have the words, long war zone. Look at this, these homes. Beautiful, stood here for decades through this area, now smoldering. We got the embers and the wind still blowing from west to east, and that's the problem. This home is gone. Started with some shrubbery burning out front a little while ago, and bang, just like that, it is up in flames. Yeah. And then we got the firefighters. That's what they're talking about here. They want to try to do some structure protection. This home, though, has already got fire burning on the top of its roof, but they're going to try to get some water on it to keep those embers from burning to the home next to it. But this is a good sign. A good sign in the sense, since we've been here the last couple of hours, these are the first firefighters we've actually seen moving here with an engine and try to get some control on this. And this is Engine 10 from the city of Long Beach.
Yeah, finally
getting a lot. It's the first line. Trying to get this house down, trying to control those. The village, the part of the village where LA PD rights telling everybody it's a mandatory evacuation. Get out east on Sunset, evacuate. It is unsafe to be here. I would think most of the folks that have already left. It was that big long jam of traffic a couple of hours ago. So most folks were already gone. But as this fire moves in this direction with those embers and the winds blowing very strongly from west to east, from Temescal and Palisades High, over further in this direction over to Chautauqua, that is the concern. They've been trying to get a lot of the folks out. Seemingly they all are. And then we've got some structure protection here. First line on this home, which is burning on the up top the rooftop. The upstairs area burning because the home next to it is gone. Just like that, these winds they just came through a little while ago. Embers, a sea of embers, hit some of the shrubs on fire, and the home went up just like that. And now the home next to it is burning, and that is the concern. See, we talk about the embers in the street. See these embers, if they catch onto the tree like that, the tree starts burning. You got more embers flying, and that's why it's just so very hard to control anything like this as this fire roars through here with the wind propelling it through. But finally, the firefighters are here.
This is just a reminder of how so often this is kind of the luck of the draw. How lucky this blue homeowner is. And this is when the fire department finally shows up. Firefighters had come all the way to the beach to do this. And that home could end up being saved by this, but these homes, just because there wasn't anybody there, they are not. Our total loss, many of them on this street. Hopefully that this particular street can start going in the other direction, but it's a reminder, Marla, as we see the fire crews from Long Beach, that the winds are supposed to get worse, not only in Pacific Palisades, but all over Southern California. And there's nothing to stop another fire like this from starting somewhere else.
Unfortunately, I have this news just coming across from LA Fire Department and the Angeles National Forest. They are responding to a new brush fire burning in the Eaton Canyon area above Altadena. So at this point, no word on acreage, but again, firefighters from both LA County Fire and Angeles National Forest responding to a new brush fire in Altadena, above Altadena in the Eaton Canyon area. So that's what we were just talking about with the gentleman from LAFD saying that, you know, we have resources here, but what happens when another fire breaks out?
Right. And I've been seeing some messages of people saying that they're seeing fire from Pasadena, so that makes sense. That would be that fire. And, you know, we'll see about getting eyes on it. It's a little bit challenging for us because of to fly the chopper tonight, not only because of the winds, but also because of some flight restrictions because of President Biden still being in Southern California. So it may be challenging for us to get eyes on that. But if you're watching us and you have video of that or are seeing that, please send it to us via social media, tag us, tweet it at us, all the rest of it. Be interesting to see what that fire is starting to look like. Hopefully it's nothing close to this. Hopefully that fire stays out, in vegetation and away from homes. What's so bad about this Palisades fire is, as you can see, it has impacted so many structures. Christy Fajardo has been seeing all that up close for several hours now. She joins us now. Go ahead.
I know.
Christy, you're on. I don't know if you can hear us. Christy, you're on. I don't know if you can hear us.
Hey, so just literally seconds ago, then we heard a very loud boom, and it was a tree coming down, and it hit those power lines. Whoa. You can see them sparking. We're trying to get away from them. This is a very, very dangerous situation the firefighters are dealing with. And there was actually now crews are going through just as that tree came down, barely missed hitting it. And I'm going to pan this way and show you we're actually at Antioch and Swarthmore, and there are buildings here on fire. And these palm trees really underscore the danger. They look beautiful, but when you get those rains of ember, this is what happens. A lot of these trees catch fire easily. The wind also knocks down some of the palm fronds, and that catches fire everything, or lights on fire everything beneath it. In fact, if we pan down, you can see there are some palm fronds on fire there on the sidewalk. And still, we're seeing people evacuating. Again, the LAPD just came through. They were on the megaphone. They were telling people to leave, and we're hearing booms. I don't know if you just heard that all around us. It appears to be transformers catching fire and blowing up. And again, very hazardous and dangerous situation that we are witnessing firsthand here at Swarthmore. And to give you some perspective, we did not even move that far. When you came out to us live the last time, we were half away at Sunset and Via de la Paz. And this is what you see. So firefighters really have a monster fight on their hands. Right now, we're not seeing any resources here, but again, we are seeing LAPD officers, and we need to get out of here. So I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, yeah, Christy, be safe. That's the most important thing. Do your thing. We'll get back to you when it is safe to do so. It's a very real threat for her, for the firefighters that are out there, and a reminder why the safest thing for people to do is to listen to the mandatory evacuation orders. Part of the reason that we are there is to be documenting and do so in a safe way, and often in conjunction with the fire department. We train for this sort of situation with them multiple times a year to go through this in a safe way. But this is one of the worst situations that we've seen in many, many years here.
This is a live look, pardon me, not a live look. This is a map per CAL FIRE, and it gives you sort of a sense of the Palisades fire. Last check, not long ago, CAL FIRE updated the acreage to 2,921 acres, so just under 3,000 acres have burned so far. And then we're just getting word about a new fire that's broken out above Altadena. We've seen some images of it. This is in the Eaton Canyon area. County Fire is on this one, and the Angeles National Forest also battling this fire. We do have Gina Silva, our reporter. She is headed to that Altadena area fire to bring you the latest there. Here's a live picture. This is our Santa Monica cam. Those flames very active still, and they will continue to be so. Let's check in with our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, for the latest on those winds. Adam.
Yes, we have a lot to talk about here. I'm going to start, though, with the three main takeaways. If you're just kind of like joining in late today on the coverage, we've been on for hours and hours with what's going on. But the three main takeaways is the fact that the winds are going to peak later on tonight. I'd say 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. tomorrow is going to be our most concerning window where the winds will be strongest. And also the humidity goes down even more tomorrow, a little bit drier tomorrow. And also worth noting that extreme conditions like what we've been seeing in the Pacific Palisades are actually widespread and occurring over a large part of Southern California. And, I hope there are no more fires, but I was just thinking a moment ago before we heard about the one a little north of Pasadena, and we don't know to the extent of that one yet, but I was just thinking, I'm almost surprised there's not more going on, and it seems there might be. just happening right now. All right, so not to get a little sciencey before we dive into the specific wind forecasts and humidity forecasts, I want to share with you why we expect tonight the winds to peak a little bit. So we've got a setup in the atmosphere a little bit higher up. You may have heard of the jet stream. So those are the fast moving winds that are a couple miles above where we live down here at the surface. And right now the jet stream kind of follows this path like this. And there's a little burst, a strong part of the jet stream just on the north or northwest side of this low. And that's getting lined up right over our area. That's adding an extra boost to the winds. That's happening right around 9 to 10 o'clock tonight. And it's within this white circle right here. Now, as that low moves farther south, notice this is noon tomorrow, then that most intense part of the winds a little higher up in the atmosphere starts going south of us. But that's why through the night tonight and tomorrow morning, we have that extra enhancement to the wind speeds. And that's why, again, the peak is really, I'd say, 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. for tomorrow morning. Now, we have the red flag warning. No surprise, that's in effect for just about all of Southern California for Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday. A part of Los Angeles and LA County is carved out of that, but all these other areas continue on Thursday in a red flag warning. And the National Weather Service has a fire weather watch in effect for these areas in Oregon Friday, which means on Friday, this may turn into a red flag warning, which gives you an idea that we're looking at a prolonged Santa Ana wind event. The strongest winds, though, you know that, will be tonight and into tomorrow morning. We have the high wind warnings expiring at 6 p.m. tomorrow. After that point, the severity of the winds will be backing down, but still, it's an offshore wind, a dry wind, dry conditions, and gusty all the way potentially into Friday. Now into the future gusts, which is the forecast wind gusts, and I'll remind you that gusts will be the burst of wind, not like sustained winds, not an average wind speed, but just how strong it could burst at certain moments. And as we started at 7 o'clock, you're going to notice when I go from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., a pretty drastic increase in the forecast wind speed. So look at this. We've got 50s and 60s on the map. Anywhere you see purple is 35 and above, but obviously you see some numbers that are higher than that. And again, we mentioned this was breaking just a short time ago, 5 minutes ago or so. We learned of a fire, a brush fire, a little bit north of Pasadena. So that's another spot to watch, and look what the forecast wind gusts that are there at about 9 o'clock tonight, along with the Pacific Palisades. The other thing worth noting here is the wind direction. We've seen the winds pretty consistently out of the north or out of the north-northeast, so kind of like this direction. You see the streamlines going right here. We expect that wind direction to pretty much be the same throughout this event, which means, you know, if you're watching from, let's say, Santa Monica, I know this fire is not that far off, but keep in mind the winds are not blowing this towards Santa Monica. That would be a northwest wind. This is more north to northeast wind, and we expect that wind direction to kind of hold the way it is right now. All right, now as we go later into the night, you can see 2 o'clock in the morning, intense winds just take over a large part of the map here through the night. Here's 4 a.m., still the same story. Some spots might see gusts over 60. There's a lot of 60s on the map there. Here we go until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Still very windy, but I think at this point we are just over the peak of this, just over the hump, and then winds will back off gradually, still gusty in some spots, but winds start to come down as we get into late day Wednesday. Here's a look at 8 p.m., so that's just after the high wind warning will expire. The other thing I want to share with you, the relative humidity, we've seen it below 20% in some spots today. Look what happens as we go into tomorrow. As, again, these winds get stronger tonight into tomorrow morning, and then we have this to deal with. The air gets even drier tomorrow with relative humidity below 10%. So this is about as ideal of a setup you can have for wildfires to spread rapidly if one were to start. We've seen a few instances of some fires already breaking out. We really just need to be very careful. Pay close attention to what we're telling you here. I know we're going to be on air for 7 more hours. I believe the plan is we're going to go just through the night with all this. So we'll keep you posted here on Fox 11. Marla, back to you.
Yeah.
All right, Adam, thank you very, very much. We want to take you now. This is the Santa Monica Dam. This is the Palisades fire. But we do have a look at the new fire that popped up.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, this is from our Mount Wilson camera. This is above Altadena, so near Pasadena as well. And this is being called the Close Fire. It's burning at about 20 acres so far, with the possibility of spreading to 500 acres in probably no time, given the winds out there. And again, this is being fought by LA County Fire Department and the Angeles National Forest. So 2 of the agencies there are the lead response agencies as it relates to what's being called the Close Fire. Again, 20 acres with the potential of spreading to 500 acres quickly.
Okay. Maybe we can take that picture on the top left full for a second, and we can talk about what's happening here. That's a time-lapse video. Let's look at this. It's a time-lapse video that shows the progress of that fire burning in Eaton Canyon. So you can see the rapid growth of it. Obviously, it's not in color, but it gives you a sense of what's happened. And now we go back to that live picture from the Mount Wilson camera, which is in color. Maybe we can take a look at that full, and you get a sense of the size of this. It is called the Close Fire. I mean, that shot from Mount Wilson is one of the most picturesque ones that we have in terms of our live picture arsenal. But tonight, that very ominous fire there. The good news where it is burning right now is not right where homes are, but we know how quickly embers can move. And so that is another scary reality. And we also know that there are just so many firefighters that we have. And if we start having fires in all different directions, there just simply aren't enough people to fight them. Let's go back now to Pacific Palisades. That's where Matthew Seedorf is for us live with a look at his vantage point. And all around you now, Matthew, flames.
Yeah, I can we're surrounded by flames. We keep hearing those loud bangs. It just sounds like firecrackers just going off, bang, bang. Right now you can see the homes right near Palisades Charter High School. Several homes on fire, if not destroyed already. And then, Sam, if you want to point up to the light, just so people can see the smoke just blowing, just look how fast it's going. I mean, that's something you see. I've covered hurricanes on the coast. That's what you see with hurricanes and the rain, just all of that wind just blowing all this smoke. It's pretty remarkable to see. And Sam, if you want to walk with me outside the high school, we're going to look about towards the football field. Looks like there's a structure burning over there. And we talked about just being surrounded by flames, but it's just all around the football stadium. We saw the press box on fire. And we want to see, because we've seen the other side of the high school. We saw the other side of the high school with the flames on the baseball field and the field house, the locker rooms, and this is the main entrance to the school. And we did see some fire here a little while ago, and I just want to get a quick look and show you guys kind of what we're seeing at the front of the school. And yeah, you can see the flames coming in from this direction, getting closer to the school. Just definitely a scary situation. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew Seedorf, thank you very much. It is now the top of the hour. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas, for one of the most dangerous and destructive fire events in recent memory here in Southern California.
Thank you so much for being with us as we bring you this wall-to-wall coverage. The two of us have been on the air since 2:30. We will not leave your side tonight. We're now broadcasting live on Fox 11 and Fox 11 Plus simulcast, of course. So thank you for being with us. If you want the latest information on our app, that's the Fox Local app, a great resource, especially in a crisis like we're seeing in the Pacific Palisades. Let's get you the latest numbers as it relates to this fire that broke out at 10:30 this morning. More than 2,900 acres, 2,921 acres burned, according to CAL FIRE. 0% contained, 100% out of control right now. 30,000 people have been placed under mandatory evacuation orders. 10,000 homes do remain threatened. These images here of the cars literally stacked on top of each other nearly and looking like bumper cars. This was the scene earlier where people abandoned their vehicles, and as a result, LA Fire came in with their bulldozers and bulldozed all those cars off to the side to make access for those first responders.
Yeah, there was apparently nowhere for the fire crews to go because it was kind of like a domino effect, and so they ended up having to move those cars away like toys. So we want to show you some time-lapse video that gives you a perspective of the rapid growth of this fire. It started around 10:30 this morning and then just exploded and continues to explode tonight. 0% containment, and it doesn't look like we're anywhere close to starting that containment process because the winds, as we've been reporting, are only going to get worse. And this is burning at the same time as another fire is burning, at least one more fire. That one is in Altadena, which can be seen from the Pasadena area. But man, when it gets dark, Marla, you really see how ominous it is. And this is that live picture right now from our Mount Wilson cam looking at that fire in Eaton Canyon, in the Altadena area, and people in that area, San Gabriel Valley, are concerned when they're looking at those images right now.
Yeah, this one here is noted as the close fire, and we do have Gina Silva. She's on the ground. She'll be heading there to bring you a live report. Just as soon as she arrives, we will bring that to you. In the meantime, let's check in with Chelsea Edwards, who's been reporting live for us along PCH, and you've just seen homes burn to the ground.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Marla, we're going to add to that number so far. So we're standing where we have been standing for a while. We've been watching these homes on Terrace Circle go up in flames. There's been at least 5 that have gone up. We just watched the last one on that terrace burn to the ground. But now, unfortunately, we're able to see in the distance there, south on PCH, we've got some smoke covering it now. There's another structure somewhere in the distance that is burning. But also across on this side on PCH, we've been talking about how there are no homes on this side. There are some structures, though, that we're able to see now that they're lit up. Those are, we believe, the public bathrooms that are right in that area along the beach that are currently on fire. So that happened within the last 5 to 10 minutes, and that whole thing is just going up. We haven't seen any firefighting efforts in that area or here at all since we've been here in this particular part of PCH, which means that everything in this area is just, if the flames come to it, it's burning. I've been talking to the homeowner, one of the homeowners here in this mobile park. He says there may be as many as 187 homes in this one mobile home park, but that there's several others in this area. Now, we don't have a clear idea yet whether that many homes in this particular area have burned, but that's what we're looking at. I mean, that's the reality that we're facing here. These homes are very tight together. These mobile home parks, the structures are very close together, and once one goes up, if there's no mitigation efforts, the others go up as well. So we're watching this burn to the ground. We've been able to see all these homes on Terrace Circle burn. Not clear how many behind it have burned, but it could be a lot. Let's take a look again, Elliot. If we look down on PCH, that public bathroom. So that's a relatively large structure, and that was lit up quite a bit a little while ago, but you can see those flames coming off of it. Look where the wind is pushing it. So the wind is still pushing everything to the west, toward the ocean. For a while there, it turned back on us. So we were standing here, and all of a sudden, it shifted very quickly. We were getting around, our camera was getting knocked around, and the smoke was just coming directly in our direction. That seems to have shifted now to the opposite. And I think that kind of speaks to just how chaotic this is, and that we just don't know where. Every time the wind shifts, these light up different homes, like what we're seeing right now here. We've got more homes on fire with really not enough resources to do property to save these properties, unfortunately. So again, seeing at least one more home in the distance, but just with the numbers of this mobile home is correct, and there are 187 mobile homes back there. If that whole thing is flattened, these numbers are going to be very different from when we wake up tomorrow morning from what we heard at the last press conference. So certainly keep an eye on that, but just devastating to watch. That homeowner is still here watching his neighborhood burn, and he just said, I don't have anywhere to go. I have nothing left. He didn't have insurance on it. There's nothing left he can do. So it's just a devastating situation for so many people right now.
That is just absolutely heartbreaking. I'm sure he knows this. There are the evacuation centers. He probably doesn't want to go there. He probably feels, a sense of security being close to where his home was. So those evacuation centers are at Westwood Rec Center in Westwood between Wilshire and Ohio on Sepulveda, and there's another one at the Dream Center, and there's various ones if you have large animals. Pierce College, for instance, and Woodland Hills will accept large livestock. And American Red Cross is set up in conjunction with the Westwood Rec Center evacuation. And the Agora Animal Shelter is accepting smaller animals right now, so that's a place to bring them if you need to do that. Okay, so let's bring in our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, and let's talk about those winds. And when we talk about Santa Ana winds, what that means, right, is that they're blowing towards the ocean, right, instead of away from the ocean. We much prefer away from the ocean, and that's why we are literally seeing the flames go all the way up to the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, and it's the interaction of the wind direction and the mountains and what happens with the winds when they come over the mountains and go downhill. I mean, essentially, that's why the geography is the way it is in Southern California, why the deserts on the other side of the mountains is usually the prevailing wind. The common wind would be blowing onshore, it goes to the mountains, and we have super dry air up towards the deserts. But what formed the deserts is basically happening right now around the LA area on the ocean side of the mountain. So yes, Santa Ana winds, it's offshore, and usually when they're very strong like this, it's usually an extreme scenario, not just with the wind speeds, but also the very, very dry air. But we talked earlier about how the humidity actually goes lower tomorrow than what it is right now. So we've got a couple things working against us here. I'll keep showing you this. We've mentioned it many times here tonight, but as we look at the future wind gusts, which means how strong the winds could be bursting at times, doesn't mean sustained winds, doesn't mean it's an average wind for several minutes, but just a gust, a burst of wind could get up to some of the numbers you see right here. And as we go from around the current time, starting off at 8 o'clock into 10 o'clock, you're going to see just in those couple of hours a pretty drastic change and increase in the wind speeds here. And notice the wind direction also, because yes, the Santa Ana wind is offshore, meaning blowing towards the ocean, but we can have Santa Ana winds that sometimes come from the northwest or from the north or from the northeast or straight from the east. In this situation, these winds are mostly going to be from the north or from the northeast, and that's what we've been seeing on a lot of the weather instruments so far. We really don't expect that wind direction to change too much, so keep in mind with the Pacific Palisades fire that the smoke and the embers are getting blown basically towards the ocean, not down towards, let's say, Brentwood or Santa Monica or even south of there. We don't expect that wind direction to change much as we go through the night, but the wind speed's really, really high. We also mentioned earlier, now we're tracking another fire. This is in a rural area north of Pasadena. At the moment, not threatening homes, but you see the direction the winds are blowing. It is blowing everything south, so it's certainly something to keep an eye on through the night. Here we are, 2 o'clock in the morning. Look at these numbers here. I mean, this is just, it's widespread and it's intense. This is the most extreme wind event of the season, and that's saying something because we've seen already a couple of extreme wind events, one in November, one in December. Here we go into 4 o'clock in the morning. It still is just about as strong as it gets out of this whole thing. Here we go into 8 o'clock in the morning. Still some gusts over 60. And then notice how kind of late night, early morning, the LA area actually starts to get filled in a little bit more with some of those stronger winds as well. So you take just the fire threat out of this, and it's a damaging wind event, to say the least. I mean, there is going to likely be some type of wind damage. I'm getting messages from people of like trash cans blowing around in their neighborhood, and all that is happening. We saw the live shot earlier with Christy, who the tree fell near her, and power lines, sparked and everything. And sometimes that's how these fires start, right? It's the strong wind knocking down a tree onto power lines. But that's another thing just to be very, very cautious of as these wind speeds ramp up tonight. If possible, I mean, your home is where your home is, right? But if possible, avoid some of those larger trees. We may start to see some trees come down across Southern California. Now, here we go into midday tomorrow. And this is the point where we're going to be over the hump, over the peak of all this, because those peaks tonight through tomorrow morning. By noon tomorrow, it's still windy, it's still dangerous, it's still critical fire conditions, but we're just past what we would call peak. And then as we go a little later into the day tomorrow, 6 p.m. is a time frame we're looking forward to, because that's when the high wind warning will end. And you see what happens here, wind speeds are backing down. But another thing worth noting, I'm just going to come over here and switch to a different graphic, is that we've got several days of concerning Santa Ana wind conditions. So as we switch to the advisories and warnings right now, red flag warnings, that's in this magenta color, coat just about all the area. And that's for Tuesday, today, and for Wednesday. But as we go a little farther ahead into Thursday, notice part of Los Angeles is carved out of that, and a little bit along the coast of Orange County as well. But still Thursday, all these areas are under a red flag warning. And now the National Weather Service for Friday has also added these areas in orange in a fire weather watch, which means these locations could switch over to a red flag warning on Friday. We don't expect the winds to be as strong as what we're dealing with right now, but still an offshore Santa Ana wind will be an issue at that time. And then I just want to highlight, as we're going through the warnings here, highlight one more thing. Here's the high wind warning, pretty much the entire area. It's that yellow color for the extreme winds. In fact, like we said, until 6 p.m. on Wednesday. And like I mentioned earlier, the air actually does get a little drier tomorrow as well. Very concerning fire weather setup. And like I said, it's not just the fire risk, but strong winds. I mean, this is a damaging wind event. There's going to be wind damage kind of scattered all across Southern California that we'll get a good sense of by the end of all this, I think. Well, back to you.
Adam Kruger, thank you so much. We want to put up this information on the screen right now, give you a sense of where the evacuations areas are. So this is a map from CAL FIRE that shows where the Palisades fire is. It gets you in perspective. A lot of people know Riviera Country Club, not too far away. Will Rogers State Beach is where they have been staging. That's where they did the press conference earlier. They thought that was far enough away to be a safe zone. But this whole area, Topanga Beach, near PCH, and because of those winds that Adam was talking about, we have seen a lot of this fire move from that top of that hill, moving down towards Pacific Coast Highway, towards the ocean. Obviously, nowhere to burn once you hit the ocean. The Brentwood area, Brentwood Country Club, Country Mart, all the rest of that, so far seems to be okay. A lot of smoke, scary to see with fire that closely, but Adam has talked about not a lot of risk of the fire moving into that direction, although with embers you never quite know.
We do have it. Can we bring up the Mount Wilson camera? I know our focus, of course, is on the Palisades fire, but we're getting some new information, which is pretty alarming about the other fire. This is it. This is per the Angeles National Forest. They've renamed it. We were told it was the Close Fire. Now, according to Angeles National Forest, it's the Eaton Fire in Altadena. It's grown to 200 plus acres, and evacuations are underway. So there are homes in direct line to now what's being called the Eaton Fire, again, in Altadena. So 200 plus acres. United States, the Forest Service, Pasadena, LA County Fire, they are all responding as well. So now we have 2 active fires that are threatening homes. We hate to have to report that. We do have Gina Silva. She is headed to this fire, again, in Altadena, known as the Eaton Fire. And then we do have people who work at the Mount Wilson area. And I'm being told from a colleague that those employees of ours are now being told to evacuate as well atop Mount Wilson.
Mount Wilson, which is responsible for so much communication, not only for our station, but for many different assets, are potentially in danger. Okay, we want to show you something from a few hours ago. A sense of what some of our reporters have been up against. This is a report from our reporter Matthew Seedorf and photographer Sam Dubin in the Pacific Palisades area as the flames really got going. Take a look.
See, we can walk across the street. This is towards the football stadium. I believe that is the school bus on fire. If we're going to turn this way with all these embers. Quiet. I do have an embers with me. It's measuring winds gusting to 35, 40 miles per hour. With flames on the other side of the street as well. We can push this way. And I'm actually with photojournalist Sam Dubin. You went to this high school, Sam. If you don't mind, what's this like?
It's heartbreaking. This is my alma mater. The baseball field's totally gone. Some of the buildings are gone. This house across the street's gone. This is the newer aquatic center. The aquatic center looks okay right now. The classrooms appear okay, but it's just heartbreaking for everyone who went to the school. A lot of people have gone here over the years.
Yeah, I can't imagine the C buildings have burned down. And just this thick black smoke. Yeah, the winds, it just stings because all this debris flying around. Looking at my manometer, gust 25 miles an hour right now, but we've seen probably close to 40. It's hard to put this into words. This home up here on fire, and all these other structures, and even a high school. Oh, go ahead.
All right, that was such a precarious, dangerous situation. It's so sad to see all of those who. All right, that was such a precarious, dangerous situation. It's so sad to see all of those who have gone to that high school, and let's hope that the classrooms are still standing. It was the athletic fields that took the brunt. We now want to show you what has really captivated us today, and that is this scene. This is when people literally abandoned their vehicles trying to escape the flames. result, LA Fire came in with their bulldozers because they couldn't get through, and they literally bulldozed all of these vehicles off to the side to make way for the route to allow those first responders to get through. Let's go ahead and listen to some of the sound that we got surrounding this scene.
So questions about abandoned cars. That's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left in the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle on the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you because, as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly.
No, it's not. As we expect the winds, if you can believe it, to get even worse later tonight and into early tomorrow as well.
And we heard from a woman who was in that abandonment, in that her and her husband were in separate vehicles, because a lot of people have asked us on social, why did they abandon their cars? And she laid it out plainly and said that all of the traffic was trying to get through and the flames were really close and it was gridlock. And so at which point it was, life over your car. And so they left their vehicles there. And they just stacked up, obviously. It's like dominoes. So that gives you a better idea of what really happened.
That becomes a story of sort of crowd dynamics and mob mentality as well. Ed Lascos has had these remarkable pictures. And Ed, good to see a firefighter there. Is this the same Long Beach crew that we saw earlier?
Yeah, you're right about that. It's Engine 10, City of Long Beach. They moved in the first fire engines we've seen on this entire area, this entire block of Antioch and Haverford. They've been busy getting a couple of hose lines on these two homes up here on the east side of Antioch and Radford as the winds have been blowing the embers. The west side, look at that on the other side of the fire truck. They're all gone. Those homes, nothing but a smoldering chimney on the other side. And it's been the embers being pushed by these winds have been blowing over here, lighting these homes on fire. And in the back, they were trying to shut down a fire that's over here. This home, remember last time we saw you about 20 minutes ago, it was just smoldering on the rooftop area. Now look, the fire has moved into the second floor, first floor. This home is burning, and the home right next to it also. That one we're looking at, they've been doing structure protection on the one to the left, but I was going to say the one on the right is, we lost that one, unfortunately, about 40 minutes ago. The embers came by and just lit it right up very fast. And the fire engine said, watch out, we're going to get some water through here. They've got the plastic hoses trying to put out some of these hot spots, but this home, unfortunately, they got here just as this one was smoldering. We thought maybe, by chance, it might be able to save it. Unfortunately not, but they're trying to damp it down. But at least finally, after we've been here for several hours and watch these embers blowing and everything else, and current of water comes in to try to hit these hot spots here. Finally, we see an engine coming in, and as we've been talking about it, Marla and Alex, not from LA City, LA County, City of Long Beach coming in with their engine to try to help out, trying to shut down this area. And this has really been like one of the hot spots of many, if you will, no pun intended, as this fire roared, jumped across Sunset and moved down here to the east of Temescal, losing these. Like you'll give you a look at the other side. It really started over here on the west side. These are the first homes that went. And my goodness, it's like a bog in this area here. Home after home, right along as you just went up in a matter of seconds right before our eyes. Smoldering rubble. You see the embers still blowing as the breeze blows through here, and that's a continuing problem. The embers continue to blow to the east, and you have more spot fires down 100, 200, 300 yards away, something that's almost impossible for firefighters to control. There's a chimney or what's left of that home. Incredible. And then it's jumped across. Now you have these homes burning over here. One that's low. Well, it's actually two as I look around the bend, 2 or 3 around the bend to the right off camera. the one right in front of us, and then the firefight that they're basically trying. Well, they're not going to be able to save the one to the left. It is just fully engulfed in flames. Although they're hitting you with water, some lines now on the bottom and also up top, but also trying to dampen down those embers because they're trying to save the homes to the immediate left and also the homes on the back side, the far east. But it shows you this firefight here, and it's basically out of control. One engine doing whatever they can. God bless them, but with these flames and the embers that are blowing up in the sky, look at that. If you go all the way up top, Mikey, the embers just blow up in the smoke and the wind that swirls around and they go up, follow down along to further east, and it's a battle, maybe a battle you just can't win when you have winds like this, unfortunately.
No, it is not a fair firefight by any stretch. It's just absolutely devastating. Okay, thank you so much, Ed. And let's go to Christy Fajardo. She has a similar scene. And last time we saw you, we had to let you go because of the dangerous power lines that were nearby.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we saw a tree come down, narrowly missing an LAPD cruiser, and then taking down a power line, and it just started arcing and sparking everywhere. We did have to get out of there, but I want to show you Rush Out Swamp formed here, La Cruz Drive, and this is Palisades Charter Elementary, and sadly, it is on fire. And even around the corner, there are several buildings on fire, and down the street as well. And there are no firefighters, not a single one in sight. I know that there is a lot of firefighting resources right now at Sunset and Via de la Paz. Excuse me, I'm having a little trouble talking. Because we were there earlier, and there were two massive apartment complexes that were on fire, and firefighters were trying to put it out. And as they were putting that out, a spot fire started at a home corner. I did fly down firefighters, let them know, but they said that they were too busy evacuating those massive complexes, and they just didn't have firefighters to spare to go tend to that house. And we're seeing time and time again tonight where buildings are burning, homes are burning, in this case a school is burning, and there are no firefighting resources in sight or to be spared. And sadly, this is what we're watching right now. One of the culprits that we're seeing over and over tonight are these palm trees. Embers fly, they catch the palm fronds on fire, and this is what we see immediately following that. In fact, if we can you'll see that this is on fire. So is the one right next to it. And the real issue is that those embers are now up high, and if the if gusts come through, they blow them and start multiple spot fires. And Gina, if we pan around the other way, we can show you that something else just caught fire down the street. So terrible scene to witness, but sadly, this is what we're seeing tonight. Let's send it back to you.
Christy, thank you. I want to give you a moment to catch your breath, and sometimes it's been helpful to just listen into the picture every once in a while, get a sense of how windy it is. So maybe we can listen to Gino Arias's picture to get a sense of how intense it is out there. And think of that school and all the memories and all the kids and everything else, and how now parents are going to have to explain to these young kids about what happened here. So sad as we're looking at Palisades Charter Elementary School right now in flames. We've also seen the Pali High also in flames tonight.
Let's go ahead and check in with Chelsea Edwards. She's along PCH, where she's seen entire mobile home parks go up in flames. Chelsea.
And more than that, honestly, I feel real. It feels extremely surreal being here and watching this. I mean, everywhere you look is on fire. Everything that we can see that is on the land that can burn is burning right now. I mean, from up in the canyons to what you're looking at right now, which is what's left, the rubble that's left from this mobile home park, to structures that are further down PCH, we're not sure what those are, to the public bathrooms on the other side of PCH. So this has jumped PCH and is now on both sides, even though there's not a whole lot left here to burn. it is still burning. It's just remarkable to watch. And, we see that firefighter, that fire engine heading south on PCH. We've seen that over and over. They're going south, they're coming north, but they've not stopped at any point to help to do any, structural protection for any of these homes. That's some of the frustration from this homeowner we've been talking to. This gentleman, he's standing near me. He's been here for a couple of hours now. He keeps coming and talking a little bit more. He's warming up a little bit, I think, just still completely in shock from watching his home burn down. But he said, they were here. They knew that this fire was coming down. The homeowners were there. They were trying to protect their homes with garden hoses. And there was a fire engine that was there right at the entrance. And he just said they could have done something, but they ran out of water and then they left. They said they'd come back and they didn't. Obviously, those firefighters are working on life-saving efforts. I mean, that's obviously their first priority, as it should be. Property is secondary. But that's obviously hard to hear for the homeowners who are just watching everything they have and they own go up in flames. The gentleman we've been speaking to said he ran back in when he knew that it was too late. He knew that his home was on fire and there was nothing that was going to save it. He said he ran in and he grabbed a physical picture of his late mother, and that's the only belonging that he took out of that home as he ran down the hill to get away from those flames. So, I mean, you hear stories like this and the impact is so great to these people. I mean, you think about the fear in those people that were in their cars on Sunset Boulevard making that decision to run. That's a true fear. And we see these scenes like this. And I mean, it's just hard to believe. Again, I just feel surreal. It looks like we're on a movie set. Like this is not actually where we're standing in the Pacific Palisades right now. When you look at the scenes of destruction, it'll be really interesting to see tomorrow when the sun comes up and to kind of get a sense of how widespread this damage is. And this gentleman says there's 187, he believes, mobile homes that are in this park alone. And this is just one of several up and down this section of PCH. He says there's one to the south and one to the north as well. And we believe that those structures are burned as well. I mean, it's hard to tell, obviously, right now with all the smoke in the air and these shifting winds and no ability to get in and really see what's going on. But I think it's safe to assume that these numbers are going to skyrocket from what was reported earlier this evening in terms of these structures that have been lost. I mean, we're seeing it with our own eyes. We're watching these structures burn. Just remarkable damage here in the Pacific Palisades and just so much just devastation and fear from these homeowners who are just watching everything that they have go up in flames.
And we can just hear the roar of that wind. It is something. All right, Chelsea, thank you. We want to talk now about the new fire that popped up. It's being called the Eaton Fire. Here's some images. This is thanks to Jonathan Acosta here. And this is burning in Altadena. 200 acres. This just erupted, already up to 200 acres, and there are mandatory evacuations in place. Angeles National Forest, one of the agencies on scene, says leave now if you are in the evacuation zone. I'm going to read these out to you. I do believe that we can throw them up on your screen. Evacuation orders underway for the east of Altadena Drive, Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, and Ken Clare. Mandatory evacuations for all of those areas listed by Angeles National Forest. That agency is saying to leave now, and you can see these flames here and how close they are to homes. And this is another vantage point from above, looks like from a helicopter here, and it's burning out of control. There are multiple agencies on this one, Alex. Pasadena Fire, LA County Fire, which we know is in the Palisades Fire. Pasadena PD is out there as well, and LASD as well, LA County Sheriff's Department, with those road closures and evacuation orders.
Wow. Yeah, this is our best so far of that brush fire, which is burning near Pasadena. Wow, look at that. And this is the live picture that we've been looking at from Mount Wilson, which we hear is there have been some evacuations ordered there. Also just got word the city of Santa Monica, back in our other fire, what's happening in the Palisades, has just issued a evacuation order. We've been talking about that city. Santa Monica seems somewhat in the clear. It's where a lot of people went to evacuate, but they are now evacuating all areas of the city north of San Vicente. Immediate threat to life. Lawful order to leave now. Areas now closed to public access. So that is areas north of Montana to San Vicente. FYI about the city of Santa Monica, if you live there, the message is to get out. At Lascos, back in the Palisades area, and some of the worst images of destruction have been from Ed and his photographer, Mike Armijo. Ed.
Yes, it's heartbreaking, unbelievable. Looks like a nightmare, I got to tell you. And interesting, you talked about those evacuation notices now coming up in Santa Monica. It's something that we heard about 30 minutes ago in this neighborhood here, just off Sunset in the Palisades. LAPD going by in their black and whites on the loudspeaker saying, get out now, mandatory evacuation, evacuate eastbound on Sunset, which would take you back in that direction you were just talking about, where they are now asking folks to leave in that area of Santa Monica, moving toward the Brentwood area. Crazy scene out here. Long Beach, Engine 10 on this scene, Antioch, Bradford, just off Haverford, about a block south, if you will, towards PCH, just on the backside of Gilson's, give you an idea, part of the village of the Palisades. This one home here is sadly the latest casualty of this out-of-control wildfire. That front end looks like it's going to give way. In fact, some of the firefighters just pulled out as they're thinking that front wall might come crashing down. It's one of, I don't know, a dozen, maybe more homes on this one street alone as it winds down from Sunset down toward the Bluffs and PCH along Temescal that has been lost. And as you look down the road, down the street itself, Antioch, one after another, you just see one of the homes, another home's burning, because of the trouble is the embers that keep blowing from this wind. As Mike Armijo, the photographer, was saying, it was almost like missiles through that wind blowing through. I know, huh? And it picks up all those embers, missiles, if you will, lit missiles, blows them down, and look at the front of that home. Looks like it's just, sadly, we're going to lose another home here. I must tell you, though, the firefighters from Long Beach have moved in. First ones we've seen, and they're working very hard to try to contain this one if you can, and do protection, structure protection on the home right next to it, to the left side, because the one on the right side we've already lost. So they're doing their best. You can see them pouring water on the one to try to keep it cool so that these embers and the fire does not spread. They don't want it to go up this block, as it's right in the direct, it's downwind in the direct line of all the embers where the fire has been burning, as it's burning now on the east side of Temescal. We've already lost some areas over at Pali High School, if you're familiar with the area. It jumps over Temescal, over that canyon area, over the roadway onto the east side, into the Antioch Street area, Haverford, right along, right basically across from Temescal and Pali High, backside of Gilson, and it's just been a firefight here the last couple of hours. Several of these homes gone, and as you look over past, these are the homes that we first lost here as this fire, the sparks first hit this area. Chimneys standing, chimneys, all that's left is just smoldering, burning debris. And at times you might hear some gas canisters pop. That's about it. And then over here, down there, look at that's a look there of a lot of the fire engines that are moving in further down along Temescal as you come down closer to PCH, trying to get a handle on some of the flames that are burning down there, some of the homes that are burning down there, as they're trying desperately just to try to contain a lot of these burning embers as they're going through. Mikey, I don't know if we can look through the trees over there. It's probably a tough shot, but there's a huge home down there. Imagine some of these homes are beautiful. They're up on the hillside overlooking PCH. Great views down over the bluffs. That one is fully engulfed, several stories high. Just an unbelievable scene here. War zone. A lady came by a little earlier saying desperately she was trying to call 911, complaining that there was no way to get through 911. That was at a point when there were no fire trucks, no fire engines, no firemen anywhere to be seen in this particular area, in this particular neighborhood. There's a good look at that home I was talking about further down on Antioch here. My goodness, it is a firestorm here, raging out of control. Firefighters, Long Beach are here doing their best, but with these winds and these embers, there's not much you can do, not much anyone can do.
Wow. So depressing and sad to look at. Ed Lascos, Mike Armijo, thank you for the excellent coverage all evening long in very, very tough conditions out there as we watch these homes continue to burn. We've been talking about evacuations. We just talked about the fact that Santa Monica now adding evacuations, Eaton Canyon adding evacuations. Governor Newsom is in town tonight because he was supposed to meet with President Biden out in Thermal for a national monument. That had to be canceled. President Biden stuck here in Southern California tonight. Governor Newsom ended up going to the press conference earlier today in Santa Monica, and he talked about the need to follow when it comes to those mandatory evacuations. Let's listen.
By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard the chief say 10 p.m. tonight to 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
Well, he also declared a state of emergency as it relates to this, and he did reach out to President Biden. Alex may have just mentioned that, and to get FEMA involved and help get more federal dollars. Let's give you a look.
President Biden gave the approval for that, so the federal government is spending a lot of money on helping to fight this fire.
Okay, so let's talk about the evacuation centers that are so precious to so many people. I know a lot of people, had fled to Santa Monica, but now north of San Vicente, all of those areas are under a mandatory evacuation. If you need an evacuation center, the closest one to the Pacific Palisades would be the Westwood Recreation Center. It's at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. This is right between Wilshire and Ohio. This is where American Red Cross is also small animals there as well. Another evacuation center that we have is, I know the Dream Center is another one that has opened its doors. This is in Hollywood, in the 2300 block, 2301 Bellevue Avenue in Los Angeles. And I just got a message from Clint Carlton, who helps run the Dream. He says this is open not just for the Palisades fire as well. So if you are in a situation where you need the Dream Center is your place to go. That is a good option for you. In terms of animals, you can also go to the Pierce College in Woodland Hills. That one is accepting large livestock, smaller animals. The LA County Animal Shelter in Agora is accepting smaller animals. So those are animal evacuation centers in addition to the human evacuation centers, if you will. We continue to look at live pictures like this all afternoon, and it's just getting worse and worse now that the sun has set a couple of hours ago. Alex, it looks like you have some new information.
Yeah, the White House just put out a statement from President Biden, who is here in Southern California tonight. The statement, not on camera, saying he's being frequently briefed on the wildfires in West Los Angeles. My team and I are in touch with state and local officials, and I've offered any federal assistance that is needed to help suppress the terrible Pacific Palisades fire. Earlier tonight, FEMA approved a fire management assistance grant to support areas that are impacted and help reimburse the state of California for the immediate firefighting costs. My administration will do everything it can to support the response. I urge the residents of Pacific Palisades and surrounding areas of Los Angeles to stay vigilant and listen to local officials. So that is a statement from the president. We have not, even though he is right down the street from where these fires are, we haven't seen him on camera. I haven't seen him going to any of the briefings, which would cause quite a security situation. It may not be all that helpful right now, considering Secret Service and all the rest of it. But if we look at this live picture, once again, you get a sense of just the embers and how scary this is and how we are not anywhere close to being out of the woods yet. Matthew Seedorf continues his excellent reporting. Matthew is on the move, and we've got some firefighters with him as well. Matthew.
Yeah, you can feel that heat come behind you with that wind as the firefighters are outside of Palisades Charter High School. We're actually on the campus right now. We'll follow the firefighters over here. As the flames have reached campus, these are actual classrooms that we're seeing on fire. Just hard to imagine. I mean, there were students here in class today, and now you're just looking at this and it's hard to put into words. You can hear the firefighters yelling for more water. We saw them on the front of the school, also with their ladder out, just trying to get on top of this, but just feeling the heat, the embers blowing around. And this is what you're seeing all over Pacific Palisades. We were just driving a little bit across town. You can see just, you lose track counting the number of homes that are on fire right now. So this is just unbelievable. Looks like the firefighters are about to get some water on it, hopefully here, and prevent it from spreading to the rest of the school. But just an intense situation. Alex and Laura, come back to you.
Yeah, it is. It is so heartbreaking. And then to add to that, thank you so much, Matthew. We're just getting word that, and this isn't a big surprise, but it's still terrible to hear, that all aircraft has been grounded. So the firefight will not be fought from the air. It will be fought from the ground as we have now descended into nightfall. Adam Kruger, I know that's not a big surprise to you either.
Yeah, I mean, we heard about this earlier in the press conference. It would be a combination of dangerous to fly at night, but also ineffective for whatever they're dropping with the winds this strong. It's just kind of getting blown away. So, yeah, not a surprise to hear that. Now, as we go into the night, here's headline number one of the three main points. If you're just going to take three things away from this here, it's the fact that winds will be peaking between, I'd say, 9 p.m. and 9 a.m. So we're heading into that time when the winds are just going to be even stronger. The more winds are. Also, the humidity drops a little bit tomorrow, so it gets even drier than what we see right now. And the extreme wind conditions and dry conditions cover a huge part of Southern California. So while a lot of our coverage has rightfully been focused on the Pacific Palisades, other parts of Southern California are finding similar weather conditions that if a fire were to start, it could spread. Eaton Fire, which is a little north of Pasadena, something definitely to keep an eye on as we go through the night, as would be any other spot, is worth keeping an eye on as well. All right, so forecast now as we look at 8 o'clock tonight and head a little bit later into 10 o'clock. So notice the extreme wind gusts. I mean, we don't see the computer model really forecast something like this too often. It's showing widespread gusts over 50, some spots over 60, some spots over 70 miles per hour. So getting more intense with those winds as we continue through the night. Here's a look at 2 o'clock in the morning. And again, we're just like locked in to these really intense winds during the late night hours through tomorrow morning. Here's a look now at 4 o'clock in the morning. Things do not look any better. It is just a wild map to see with these intense wind speeds being forecast. Here we go into 8 o'clock in the morning, and we still see the strong winds. And keep in mind, while yes, the fire threat is very high, there's also just the risk of straight up wind damage happening anywhere. With winds of this nature, trees can come down, things can get blown away if they're not secured. So keep all that in mind through the night and into tomorrow. Now here's a look at noon tomorrow. We still have intense winds, but the numbers start to come down a little bit. And then by the end of the day tomorrow at 6 p.m., that's when our high wind warning will expire. And then we're past the peak, but still we have some concern after that. Now, another thing I want to show you here, just to kind of break down why we expect the strongest winds to start picking up here tonight. And when we look at the pattern in the atmosphere, we've got what we call the jet stream. You may have heard of this before. So this is like a river of fast-moving winds, much higher up in the atmosphere, basically where the jets are flying around. And so the jet stream goes like this, follows this kind of swirly path right here. And there's a particular part of the jet stream which is just about to line up over us tonight. I've got this started at 10 p.m. right on the kind of northwest side of this intense low right here, where the winds are really especially zipping quite strong. And so it's those upper atmosphere winds that are adding this little extra boost to the already strong wind event we've seen all day long. So that lines up right over us tonight. And as we go into tomorrow morning and into about noon tomorrow, then we see that batch of really strong higher atmosphere winds start to move a little farther south. But between now and tomorrow morning, that's when we get that little extra boost a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, which is why we expect those winds to just keep increasing as we go through these next couple of hours. We'll go back to you.
Adam, thanks. We'll go back now to Christy Fajardo. Christy, what are you seeing?
We're actually on Dela Cruz, and I'm seeing a building right over there on fire, and we're hearing a lot of booms, so it appears that there's propane there. And if you walk with me, some people have lost their livelihoods. Down the street, we see people who lost their homes. And sadly, some children have also lost their school. This is Palisades Charter School, and we've just watched as it's been decimated, and there's not a firefighter around. We're hearing fire alarms going off all around us, but no one can be spared to respond. And when we first arrived, we didn't know what this was, but we saw the playground and then looked it up on Google Maps and just have watched here helplessly, unable to do anything about this, and just wondering about the hundreds of children who no doubt attend, and looks like there's not going to be much left. This is Swarthmore is where we're standing, and you can see how much of it has been damaged, or if we pan that way, even destroyed. And down the street, in fact, if we walk out this way a little bit, I think if we pan down, you'll see those flames there. That is a house that is on fire. And now the trees all around it are on fire, and the trees across the street are on fire. So those homes are now in danger of burning as well. And again, no firefighting resources are here. We have seen the LAPD come through. They have been on their megaphones asking people to evacuate, telling them they need to clear out now. Fortunately, it looks like everyone heeded those warnings and got out before we saw all of this, but a very dangerous situation. Again, we're hearing booms, appears all around us. It appears that propane tanks are catching fire, and sadly, so did this school. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, we're sorry to see another school that has gone up in flames. Obviously, our other crew was at the Palisades Charter High School that has suffered significant damage as well, Alex.
Yeah, and this is a live picture right now. This is the Palisades that we're looking at here. It's hard to even keep track because we've got this fire burning and we've got the fire burning in Eaton Canyon right now as well, which is also threatening homes. There's a live picture from Mount Wilson where you see that on the move as well. And it is, I mean, I'm sure wherever you're watching us right now, you are feeling these winds as well. Even in this studio, which is soundproof and huge, where we almost never, ever hear or feel winds, we have been feeling at times this studio shaking because the winds are so intense, which I've never felt in my 7 years of being here. This is one of the most damaging wind events in modern Southern California history. We've been talking about it for days, but it's turned out to be, frankly, even worse than what we were predicting. And if you can believe it, the worst of the winds have not happened yet. That's expected to happen between 10 o'clock tonight and 5 o'clock in the morning. Ed Laskos can't hear us, but hopefully we're going to be able to tell him that he's on TV. Go ahead.
Now the firefight goes on here and it's growing more. Power now shut off in the last few minutes. Some of the apartment buildings, those all in dark. We've also lost cell service. AT&T, one of the carriers, it's making the situation even more dire. This is Antioch. It is just south of Sunset, right just south of the village of the Palisades itself, right behind Gelson's, if you're familiar with that, just east of Temescal Canyon. One of the many homes on this winding block that we have lost in this firestorm. This fire engine 10 from Long Beach moving in here. The first engines that we have seen, first firefighters that we have seen in this area, they've been doing their best to try to shut down this fire, and particularly the embers as the winds are blowing across your screen from right to left. Sometimes we get those big gusts that go through here, and those embers look like flaming missiles that fly several hundred yards toward the east, causing some more spot fires. That's been the entire problem. This block hit by the first wave of this firestorm a couple of hours ago. Over on this block were some beautiful homes. On the west side, there's a chimney, a brick chimney, all that's left. But interesting, there's that chimney, that home, three-story home, gone. Interesting, you look there, it'd be a home, but if you look through the smoke and the debris, see it says Pali. That's Pali High School, Temescal Canyon and Pali High School, and the lights that shine down on the football field. Normally, you would never see that from this street. Tree lined with those beautiful homes here. Now it's a wide open field smoldering with debris of what's left of these homes, as Pali High School itself has even been hit by this out-of-control fire. Some more booms going off, some more transformers. Further down on Antioch, and through all the smoke, there's a huge mansion down there on top of the crest that overlooks the bluff, looking down on PCH. We're losing that one too with this firefight going up in flames. It's not much that these firefighters can do. They're trying with this home here to get another stream of water on it. to try to shut down these embers. But at this point, it's an out of control fire. They're doing all they can, but at least we're seeing our first firefighters in this area. They're coming from Long Beach, not the city of LA. So you got to wonder what the heck is going on, as we're right in the middle of this area. We've already lost several homes, and there's no. Listen to that. You can hear the wind just roaring through here. These winds are the biggest problem with the embers just flying all over the place. The firefight goes on, still out of control, but at least these firefighters from Long Beach doing all they can to try to suppress these flares that are blowing through here.
Okay. Well, as a result of this, we want to reiterate, because Santa Monica is such a big area as well, that the evacuation orders have spread to the city of Santa Monica, an evacuation order for the entire area from the northern border of the city to San Vicente Boulevard. That's between Ocean Boulevard and 26th Street. An evacuation warning is in place for the area north of Montana to San Vicente. So that is something we will continue to keep a watch on as well. A live picture from our Santa Monica camera right now. And you can just see, of course, the active flames and the strong winds. Let's get back to the ground, and we are headed to Chelsea Edwards. This is a little bit earlier, an intense situation that she was involved in along PCH. Chelsea.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Marla, we're going to add to that number so far. So where we have been standing for a while, we've been watching these homes on Terrace Circle go up in flames. There's been at least 5 that have gone up. We just watched the last one on that terrace burn to the ground. But now, unfortunately, we're able to see in the distance there, south on PCH, we've got some smoke covering it now. There's another structure somewhere in the distance that is burning. But also across on this side on PCH, we've been talking about how there are no homes on this side. There are some structures, though, that we're able to see now that they're lit up. Those are, we believe, the public bathrooms that are right in that area along the beach that are currently on fire. So that happened within the last 5 to 10 minutes, and that whole thing is just going up. We haven't seen any firefighting efforts in that area or here at all since we've been here in this particular part of PCH, which means that everything in this area is just, if the flames come to it, it's burning. I've been talking to the homeowner, one of the homeowners here in this mobile park. He says there may be as many as 187 homes in this one mobile home park, but that there's several others in this area. Now, we don't have a clear idea yet whether that many homes in this particular area have burned, but that's what we're looking at. I mean, that's the reality that we're facing here. These homes are very tight together, these mobile home parks. The structures are very close together, and once one goes up, if there's no mitigation efforts, the others go up as well. So we're watching this burn to the ground. We've been able to see all these homes on Terrace Circle burn. Not clear how many behind it have burned, but it could be a lot. Let's take a look again, Elliot, if we look down on PCH, that public bathroom. So that's a relatively large structure, and that was lit up quite a bit a little while ago. You can see those flames coming off of it. Look where the wind is pushing it. So the wind is still pushing everything to the west, toward the ocean. For a while there, it turned back on us. So we were standing here, and all of a sudden, it shifted very quickly. We were getting knocked around, our camera was getting knocked around, and the smoke was just coming directly in our direction. That seems to have shifted now to the opposite, and I think that kind of speaks to just how chaotic this is, and that we just don't know where it's going to go. And every time the wind shifts, these embers get carried to a different area. They can possibly light up different homes, like what we're seeing right now here along PCH. And then we've got fire with really not enough resources to be able to tackle it to save these properties, unfortunately. So again, we're seeing at least one more home in the distance, but just with the numbers of this mobile home park, if this gentleman is correct, and there are 187 mobile homes back there, if that whole thing is flattened, these numbers are going to be very different from when we wake up tomorrow morning from heard at the last press conference. So certainly keep an eye on that, but just devastating to watch. That homeowner is still here watching his neighborhood burn, and he just said, I don't have anywhere to go. I have nothing left. He didn't have insurance on it. There's nothing left he can do. So it's just a devastating situation for so many people right now.
This was also another scene earlier. This is when a lot of people had nowhere to go. They abandoned their cars because the flames were fast approaching. As a result, LA City Fire, they had to come It was completely blocked. They bulldozed all the cars off to the side to make that emergency route to clear it out. Eric Scott of LAFD and LAPD Chief Jim McDonald, they were asked about this situation. Here's what they had to say.
So questions about abandoned cars, that's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left in the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle on the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can't get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you because, as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly.
But this is very, very, very dynamic. And you can just, by standing here, seeing us with the wind gusts and with the predictability of this wind's going to get worse tonight. So we want people to lean forward, ready, set, go, and be ready.
That was Chief Kristen Crowley from the Los Angeles Fire Department. Okay, so as we approach the top of the hour of programming now, we've been on with fire coverage on Fox 11 since 10:30 in the morning. At the top of the hour, at 8 o'clock on Fox 11, we're going to go to our Fox primetime programming. But if you want to continue watching our coverage, you can flip over to channel 13, Fox 11 Plus, where we're already on. Some of you may already be watching us on channel 13, but it's an opportunity to flip to channel 13. You can do so right now. If you're streaming us, we're not going anywhere. We're on the Fox local app. We're on the Fox 11 Los Angeles app, foxla.com/live. All of our coverage tonight is free. It's commercial free. We're going to be here with you, and we'll be back on Fox 11 from 10 to 11:30 at least tonight, Marla.
Yes, so we have a lot of coverage headed your way because we're covering not just the Palisades fire, which started at 10:30 this morning, but also the Eaton fire, which there are now mandatory evacuations in Altadena. That fire is at least 200 acres, so we are watching both fires. We will also be able to bring you a live report from the Eaton fire, our first from Gina Silva, just as soon as she arrives, and we know that she is very close to that scene. So again, the Palisades fire burning out of control, almost 3,000 acres. The Eaton fire in Altadena, 200 plus acres at this point.
So
Eight o'clock. Thank you so much for watching us on Fox 11 Plus, also known as Channel 13. I'm Marla Tejas alongside Alex Michelson. We have live pictures across our area of the Palisades fire and also the Eaton fire. That one just popped up about an hour or so ago, but right now our focus is on the Palisades fire that is threatening some 10,000 homes still at this hour tonight. It erupted earlier today, Alex, at 10:30 a.m.
And we have special live primetime coverage tonight of one of the scariest fire nights that we have seen in years in Southern California. Let's talk about the Palisades. Palisades fire first. At least 2,900 acres burned. That number is going to be higher than that. We're at 0% containment. 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, 10,000 homes threatened. A lot of cars, as you're looking at there, were left because people had to abandon them, and then they were bulldozed out of the way by authorities. That's why they are totaled there on the side of the street right there. And we have seen structure after structure burn, including Pali High and Pali Elementary, both burning tonight in all of this.
Let's take a look at some of the time-lapse video just to give you a better idea as we've watched this fire erupt hour after hour this afternoon. Those flames on the hillside. This is our camera from West Los Angeles, where Fox 11 is based, looking out west. And you can see just the plume of smoke, which is spotted from all across Southern California. And now, again, we have that second fire that erupted tonight. So that other plume of smoke, we will get to the Eaton fire, but our coverage does continue on the Palisades fire. We want to go to Chelsea Edwards. She's been along PCH, and you've seen a lot of destruction tonight.
A lot of destruction. We just saw a convoy of, it looked like LAPD officers and some fire officials going this way on PCH. So that may indicate that something is now happening to the north. But from where we're seeing, we're looking south on PCH, and we're just seeing this kind of wall of flames. Look over here, Elliot, to the left. This is a new flare up. It looks like you can see just in the canyon here. This is just near Terrace Circle. Many homes, several. Probably many in this mobile home community just completely destroyed. We watched as they burned one by one by one. They went up, they smoldered for a long time, then the structure just kind of fell down, crumbled on top of each other. You could hear the banging and the clanging, and then they were just gone. And we've also been watching to the south there. It's hard to tell exactly what we're looking at, but we believe, according to people that we've talked to here on the ground, that is another mobile home park called the Tahitian Village, and that those are homes in the area that are currently burning. Again, we haven't confirmed that with authorities here to talk to, but just from our vantage point, that's what it appears that we're looking at, even more homes. This tally of the number of homes that have been lost in this, we heard earlier, it's going to be much, much higher just based on what we're seeing here on the ground. Now, it also jumped PCH, and we were watching this public bathroom burn for a while there. That burned for a very long time. It looks like it is finally out now. I'm not sure if that structure has collapsed on itself yet, or if the fire just has died down. I'm not sure what's happened there, but yeah, it is. That is now burned, and this wind just continues to kick on. It's really just remarkable how strong these winds are. I mean, there are times where my colleague Elliot and Mendoza and I are standing here, and all of a sudden we just get knocked. There was at one point where he said he could actually see it. He could see the smoke kind of billowing down. He said it looked like a bomb, like a nuclear bomb goes off, and you can see it coming. And then we just felt it. We almost got knocked over yet again. So very strong winds, and now they're gone, and now they're getting back up again. It's just wild. They're changing directions. Often they're blowing toward the ocean, which is just chaotic. Oh, I'm looking over my shoulder again. This is a new flare up. Not sure what's burning back there. Not sure what is actually back there. But something is burning now closer to the bottom here. Now, everything on the hillside next to where we're standing has already gone. When we got here, a lot of that was smoldering. We saw a lot of hot spots, a lot of big embers. Those have all burned out now. So this whole hillside is gone. All the vegetation is gone. And back in there, we believe there are homes. And I don't know what that is burning back there. There's city officers, I believe, that's heading north. So they're responding to something north of where we are. But I don't see any flames to the north now. We did for a while there. So I'm not sure exactly where this thing is moving, but a lot of destruction in the area where we're standing near these mobile home parks. Again, this one, it looks like there are several homes that have been lost. And it appears from where we're standing that many others, the home park that is closer to Temescal Canyon, have now burned as well. So it's just been something to watch. We're standing here with this homeowner who's been watching this for hours now, and he just cannot believe the amount of destruction that this has caused. He's lived here his whole life, and he said he's 80 years old. He's never seen anything quite like this. Been through a lot of natural disasters, living in the Pacific Palisades and the Malibu area for 80 years. So that says something how the situation is.
It is so heartbreaking. I keep saying that, but just to hear his story alone is just, it just breaks your heart. All right, Chelsea, thank you so much. At Lascaux, he has more devastation. He has been in the heart of the village there in the Palisades. And Ed, what are you seeing now?
And we are at one of the several ground zeros of this firefight. This is Radcliffe. It runs parallel to Temescal Canyon, heading down to PCH. The fire jumping over Temescal Canyon. Valley High School on the other side has already been damaged, and the fire roaring through this neighborhood. These homes side, you can hear the wind. Look at the embers. That is the biggest. That's the biggest problem with this fire. Like these embers just roaring through as Mikey Armito, the photographer, saying they're like lit missiles that fly up through the air. Unbelievable big chunks of debris burning off this one home that's going down, looking all the way down this little alleyway. Several homes, one after the other, eastward. Right down, caught on fire as these embers are just spreading like crazy. Down further along Radcliffe, around the bend, more of the homes. We're losing more of the fires. Some fire engines have moved in to try to stop the spread of those embers down there. Look at this home on this side, the west side of Radcliffe. It has been roaring the last hour or so. Hearing booms coming from there, the gas cylinders exploding. Some of the, we also thought earlier, some of the electrical transformers lighting up and popping. Everywhere you look here in this area of the Palisades Village, fire. Fire up on the hillsides, fire. That's the top of the bluff, some of the most beautiful spots in this area. You stand up there by those mansions, a nice park over there. You look down the bluff on PCH, the ocean, the bay, incredible sunsets. Homes up there burning, the hillside burning. Through here, you would never see this. There's a beautiful home that we lost here. Just brick chimneys left standing through the debris. But as you look through, you can see the from the football field of Valley High School. You would never see that here because this home should be here. But there's nothing here now over this hill. Temescal Canyon, the football field, the school on the other side. It's also been damaged by this fire. As we swing around, here's some of the homes that first went up on this area of Radcliffe on the west side as the fire jumped over the canyon. They're all down now, smoldering debris. And here we're finally seeing some fire trucks. I say finally because over the last several hours, nothing here. Front end of that home finally giving out. Long Beach Fire, Engine 10, the firefighters have been putting a lot of water on it, trying to stop as they can the spread of those embers, but we knew it was just a matter of time as it was leaning. And a little while ago, the firefighters said, get back, it's not safe. So they moved back into more of a defensive situation now, but still trying to do structure protection on the buildings next door as this home is gone. Flames just roaring through the embers, flying high into the air. That's the problem. And right down the alley, we've lost several homes, one after the other, from Radcliffe all the way over, continuing east. LAPD going by the last hour, black and whites with their loudspeakers saying, evacuate, get out now, no time to waste. Evacuate eastbound on Sunset. That is the way, but I must tell you, it seems like everybody has long evacuated this area. It's in darkness, no electricity, no cell service. Everybody just holding on, waiting for the firefighters to come through. We send it back to you.
At Lascaux, thank you so much. It was quite something to see basically the facade of that house just tumble down the other side of the street. You see the chimney standing, which he's pointed out, and just, he said it, war zone, it's apocalyptic. We've heard that word a lot today, and it's gone from house to house.
Talking about Pally High School, a little bit earlier tonight, Matthew Seedorf was live in front of Pally High School. Here's that.
Yeah, we're surrounded by fires that keep hearing those loud bangs. Like it just sounds like firecrackers just going off, bang, bang. Right now you can see the homes right near Palisades Charter High School. Several homes on fire, if not destroyed already. And then, Sam, if you want to point up to the light, just so people can see this just glowing, just look how fast it's going. I mean, that's something you see. I've covered hurricanes on the coast. That's what you see with hurricanes and the rain, just all of that wind just blowing all this smoke. It's pretty remarkable to see it. And Sam, if you want to walk with me outside the high school, you're going to look about towards the football field. It looks like there's a structure burning over there. And we talked about surrounded by flames, but it's just all around the football stadium. We saw the press box on fire. We want to see it because we've seen the other side of the high school We saw the other side of the high school with the flames on the baseball field and the field house, the locker rooms, and this is the main entrance to the school. We did see some fire here a little while ago, and just want to get a quick look and show you guys kind of what we're seeing at the front of the school. And yeah, you can see the flames coming in from this direction, getting closer to the school. It's definitely a scary situation. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew Seedorf, thank you. We now move to a different part of Southern California, which is also on fire. This is the Eaton fire in the Altadena area. And for the first time, our colleague Gina Silva is giving us a look from the ground. Those are horses, Gina?
Those are horses, yes. There's a woman that just came down the road here, and she's trying to get her horses out of here. But as you can see, we are on New York Drive in Altadena, and this entire hillside is on fire. It has already crossed the street, and there's a building here that is in danger of also going up in flames. I don't know exactly what it is, but I believe it said water meters, something like that. But you can see this is an incredible wind-driven fire. The Eden fire started around 6:30 p.m. with just an estimated 20 acres. And the blaze, as you can see, it has quickly exploded into more than 200 acres, and it keeps growing. There are so many homes here in danger, and that is why officials have issued a mandatory evacuation orders in the area that is just west of the Eaton Canyon Golf Course. People living on these streets also have to evacuate immediately. And I heard a lady earlier saying she didn't want to leave because she's got animals. And so there was a sort of going back and forth. But people living on these streets, they have to leave immediately. You can see how dangerous the situation is. These are the streets: Himalaya Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Granada, Kent Clare, and areas east of Altadena Drive. You can see this is a fast-moving fire, and these winds are absolutely wicked. And I think that we ourselves are going to have to end up moving because our vehicles are down here. It just keeps moving down. Now, we came from the upland, and I got to tell you, oh my goodness, the winds out there were so strong. It was difficult to stand in one place. So that a fire could break out there when this one broke out, and we were sent to this location. But as you can see, Pasadena fire, LA County fire, there are so many units that are here battling this blaze. As I said, there are so many homes that are in danger, and at this point we did hear that one home is on fire. And right over here, John, you can see more people coming with their horses. They're trying to rescue their animals. Can you imagine just, oh my goodness, these embers flying everywhere. Hi there, how many more horses do you have?
We have a couple we just let loose over there. We're trying to get as many as we can out.
Any homes out there on fire?
Honestly, I did not pay attention to the bar to get my horses up. I get the rest of these guys out. God's got us a bird.
Still. How many more? We don't know. I don't know how many. How many you let out?
About more than
About 12? Are there more people out there right now? There's 12. Yeah, they're pretty high up. I don't really know what to do. Have you seen anything like this? Look at that hillside. Yeah, I've rescued before. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Me too. Yeah. I think, John, we're going to have to end up moving because I can see all of the firefighters that were stationed at this location and the police officers. They already left. And again, this is New York Boulevard. Altadena is up here, and this is Bradley. And the building that is very close to being on fire, and it may be before the end of the night. I don't know exactly what it is, but I did see water meters. What does it say? stay here. It's the Pasadena Tech Center.
Oh, wow.
That's in danger right now.
Okay, and Gina,
The Tech Center.
I know you had heard at least one home on fire. When you made your travels there, did you actually see other homes on fire?
No, we didn't see any homes on fire. What we did see was the large orange glow from the 210 freeway and that black smoke up there in the sky. And it just was so ominous. It was just, when you look at it, you're like, oh no, this cannot be good because it's spreading so fast. These winds are just unbelievable. We couldn't stand straight when we were in Upland. And then as you're driving, my recommendation is if you don't have to go anywhere, don't go anywhere because driving is very dangerous right now. There's so much debris on the freeways that's just coming at you. It's just it's horrible driving conditions.
So we just broke into programming on Fox 11. So if you were just joining us, welcome to our coverage. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas, Gina Silva is joining us right now from Altadena. All day we've been talking about this fire that we have been watching in Pacific Palisades. That's still burning out of control. This fire now burning out of control as well in Altadena. Gina, can you talk to us about what you're seeing in terms of firefighters? I was about to ask you about that a moment ago. Then we saw some firefighters get there. Are you seeing a lot of firefighters at work, or are you seeing a lot of what we saw in Pacific Palisades, which is a lot of areas that they just can't get to?
It's a really difficult area to get to, but we did see LA County Fire. I know that Pasadena Fire is also here, and Los Angeles, the Forest Fire is also sending out information, so I'm sure they have crews out here. But we haven't seen that many engines out here where we are. It is possible they are in the neighborhoods where the homes are threatened in the foothills. Again, this is the Eden Fire. It just started at 6:30 with just about 28. It's just a really difficult spot, a difficult situation for these firefighters who are battling this incredibly wind-driven blaze.
Yeah, it looks a lot like the Palisades fire, unfortunately, but we haven't seen the livestock like that here in Altadena, as that was something new that we hadn't seen in the Palisades fire. All right, Gina, we want you and Joab to get to safety. You said that you might have to go move, so please take care of that. And here's two vantage points. We have Joab shot the ground, and then from our Mount Wilson camera, you see the glow of the Eaton fire, which started at first 10 acres, then 20 acres, and now it's well above 200 acres that quickly.
And look, as we maybe take that picture full from Mount Wilson, so we allow Gina and Joab to go get to safety. Look how much bigger that is than it was a half hour ago when we were looking at that live picture from Mount Wilson. So that thing is growing exponentially. And with winds expected to get worse in the next few hours, we expect that to grow even more. And let's hope that these are the only two big fires that we have in Southern California, because there is nothing stopping with the conditions we have right now from there being a third or fourth, breaking out somewhere else. Let's hope that this is it in terms of fires tonight. But again, the worst is yet to come. We want to go to a report from our colleague, Matthew Seedorf. Matthew Seedorf is back with us live. Matthew, where are you now, and what are you seeing in the Pacific Palisades area?
Yeah, Alex, we're right off of Radcliffe, and this is where we've seen several homes just up in flames. If we walk a little bit closer, this home right here on the corner has actually been kind of ripping and roaring near Bowdoin Street. It's so devastating to see because I would guess at least just 10 homes in this general area that are on fire right now. Just out of control. We've seen firefighters, they were on this street a little while ago, but right now they're not. Just so overwhelmed with everything that's happening. So it just kind of continues to grow to the next home. It looks like there's a roof of one home that doesn't have visible flames yet, but it's surrounded by fire. And that's kind of what happens right now with, you can hear the wind, it's still gusting beyond 30 miles per hour. It's just devastating to see this, and you feel for everyone out here. We haven't seen any residents in our area which is a good thing because this is just a dangerous situation to be in. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
I want to get a quick update from you, and I know you're not right there, but you two were covering the Pali Charter High School fire.
Yeah.
At last check, were the classrooms, did they get engulfed in flames?
Yeah, we'll flip it around. We'll show you the high school over here. It's actually right on the other side of the street. You can see the fire trucks parked right out front right now, possibly. They're still fighting that fire. I think the majority of the school, hopefully, will be okay. I know that they're overwhelming it right now with firefighters, but we did see those trailer classrooms destroyed. They're gone. And like I was saying earlier, it's hard to imagine that there were students in class here today, and I know that they're wondering what's going to happen next for them in school.
And just to clarify, because we know that this is challenging for firefighters and they got to pick and choose their spots. But some people are wondering, why would you not pick the high school as one of the spots of places to defend? At this point, it looks like there are firefighters working hard on the high school to keep that thing under control there, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They showed up probably about an hour ago when we had that live shot, and they were putting out the flames. And they're still back in there. I don't know if we can kind of walk a little bit closer. I do want to update. It looks like the power is out for a little while. We saw lights on here, so that's changed. You can see more firefighters coming down. We've got the football field to our left here as we're continuing to walk. And this is outside the high school right now. You can see firefighters. They were walking right back into the school and attacking it. So you feel like they have a pretty good hand on the high school itself right now. But I mean, it's just everything around the school is burning.
Oh, yeah, we know the athletic fields burned earlier. Okay, Matthew and Sam, photographer Sam Dubin, thank you so much. Joining us now on the line is Sheila Kelleher. She's with LA County Fire. Thank you so much for being with us, especially on a night like tonight. You have crews at both fires, the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. Let's start with the Palisades fire. What is the strategy heading into the night as the winds pick up?
Boy, good evening. Yes, it is hectic and it is challenging for sure. Everybody's in position, and like you said, it's a triage situation where we're getting what we can get where we're at. Not easy. These winds I can feel in the last hour are increasing, and they've been hard and strong all day. And I'm actually sitting in my vehicle as I'm talking to you, and it's actually being full on pushed around by the wind. And they tell us that by 10 o'clock to about 6 a.m., the peak of the wind is actually going to kick up. So that's kind of scary to understand that.
So we know that there's only so many people that you have and so many places you can go. Earlier with the Palisades fire, some of the folks were talking about if we get another fire, we might not have the resources we need to fight fires. Where are we at in terms of staffing tonight? And at this point, are you basically stretched too thin?
I would say we're stretched too thin because, we have all of East County and all of our strike teams that were not up for this fire because we kind of strategically planned that, for this exact scenario. So we can't take everything from across the county because we still have to do our day-to-day operations, and that's taking care of everybody with all their emergency calls. So we do have help from our assisting agencies. Well, we're helping LA City with this fire. CAL FIRE is down. Governor Newsom has sent down an extra 45 or 60 rigs. So the resources are being spread out, and there are resources, and they're doing a good job of figuring out who goes where and what happens. And on a fire like the Palisades, if the listeners can understand, it's like a tornado coming through. It's like, a hurricane coming through. It's like you can't stop the wind. You can only then, after it's passed through, really go in and help fix things. Now, attach fire to that, you're not stopping the fire when it's blowing 70 miles an hour. You are waiting till it blows through, and then you're going in and you're saving what you can save.
I know you're also on the Eaton fire, the Angeles National Forest, just putting out new numbers saying that has grown to 400 acres. That started not long ago at 10-acre fire. Now we're up to 400 acres. Thoughts on the Eaton fire and folks there? Because we just saw a lot of people rescuing their horses to get away from those flames.
Yeah, it is. The terrain is challenging, just like the Palisades fire with the canyons and horse-drawn areas. So they are up against what the Palisades folks are up against as well, with the erratic winds, the high winds that are into this evening. So they are also going to have their hands full as these winds continue to gust and be, erratic is the best word I can use for them.
We've seen some streets that just don't have any firefighters on them and homes burning. How do you all, and I know it's very difficult, determine where to go and where not to go, which to, sort of let, and where to protect? How does that calculus happen?
So there is this process by which there's homes, it's a triage situation, very much for analogy, like if somebody is injured and it's obvious that they're not going to survive because they've already lost too much blood or their wounds are too great. You're not going to do anything, you're going to move on to the next victim, kind of like in a war triage situation. Homes are very similar. There's homes that have got great brush protection and great structure, hardening of their homes where they're very stable and you can go in and put some resources on it and get that fire out quickly. And then there's homes that don't have the same type of brush clearance or the same type of home hardening, or they're already burning way too much and too far gone. So while that home is not going to make it anyway, you're going to have to move on and you're going to save the homes you can save.
Any final thoughts before we let you go tonight? As viewers are watching from both Altadena and the Pasadena area to Palisades and Santa Monica, which we do know is now under some evacuation orders and warnings.
Yeah, I think what's really important for the listeners to understand is that if you have evacuation warnings, start getting all your stuff together, the things that you would take with you, make your arrangement. And if it changes to an order, you need to leave immediately. Don't second guess it. Erratic winds like this are incredibly difficult. It's not your normal typical fire. It is extreme in every which way. So you get that warning, start getting things packed up, get ready to go. And if it's an order, get out and go. Because you can always rebuild a home, but life is our number one priority. So I need to really be careful in that regard. And also just think about those firefighters and first responders out there. It's going to be a long night and they're working hard. And I've been up since 4 with these winds. So I know a lot of them have been in the same boat that I'm in.
Yeah, and it's going to be another long night at least. Thank you very much for your work.
Very much.
Please pass on our thanks to the entire department as well. We're proud of all you guys. We really appreciate it. And you can only imagine how hard it is for them to be dealing with these conditions as well and doing the best that they can.
Chelsea Edwards, she is out there with Elliot Mendoza behind the camera. You're in along PCH in the Palisades area. Anything changed? Has the wind gotten even worse?
I'll tell you, the temperature has changed pretty significantly over the last 30 minutes or so. It's dropped quite a bit. We're definitely feeling this chill, and those wind gusts seem to be getting stronger when they do happen. But, as it's been doing all day, it kind of dies down for a bit, and then they just swoop in and kind of knock us off our feet and then die down again. So we're kind of in the middle of that, but we are getting these strong gusts that are still just blowing around. They're very, very strong. And again, it's getting chilly out here, definitely. Look at this orange glow behind us, though. So we're looking toward Temescal Canyon from PCH right now. So we're south of Sunset. And you can see just embers now. I mean, these structures have now burned. It looks like a lot of them are just gone. There's nothing left here but these smoldering embers, hot spots that are flaring up here and there. But there's nothing left to burn. The public restroom across the street, across PCH, that appears to be gone, or it's done burning at least. So not sure what's left of that. And then a lot of these, we understand now, are mobile homes. These are mobile home parks. There's several of them with hundreds of mobile homes in them. And it looks like decent chunks of those parks are now gone. We've been showing you, when we first got here hours ago, these homes here on Terrace Circle over to the left here, those were all still standing, active flames engulfing. We saw just one to the other that went. We've been talking to one homeowner who's actually still here. I'm hoping that he goes to an evacuation shelter. He's still here. He said he grabbed a photo of his mother, his late mother, and he left. But he also says he's just kind of perplexed because he says the one fire engine could have saved this whole community, and they were there for quite a while earlier. Let's swing over to the left here. Elliot just pointed out, seeing some more activity here up on this ridge. So again, this is back in the hillside. It's hard to tell what exactly is burning back there, but we're seeing these big plumes of smoke come up, these big flare-ups, and it seems like more homes are burning in the back of there as well. So again, the homeowner says that there was a fire engine here initially. They were dousing the area with water, then they ran out of water and said they'd come back, and then they didn't. So obviously had more pressing things that they felt that they needed to get to. But you can imagine how devastating that is for the people who live in these homes, who just felt that they were abandoned. We've been talking to this gentleman for quite some time now, and he now understands, the scope of all of this. He's 80 years old. He doesn't have a cell phone, so he wasn't quite sure where it was happening. He thought it was just contained to this one area, to his mobile home park. And now that he understands how big this thing is, he's more understanding of the firefighters and how they were prioritizing life as opposed to property, which is obviously what they do and what we just heard from that phone interview that you guys just did. All right, seeing a fire engine coming up on PCH here. We've seen a lot of this. A lot of them tend to be going north. When we got here a couple of hours ago, the focus seemed to be on the south towards Temescal Canyon. But over the last hour or so, we've seen a lot of those return to the north. And again, getting these gusts of wind again that are just coming down this hillside. And you can see from the top of that ridge, see that black smoke that's now coming off the top of that ridge? So that's the way that the wind is going, which is toward the ocean. Thank goodness, because there's nothing left to burn here on this side once you cross PCH, other than that public bathroom, which is now gone. But you can see just how it's pushing that black smoke sideways. Just gives you an idea of how strong those winds are and how much is burning up there. I mean, again, when it was lighter out, we could see just black plumes of smoke, which is usually an indicator that things inside a home are burning. And that's what we're still seeing now, what we're still able to see now with this orange glow all around us here on PCH, that black smoke. So a lot of structures have been lost. No idea what the actual count is. It's probably going to be some time before there is an official count. Certainly going to be much higher than the count that they gave us a little bit earlier today. This is a rapidly changing situation, going to keep evolving by the hour, especially with these winds that just continue to gust and fuel these flames. Hopefully it's not pushing it into other areas that have not burned. But the good news is, at least on this part of PCH, everything is already burned. There's no vegetation left to burn, so it's just black. When we got here, there was spot fires and embers that we could see everywhere. There's none of that now because there's nothing left to burn. So hoping the firefighters can start to get the upper hand on this, but they certainly have their work cut out for them with these winds and now these chilly temperatures. It's a really dangerous situation, Marla and Alex.
Is PCH open to the public?
No, PCH is not open to the public. So PCH is closed. What they were allowing for a while was they were allowing people to come down PCH who were evacuating from the Highlands area and from the Pacific Palisades. About 3 hours ago, I want to say, we had black and whites coming up and down on loudspeakers, turning everybody who was trying to do that around and pushing them back up north. So there is a hard closure somewhere down there. I'm not sure exactly where it is. But no, PCH is not open to the public right now.
We're just hearing, Chelsea, thank you so much for your report. We're just hearing that the next press conference from LAFD is not scheduled for tonight, but rather tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. At Zuma Beach. So we will not get any official updates in terms of structure lost until tomorrow. Likely, CAL FIRE is updating the acreage every so often. And so right now we know that it's just below 3,000 acres, and it probably exceeds that because that last number given to us at least an hour ago. Okay, we want to go to Christy Fajardo again in the heart of the Palisades, and more destruction behind you, Christy.
Sadly, we're seeing quite a bit of destruction, and you mentioned that firefighters aren't going to give an update on structure loss until tomorrow, but likely they don't even know how many structures have been lost, because as we've been here, we've only seen one CAL firefighter come by. He asked us what this was, and we said, sadly, it's an elementary school, and he shook his head. But we've not seen any other firefighters, and we know that people have lost their livelihood. There's a business around the corner that has caught fire and is pretty much destroyed. And down the street, people have lost their homes, and now it appears that some children may have also possibly lost their school. This was the backside of Palisades Charter Elementary. We're on Swarthmore, We haven't been able to get to the front, but hopefully the front has fared better than the back. But I want to show you, if we go down the street, again, we're on Swarthmore, several homes have burned. You can see that house right over there. And it's been burning for the last hour and a half or so. But we've also seen glowing lights on the other side of the street, which seem to indicate that something is burning over there. And so often in these fires, we hear people who come back and wonder why their home burned and others were spared. And if we pan up, I can show you one of the reasons, and that is the palm trees or the vegetation around it. One will catch fire like this palm tree, and then it starts raining embers on our home, and then that house gets into the eaves, and then there's really not much that can be done to save it. And then there'll be another palm tree right next to it that does not catch fire. So it often looks in a neighborhood a little odd. Some homes burn, others survive, and unless you're here to witness it, you don't really understand why. But we've now gotten closer to this home. You can see it is a total loss. And unfortunately, now we're seeing that the building right next to it is also on fire. And Gino Arias, who's behind the camera, you can pan that way over there. You can see that something is burning right down the street as well. And you probably just saw that rain of embers. And that is what we've talked about and what firefighters fear, because when we have these Santa Ana winds, these strong gusts, it picks up embers when something like this house is on fire. And then it starts raining all over the neighborhood, and they can be carried a mile away. And then they start other spot fires. And again, firefighters might have resources in one area, not even be aware of what's burning. We are going to make our way down the street so that we can see what else is on fire. Fortunately, it looks like everyone heeded evacuation warnings. I'm not seeing anyone on this street anymore. And what we're witnessing really underscores why firefighters and the LAPD are so adamant that people leave earlier rather than later. Because when conditions are like this, it may be too late. That's why they tell people to leave when they know that a fire might head in a direction. Hopefully it changes direction and the homes are spared. But why take the risk is really what I've heard firefighters and police say time and time again. And now that we're getting up closer, you can see another home, sadly, has also been destroyed. I don't know if these two buildings are part of the same home or if we're looking at two separate homes, but it looks like there are other homes behind it on the hillside that are also burning. And this car here appears maybe it was a Tesla. And if we pan down there, even more homes are on fire. And just as we were focusing on this house, a trash can, a plastic trash can, actually just came down the street. That is how powerful these winds are. A gust just blew it all the way down the street. And we're gonna walk down there so we can see what else is burning. Just so much devastation, so much heartbreak. And unfortunately, I've seen this on several streets here in the Palisades. And we are, as I mentioned, in the heart of the Palisades, where I was standing with the elementary school. There's the Frontier Communications building right there. There's also a post office. Fortunately, those were still standing and did not appear to be affected by the fire, at least not yet. But no firefighters, not one in sight. Just too many fires burning at this hour for them to get to all of them. So sadly, this is what we're witnessing. I'll send it back to you.
It does look like a Tesla. The frame of that house there is still standing, but I'm sure it won't be much longer until it does fall. Christy Fajardo and Gino Arias, thank you for your coverage. From CHP West Valley, while we give you a live look from our Santa Monica cam and the flames off in the distance, the following closures are in place because of the Palisades fire. This is southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon Road, southbound Topanga Canyon Boulevard at Mulholland Drive, Sheeran Road at Stunt Road, southbound Tuna Canyon Road at Saddle Peak Road, and Old Topanga Canyon Road at Mulholland Highway. That is an LASD closure. Those are the road closures in place right now because of the Palisades fire, according to the CHP West Valley Division. A lot of road closures, obviously. If you don't need to be in this area, there's no need to be. And the whole idea of these evacuation orders is to get out. Before we get to our next reporter, I want to make a point because I've heard from a lot of you on social who are wanting some coverage on the Eaton fire. We do have a crew there. That crew just had to break down because they were getting dangerously close to some flames. So while they make their way to get to a safer location, we are covering the Palisades fire for you. So don't go anywhere. We will have that Eaton fire coverage in just a few more moments. With that said, let's go to Ed Lascos in the heart of Palisades Village tonight with more on the flames there. Ed?
Flames roaring through here, and so are these gusty winds. We're on Radcliffe. It runs parallel into Mesquite Canyon, just on the east side, and Radcliffe on both sides of this street. As the gusts come through here is, well, look at it for yourself. One home after another going up in flames. This is one of the latest ones here. Fire engine. Fire 10 from Long Beach, the city of Long Beach, finally coming in. They've been putting some water on it, trying to ease the flow of the hot, searing embers that these winds have been kicking up. You can see all those embers just lit up, flying into the air, and that's been causing all these spot fires. This home, sadly, is gone. And as Mikey sort of pans down to the right down the street we'll go toward PCH, and you can see home after home as you look down here on Radcliffe. Fire everywhere you look. That was a huge 3-story mansion down right at the corner there of the cliff when you make the right-hand turn, go to Temescal and over to Pali High School. That is gone. Looking through what used to be a 2-story home here, nothing but embers. But up on the hillside, we talk about fire everywhere. Look at that roaring flames up there on top of the hillside. That's the top of the bluff by my estimation, by my thoughts, where you have great views. A lot of the locals go over there. There's a small park, lots of nice benches, great view of the Santa Monica Bay below PCH. Those are some incredibly wonderful homes up there, and that fire looks like it's now roaring into that neighborhood up to the bluff itself. And then down here, just below all of that, is what's left of these homes here on Radcliffe. This was the first area that was hit, maybe about 3 hours ago, as the fire jumped Sunset and just kept moving. This place, just some hot spots and what's left of the brick chimney, really all that's standing here. But as this burned, the wind was blowing the flames, and I should say, really more importantly, the burning embers across Radcliffe, blowing them in that direction, and that's why it jumped across the street over here to where we have the homes burning now, and it's continuing further east. But I've got to tell you, in the last maybe 15 minutes or so, we're getting these gusts of wind that come through here. They continue to do that, but the thing is, they're now seemingly kind of blowing the embers toward the ocean, blowing them toward PCH. Before we saw them blowing it toward the east. But see, as this dust comes through, look at the embers. They're not blowing toward the camera. They're blowing down toward PCH, and that is where the firefight continues. We just saw a line truck from Cal Fire with maybe about a half dozen strike team members heading in that direction. And I assume they're probably going to try to put a fire line down there to try to deal with the flames as they hit the bluff, because they don't want them to continue to go down. But this area of Radcliffe, just along Temescal Canyon, is a total loss. It is burning. Everything is burning here. I hate to tell you, several homes lost. The area evacuated several hours ago. No power, no cell service. So we're not thinking, as LAPD was going door to door earlier, and also with their loudspeakers on their black and whites telling everybody to get out, mandatory evacuation. The good news in this sense is that they've got everybody out of here, no loss of life. We're praying for, but now it's just a battle to keep the homes from going up. Some more fire trucks. Mike, you'll give you a look. There's another unit pulling in here. We had engine 10 from Long Beach here the last hour or so, finally moving in. This one also coming in from, what can I read? Also Long Beach. Engine 13, City of Long Beach, also coming in. Mutual aid to help on the firefight here, as the firefighters trying to stage a line in Radcliffe. The embers blowing now off of Sunset, blowing south toward PCH, toward the bay, toward the water, and that seems to where this fire is marching unabated, just going that way, being fueled by these winds. And we're still getting those very strong gusting winds, and unfortunately these homes, they continue to burn with the debris. Look at all those embers just flying up. Looks like they're going to catch that tree on fire next. It's a battle where you don't know where. If you had firefighters, so I don't think they would know even where to start. It is just out of control. Everything burning, fires everywhere.
Yeah, and that's the reality. I mean, we heard from LA County Fire, Sheila Kelleher, saying basically it's like trying to fight a tornado. You let the tornado go through, and then you deal with the aftermath after. Which is such a sad way to look at it when this is your home that is under destruction. It's completely engulfed in flames. That is the reality at this hour.
And when we think of what this aftermath look like, this neighborhood will not be anything close to the same for years, if ever. And you think about all the students in their schools that just got impacted in a big way. I mean, these stories, we often talk about them when the flames are there and everybody's attention, and then the media moves on. But this will impact all these folks' lives for the rest of their lives. And it's a big area of people that are being impacted by what we're seeing here. And it is a picturesque, family-friendly, beautiful, affluent, safe neighborhood that people aspire to live in. And that neighborhood will never be the same after tonight. But again, we have this message. This can be replaced. Thankfully, so far, we do not have any word of any injuries, which is amazing considering all these images that we've been looking at throughout the night. A lot of people seem to be heeding the warnings, but not everybody. Governor Gavin Newsom in town tonight, part of the response at the press conference earlier, he talked about the need to heed the evacuation warnings.
We're just getting this word from LA Mayor Karen Bass that the city of LA has declared a local emergency in response. And we saw this earlier at the state level with Governor Newsom reaching out to President Biden and getting FEMA dollars headed our way. Well, now the city of LA is doing the same thing to help clear the path for a rapid recovery, as the note says here from Mayor Bass's office. Making it a point to say, that the thousands of families impacted by this horrific fire, the city of LA is providing resources and shelter as this emergency continues. She was out of the country
In
Ghana.
On a diplomatic mission. Something she was very involved with when she was in Congress working on Africa issues, but a lot of folks wish she was here in Los Angeles tonight. She's on her way back here to try to deal with this issue.
So LA City declaring a state of emergency to help clear the money, the path to get more money and resources to all of the impacted residents. So that is good news. Also getting word that all Malibu schools will be closed again tomorrow due to the Palisades fire. That goes without saying. The District Santa Monica campuses are expected to be open. That's interesting. So the District Santa Monica campuses are expected to be open tomorrow, but a final decision will be made at 6 a.m. Wednesday. So there's a but there as well. And there is also the Los Angeles Zoo. If you perhaps had a plan to go to the zoo tomorrow, they put out a note that they will be closed tomorrow because of the dangerous wind.
And those Malibu schools were closed today proactively, not wanting, because they were afraid of a fire breaking out in Malibu. Obviously, that fire breaking out in Pacific Palisades just down the street from Malibu. So far, so good when it comes to the city of Malibu, but they are worried because of the proximity of what's happening here in Pacific Palisades. And we know Malibu has its own, troubled history when it comes to brush fires. Let's listen into Governor Newsom from a little bit earlier.
By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard the chief say 10 p.m. tonight to 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few. Many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
All right, that was Governor Gavin Newsom. He took part in the 3:30 presser that we brought live to you here with all the LA County and LA City officials. Point well taken. If you're under an evacuation warning, get ready to get out the door. If you're under an order, get out.
And interesting, the timing of all of this, part of the reason he was here was he was supposed to meet with President Biden in Thermal. But President Biden, who was going to Thermal to declare a national monument, landed in LA last night, was supposed to take off for Thermal because of all this, never took off for Thermal, and is still here. So the president spending the night in West Los Angeles, not far from all of this happening. And he may be watching. If you're watching, Mr. President, thanks for being with us tonight. But he's here. He has already authorized emergency funds from the federal government and is in communication, Governor Newsom said, with him on this issue. But the president and the federal government happens to be here for this. The state government happens to be here for this, in addition, of course, to the county and the city leadership as well.
Where do we want to go next? I know that we're waiting for the Eaton Fire live shot. We will get to that in a moment. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards back on PCH there. Chelsea?
Marla, unfortunately, we're seeing yet another structure. It appears this looks like a home going up in flames at the top of that ridge. We can see the outline of it pretty well a minute ago, but the smoke keeps shifting. We can see it, and then we can't. We can see it, and we can. But that's a new one. That has not been burning as of the last hour or two. So something else is burning up there. Yet another home lost in this vicinity of PCH near Temescal, between Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard, which is where we are. I mean, just devastating losses. You're going to see when the sun comes up. I think we're going to see some pretty incredible destruction in these areas, both in these mobile home parks and in the hillsides surrounding these mobile home parks near Temescal. I mean, it's just everywhere we've been looking for hours now. It's just been nothing but an orange glow, nothing but flames. And we're not too far from the Getty Villa. We're told that some of the grounds of the Getty Villa burned, but that the structure and the artwork has remained intact. We're hoping that remains the case, and that is protected as well. You look at these homes, though, and just think there is going to be a lot of people waking up tomorrow to this news and just hearing about this devastation. And it's just going to be such a long road ahead for these folks. This wind continues to blow. It's blowing a sign that we keep hearing banging. We can't see anything out of the ocean now, but we can hear it banging along the beach path, I think. We also just saw a power line that went down and snapped a few minutes ago. That's also new. That hasn't happened yet. Thankfully, none of the power lines that are around us here on PCH have gone down until that one. That's on the other side of PCH, and we're looking at the lines around us, and I think that we're okay where we're standing here, but we watched that one go down, so things are just burning. They continue to smolder. You get the fire in these palm trees and these power poles, and just they burn until they collapse, which is what we're seeing now. They're just finally getting burnt out. But you look ahead in that distance, and all you see is fire. You could very clearly make out structures a while ago. Now that's hard to even see if structures are still standing. A lot of these, there's nothing left. When we first got here, there were actual structures up on this hill next to us. Those aren't there anymore. There's nothing there anymore. The whole structures are gone. Whoa, here's one of those gusts of wind we've been talking about. Those are so strong when they hit. They just kind of come out of nowhere. Also seeing some emergency responders heading south on PCH. They're going up and down. There's a big presence. I mean, we've seen them often coming up and down PCH. Not sure where they're headed. They're not focusing on these mobile parks, that's for sure. But they're doing the work that they need to do. PCH now closed. It's been closed for some time. They were allowing evacuees to come down the hill and then leave on PCH, but they stopped that a while ago, and they started turning people around to go back up north on PCH. So at some point here, they're turning people around and not letting them travel on PCH because the fire is just getting so close to it as well. And did jump it at one point and burn the bathrooms, the public bathrooms are on the other side of PCH. So you can see these winds, they're swirling. I mean, for a minute they go in one direction, then they kind of spin around and they blow you backwards, and then they're coming from another. I mean, it's just wild. You kind of feel like you're standing in a hurricane or a tornado or something. You can't quite get your bearings at any point. The temperature has also dropped. For a long time, we could feel the heat from the flames from where we're standing. We don't feel that anymore. Now it's just cold. That temperature has really dropped pretty significantly and continues to drop. Every time we look around, we realize it's become a little bit colder. So changing conditions for these firefighters, which is always tough for them, of course. They have certainly got their work cut out for them, especially these winds continue, which they unfortunately are expected to. Alex, Marla?
Yes, indeed, Chelsea. Thank you so much. Now to Christy Fajardo, who has been right in the middle of Pacific Palisades and sees some of the most destructive images. Christy, what are we looking at now?
Well, this is Palisades Charter Elementary, where we were. The last time you saw me live, about 15 minutes ago, was down the street, but it got too dangerous to beat us, so we had to clear out. We were told that dozens and dozens of homes were on fire. It kind of felt like a wind tunnel, and so we decided it wasn't safe. And as we were coming back, the wind shifted again, so we were able to get a closer look at Palisades Charter Elementary. You could see some buildings are on fire, but if we pat, Gina Arias, who's behind, if you pat to the right, you can see others are not on fire. So we don't know at this point how much of the school has been impacted, but certainly it does not look good. And we want to walk down and get away from this because we're starting to feel the heat from these flames. But you can see all around us the little patches of vegetation that are on fire. And we heard firefighters say that it's like trying to stop a tornado. And essentially, we've witnessed that. We would see wind gusts come in and embers flying all around us. How can anyone stop that? You really can't. And that is what firefighters fear and what they are dealing with at this hour. And if we pan that way, I want to show you, that is the Frontier Communications Building. Again, we're on Swamp 4. I've been talking about those winds, and you can see evidence of them right now. We're getting constant violent winds, and you'll also see swirling embers all around us. But that is the latest from where we are. We'll send it back to you.
Christy, will allow you to get to safety. Christy Fajardo, and tremendous work out there, and tremendous work by Gino Arias, the photographer. You think about these photographers who are out there in the elements, carrying the camera around, sometimes walking backwards, trying to stay upright in these winds with the flames coming at them in all different directions for hours. We've been on the air now for 12, 15 hours, and just incredible work by our crews and incredible work by the firefighters out there as well. Big thanks to our crews out in the field.
And of course, the reporters who have to talk during these episodes with the wind gusts, with the masks, with the embers hitting them, the whole nine. So thank you to all of our crews out there. Again, another live look here from our Santa Monica cam and the flames that continue to burn out of control at this hour. Bring you the same numbers because we haven't gotten anything new from fire officials. It's too hard and too late at night. We hope to hear from CAL FIRE soon, but at last check, just under 3,000 acres have burned. We know that obviously exceeds that. As we're approaching the 9 o'clock hour, we want to thank you for watching us. We're both broadcast on Fox 11 and also Channel 13, which is Fox 11 Plus. And our coverage will continue. We're staying here to bring you live coverage of not just the Palisades fire, but also the Eaton fire, where Gina Silva is getting set up for a live report in just a few more minutes.
Right. So we are staying with you throughout the night with rare live primetime coverage here on Fox 11. We're going to be with you through at least 11:30. There is a lot more still developing on both of these fires. So as we approach the top of the hour, we want to give you a bit of a restart and show you what we are talking about here.
This home seems like it's being considered a loss. But the fire is moving so fast and just exploding because of the wind. So it's pretty intense,
All the way back there is our neighborhood.
The minute I saw people look at us and say, kids, get out of your car and walk, I just got out of the car and walked.
The smoke is really dark and there's a lot of it. Listen to these evacuation orders.
We want people to lean forward, ready, set, go, and be ready.
Good evening. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. You are watching our wall-to-wall continuous coverage of the Palisades fire and now the Eaton fire that is the latest to erupt in Altadena. I want to let you know that we just heard from Pasadena Unified School District that all Pasadena Unified schools will be closed tomorrow, Wednesday, January the 8th, as a result of those flames that have now grown to about 400 acres. But these pictures here, live look from our Santa Monica cam of the Palisades fire. Those are the flames off in the distance. A smaller picture from a ground crew PCH, which does, by the way, remain closed to through traffic.
Worst windstorms in modern LA history, one of the most destructive fires we've seen in years, and the worst is still to come. In terms of the Palisade fire, one of the two major fires we're looking at least 2,900 acres burned, 0% containment, 30,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, 10,000 homes threatened. We've seen dozens of structures burn from our perspective. More continue to burn. We saw this scene, which was a bunch of cars that were abandoned in the road. Fire crews needed to get them out of the way. They brought in a bulldozer to move them out of the way. They're now totaled on the side of the road in order to make way for emergency crews. We have seen emergency crews do their best, but these conditions are so bad that they can't be everywhere at every time. They're basically in a triage situation, and that means letting a lot of homes burn. And also, we have seen fires burning at the elementary school and high school in Pacific Palisades as well.
Let's give you a look at the time lapse of the Palisades fire. It broke out at 10:30 a.m. So it's been burning for almost 12 hours now. We've been on the air with continuous commercial-free coverage since then. And as you can see, that plume of smoke just raging out of the mountainside there. Those flames have not let up at all. And in fact, this started as just a small 10-acre, 20-acre fire, which is very similar to what we're seeing at the Eaton fire in Altadena. And then it quickly just exploded. And so now, again, we are closer to 3,000 acres. That is the official number given. About an hour and a half ago, we hope to get new updated numbers. We know that we won't hear official word from LAFD and all other city and county officials until 8 a.m. That is the next set press conference tomorrow morning at Zuma Beach.
Well, we've got reporters that have eyes on the ground right now, giving you a sense of what is happening as we speak. One of those is Ed Lascos and his photographer, Mike Armijo, who have getting blown away around a little bit right now. And take your time, be safe, but see if you can tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're getting some of these big gusts that come through here, and literally, you just saw they blow you over. I mean, that's how strong they are, and they're blowing now in a direction where they're kind of blowing from the hillside, from the mountainside, down toward PCH. Radcliffe, you're right in the heart of the village of the Palisades, and this looks like a war zone here. Mikey will give you a look, home after home. The ones right near the camera, we lost them a couple of hours ago, smoldering debris. Further down on Radcliffe, as it runs parallel to Temesqua Canyon, that's a two-story home. It is burning out of control. On the east side of Radcliffe, through those trees, you can see the flames licking up through some more homes over there, because initially, as this fire moved through, the winds were blowing from the west to the east, meaning they were blowing from the right side of your screen across to the left side, blowing all those embers in this direction. So the homes on this side hit first, started to burn, embers across the street. That neighborhood, that part of the neighborhood here on Radcliffe, burning, still burning, even as we speak. And down along there, past that area, as we look over toward, that is where some fire trucks have now stationed on Temesqua. But looking up on the hill, the bluffs up there, imagine fully engulfed, burning as some of the embers have hit that. And over to the far side, right at the edge of the cliff, we saw some fire engines, fire units moving in there a little while ago to try and maybe stop the spread of the fire if they can. In a sense, when you say that, just basically trying to stop the flow of the embers as they go through. And Mikey, over here, through all of these trees, fire everywhere you look. That is looking up along Sunset westbound toward the Highlands, where the fire actually began several hours. That hillside is now lit up again, roaring, and especially it comes to life with a huge wall of flames when you have these strong gusts that come through here. But it is unbelievable, this area where we have lost several homes. This one over here has been one that we had some fire engines, firefighters come from the city of Long Beach about 2 hours ago. The first thing we saw in this neighborhood, they've been working, doing a great job on structure protection to keep this fire. We've lost this home, unfortunately, but they've been doing a great job to keep it from burning up the hillside up toward Radcliffe, up toward it. We're just a block away from Gelson's, the Gelson's Market on Sunset, if you're familiar with the area. So they're doing a good job with structure protection. So slowly we see some more of the fire units moving in here, digging in, trying to stop the spread as much as they can. That is a big area down there on Radcliffe where you still have a lot of flames moving through there. I'll get out of the way so Mike can give you a look through the trees. That's a home, sadly, that's also burning. The embers, I think, hit the edge of the home, and then up it went. Unfortunately, we saw a CAL FIRE strike team move in there a little while ago, about a half dozen strike members with their picks and their axes going in there to try to probably dig some line. But everybody, all hands on deck, trying to do whatever they can. Do the area long evacuated, no power, no cell service. We haven't seen LAPD in about the last hour. We did. I say that because they were going around with their black and whites with their loudspeakers, telling everybody to get out. Mandatory evacuations, as one of the officers said. Get out now. Don't waste time. Evacuate eastbound on Sunset. That's been the main evacuation route. So the entire area is sealed off. Fire engines moving in, firefighters moving in, but many of the hillsides here in the Palisades, many of the homes, beautiful homes up on the bluff, burning as we speak. No end in sight to this wildfire. Back to you guys.
That has been the scene from neighborhood to neighborhood, unfortunately. Ed Lascos, Mike Armijo, thank you so much. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards and photographer Elliot Mendoza on the ground along PCH. Changing conditions there, Chelsea?
Just the wind continues to blow, the temperature continues to drop, and these homes just continue to burn. We've lost count of how many we've seen at this point. Up there, that is the most active one right now. That's up on the ridge that's above this mobile home park here off of Terrace Circle. So there's some, it looks like there's some large homes up there, and one that made these flames for event have just gone up in the last hour or so. So not sure what happened, whether that was an ember or, if the wind just shifted directions and just pushed the flames toward it. But that structure is now up in flames as well, as we've just been seeing time and time again. I mean, from where we've been watching, there have been full structures that were standing, and there's just nothing there now. There's literally nothing left. That homeowner we've been speaking to all night, who would not go on camera, I tried many times to get to talk to us, he wouldn't. He's 80 years old, and he said, well, I guess there's nothing left for me to do here. Everything's gone. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do with the situation. So he finally is accepting help, and he's going to one of the evacuation shelters, thank goodness. But you just look at this devastation, and so many people are going to be so impacted by this. I mean, these are entire homes and communities in some cases, at least in these mobile home communities, these mobile home parks, that are just flattened. They're just gone. We don't know the extent of it yet. We don't know how many of these homes have been impacted, but we've seen so many, and these homes, especially these mobile home parks, they're put together so tightly that you can imagine, and what we saw when we got here, and those were up in flames, is that once one goes up, you've got that whole line of them that are likely going to go up as well, especially because there's no firefighting efforts here at all. I mean, we've been here for hours now. We have not seen any active mitigation efforts on any of the flames that we've been seeing anywhere here on PCH, but we have seen these emergency personnel going up and down, doing their very important work. Now, if we look to the south, you can see again just this glow, this orange glow, these embers, these spot fires. We saw a power line go down not too long ago. And you can see the outlines of some of the structures that are still there. A lot of them are gone, though. There's just nothing left to burn. So it really looks like this part of it, at least, everybody who's out is out. And the damage is done in this part of this fire. We're up against the ocean. This is the direction the wind is blowing, which is a good thing. Ooh, just heard a loud boom. Heard a lot of those. Not sure what that was. But this wind is pushing these flames and the smoke out toward the ocean. There's nothing left to burn here. You've got this parking lot. You've got PCH. And there's no homes on this side of PCH. So that's a good thing. I think the damage has really just been done in these communities, though, unfortunately, that are on the other side of PCH. We're just seeing utter devastation here. Just incredible to watch. I mean, I said this before, but I'll say it again. There are times where I just look up and it's so surreal. I feel like we're on a movie set, not actually standing in reality here. But this is unfortunately the reality of these wind events like this. I mean, there's only so much that firefighters can do. There's only so many preventative measures that people can take. And this is the situation that we're in. And unfortunately, because this wind event is going to keep going, it's hard to say what's going to happen overnight. What's going to happen as these winds continue to kick up. Again, right now they're kind of calm, but then we should get slammed with these huge gusts that kind of knock us around. So that's certainly happening up in the hills as well, and coming down these hills and going toward the ocean. So hoping that everybody is out of their homes and just feeling for all of these people, all of these homeowners who have lost everything here tonight.
All right, Chelsea, yes, it is a devastating night all the way around. Thank you so much. We want to get to our coverage of the Eaton fire. This is burning in Altadena. This is a live look from our Mount Wilson camera there, and this has exploded to at least 400 acres. We do have some really, speaking of devastating images of the evacuation of a senior center. If we can bring that up to show our viewers here. This is in fact a live look. We have our Gina Silva, she's there on the ground, and this is her photographer bringing these live images. So it is a senior center that is being evacuated, and you see all of these poor people in wheelchairs, many with masks on, dealing with a lot of different issues. And then they have to reckon with the wind, the flames nearby, and just the uncertainty that they must be feeling, how insecure they must be feeling as well. Do we have our report? No, but who we do have on the line is from the city of Pasadena, Lisa Dedirdian. Thank you so much for taking the time out. Thank you for being with us tonight. What can you tell us about the Eaton fire and how it's impacting the city of Pasadena?
Yeah, as you mentioned, over 400 plus acres have now been impacted. Over 1,000 homes are threatened. We are currently requesting 50 strike teams. Each strike team's 5 engines, so numerous personnel. They could be coming from out of state to support us. We did evacuate that assisted living facility with the help of our police department. We have set up a shelter at the Pasadena Convention Center, and we do have mandatory evacuations. We ask that people please heed to those. We're taking this very seriously, especially when we see what's been going on all day in the Palisades. When we tell you to evacuate, please do so, and please be prepared for those also in the outside just the jurisdictions for evacuation.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much, and we will check back in with you later tonight. We want to go to the ground right now. Gina Silva is talking. Let's Gina, I'm not sure if you can hear us.
So he was just telling me, the gentleman was nice enough to tell us that they were rescuing 92 patients.
Yes.
And describe for us just how quickly that fire got to the facility.
I'm not really sure. I just got here like 7 o'clock. I'm a night shift. Yeah.
Are all of the patients okay?
Yeah, they're fine.
Thank you. Obviously, he's very busy, but just take a look. I know that we were at the nursing facility, and all of the patients were being put on gurneys and being transported to other locations. And that's what you're seeing here. 92 patients have been transported. When we were there, the fire was jumping the road and obviously getting way too close to that nursing facility. We're not sure if in fact it's going to survive, but it's not looking good. Again, this fire just, with these winds, you can see how strong they are, and it has just been unbelievable. Excuse me, are you guys with the nursing facility? Right? Get out of the way there. It's so chaotic here. We certainly don't want to get in the way of the firefighters and the rescue teams, but there are some family members here also who are concerned for their loved ones, but look, they're being taken in. This Pasadena SWAT vehicle is one of the transporters. I believe that's the case. Maybe I'm wrong. But were some of the patients transported in that? Yeah, they were? Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, they're using whatever they can. So they were transporting some patients there. You can see them inside in the Pasadena SWAT vehicle. They're using whatever they can to get these patients out of harm's way. And you can see that it is just absolutely just devastating out here. This fire is growing so fast. Again, it started at 6:30 with just about 20 acres, and it has just grown and grown. It's more than 200 now, beyond that. And there are so many people that were obviously stranded, unable to leave by themselves. And you are watching these elderly folks being helped out of this location. Again, we're at Washington and Boulevard in Altadena. This is where they brought them from the nursing facility. And again, that nursing facility was just too close to that fire. It was jumping the roads, and I have just received notice that it's now 400 acres. So it just keeps growing and growing, and these winds are just not stopping, as you can see.
Gina, do you have any idea where they're taking these patients?
It's so hard to hear you say that one more time.
I'm so sorry. Do you have any idea where they are transporting all of these patients?
I have no idea where they're transported. Let me ask it. I hate to interrupt people when they're doing their job because they're trying to rescue these folks who are elderly. They're not in the best of shape, health-wise, and so I've got to let them do their jobs. But I'm sure they're transported to different hospitals. Excuse me, ma'am. Where are the patients being transported to?
They're going to many places. We have transfer agreements with all the facilities. So.
Different hospitals or different nursing?
They're going to different. Some are going to the to the different facilities, civic center, and hospital, and maybe a hospital. Everybody's going to a different location. Civic center for sure, another skilled nursing facility.
Thank you so much for letting us know. So there is your answer. They're going to different facilities, but just take a look at the atmosphere here. Just this wind, it's just unbelievable. It is just wicked, and the smoke, obviously, very difficult to breathe out here. And where we are, the fire's not that close to where we are, but you can see the smoke is still trouble, and also the wind. The wind is just not dying down.
Yeah, although we are seeing some embers right there, Gina, that Joab's showing us right now, and we know how quickly those embers can move in this sort of wind. Man, you think about how a fire impacts so many different people that you don't even necessarily think of. Those horses that Gina showed us, all these people and animals and all the rest of it that are impacted by this. But this scene is something that I'll never forget. Of all these folks who need as much help as they can, and the desperate effort to help them.
And Gina, to be clear, the nursing home that they were in is a ways away and was getting close. The flames were getting close to that, so then they evacuated them to this location.
Yes, this is the location where they brought them. When I got to the nursing home, there were still seniors there, and they were transporting them in ambulances and different vehicles, even in police vehicles, to this location. And from here, as you can see, they're taking them in all different kinds of vehicles. Even the Pasadena SWAT vehicle was transporting these elderly patients, and they're going to different facilities. Again, this is because of that fire that is just absolutely out of control right now. And we were told over 90 patients are being transported to the different facilities. But you can see here, it's such a chaotic scene right now.
Everyone else, take your vehicles and evacuate. All patients are good. Everyone get out of here if you can, all right? Some of them might be area, be careful. Don't work out.
So they're asking everybody to evacuate. I feel like that. Sir?
Don't go in, sir. There's more patients down there if you guys want to record it down at the bottom, just with the butchers. They took them down.
Where are they?
Down at the bottom, like about 2 lights down.
All right, thank you, sir. Oh my goodness, this is just crazy.
It is crazy.
Out here.
It is crazy. Gina, just in your travels, did you see any structures burning in Altadena?
Yes, we did see a couple of structures burning, and like I said, that nursing home, I had to leave because it looked like it was about to go up, and the fire was already crossing the road. And part of the reason why it took us a little bit to get here was that my photographer and I, Joab Perez, we got separated, and when he tried to
cross to get to my location, the fire was it was just too much. He couldn't get through. It was right in the middle of the road, and he had to go around. So it's just been a very, it's such a difficult time for the people who are living in this area. This Eaton fire is just out of control, and this wind is just not helping.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at that street sign that's being completely barreled over by the winds.
Which could be a very dangerous projectile if that thing separates too. Wow, this is crazy.
And again, the name of that facility is the Two Palms Nursing Center. Two Palms Nursing Center. Are you with the facility?
No, I'm not with the facility. I'm just a helper bystander. Yes.
And you're saying how many more patients?
There's like about 6 or 7 down there. That's where we're heading down there right now.
How far down?
Like about 2 streets down.
Down?
Yes.
Well, it's a difficult call. We either walk down, we leave our vehicles here, and we don't know if the fire is going to get any closer. But we'll try to head on down.
Yeah, why don't you take a beat and you guys discuss amongst yourself the way that you think is safest for you to go. We don't want to put any pressure on you in terms of that. And we will go back to you when you think that it's safe. But wow, what a scene. What a scene right there, and the human drama of all, and it looks like some great work by everybody, getting everybody out quickly.
That was something to see.
Wow.
The seniors being in wheelchairs being put into SWAT vehicles to be taken to another senior facility or a nearby hospital. We wish all of them the best, of course. 92 in all is what we're hearing. Evacuated from the Two Palms nursing facility. This is the live picture from Mount Wilson. When we first reported this fire, more than 90 minutes ago, it was 10, 20 acres, and there was just a small plume here, and now that has just exploded. And it reminds us of the Palisades fire, of course. It's the other big fire that we're covering and have been covering since that one erupted almost 12 hours ago at 10:30 this morning.
It takes up our whole screen now. It was just a small blip not that long ago. All right, let's go back to the other fire burning in Southern California. Christy Fajardo with the Palisades fire. Christy.
Yeah, in just the last couple of minutes, we started getting very, very heavy gusts, basically pushing us around. And when that happened, all the flames, everything that was on fire just exploded. The flames just got so much bigger. And in the last live shot I showed you, this is Palisades Charter Elementary, and it is on fire. When we went up the steps to look, we saw that some buildings were burning, others were not. Over here it looks like something, perhaps a rock wall, has also caught fire. And this is the backside of the school. This is the part on Swarthmore. And in the last 10 minutes, if we come that way, I can show you a house caught fire. And further down the road, multiple homes are burning. In fact, there was a man who drove out who told us that dozens of homes were on fire. And as we were going down there, it became too dangerous, so we had to turn around. And the conditions are just worsening. They're not improving for firefighters. These winds are just blowing embers all over the place. And we're seeing palm trees catch fire. Sadly, homes, a school, also businesses on De La Cruz. Business there looks like it's a total loss. Right next to the Frontier Communications building. Vegetation on the Frontier Communications building has also burned, but fortunately does not look like the building has. And down the road from us, going in the opposite direction, closer to Villa de La Paz, we are starting to finally see firefighting resources. We saw a couple of fire trucks in that other direction. And just a few minutes ago, Cal Fire pickup went through here and seemed to be surveying the area. And if we pan to the right, see another home is burning. And again, as I said, a man told us that further down the street, he saw dozens and dozens of homes burning. He's a property owner. He had gone to check on his properties. He said it was not safe. So he got out. He also advised us not to go down there either. And this is the house that I showed you earlier. And now it looks like it's a total loss. That house there
one's on fire, then cut. This one's on fire, and if you can, to the right, you can see these flames and the rain of embers have ignited other homes on fire as well. So that is the latest right now from Swarthmore. Let's send it back to you.
One devastating scene after the other. Christy Fajardo, thank you. You and your crew stay safe. We have some new video into the newsroom, and this is from a stringer, a photographer on the scene from TNLA, Sal Hirsch, who shot some video of an injured firefighter being rescued by CAL FIRE, it looks like, getting tended to here. And I believe that Sal is on the line with us right now. Sal, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for the great work that you do. So tell us about this incident. This is while fighting the Palisades fire, one injured firefighter.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not exactly sure what agency that firefighter was with, but they put out a mayday call. Apparently she may have had some sort of blow to the head, and she was in unknown condition. So we were just right down the street filming some of the destruction that ensued prior to that incident, and we got there pretty quick, and we saw CAL FIRE crews as well as some LAFD personnel lifting her on a thing, and they put her on the back of a pickup truck and ended up transporting her out of the fire zone. So it was definitely a pretty hectic scene, very crazy, and I just hope she's going to be okay.
Was she conscious? Was she talking to them?
It looked like her eyes were open. I didn't see her physically talking or anything, but her eyes were open, which is a good sign.
So this is the Palisades fire. What location was this within the Palisades?
This was on Bowdoin Street and Via de la Paz.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, we've been reporting all day, and it's been great to report. The only good thing that we can report is we haven't heard of any injuries. So at least we know of, unfortunately, at least one firefighter injured in this firefight. Did you see anyone else being treated while you were there?
No, not while I was there. That was luckily the only injury that I did witness. But like I said, just hope she's going to be okay. So.
Can you talk to us about your reporting experience tonight? What's it been like for you out on the roads?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been the most apocalyptic scene that you could imagine. I mean, we've been here all day. We have a team of 5 photographers that have been here all day. And, it started off, obviously very intense and everything. But as the winds kind of intensified towards the evening, things just have gotten way out of control. The fire activity is extremely erratic. The wind is just so unpredictable, blowing in all directions. They had to cancel the aircraft from above, so that was a big blow for firefighting efforts, but necessary. And it's just, like I said, it's just extremely apocalyptic. That's the only way to really describe it.
Wow. Well, we hope that you and your crew remain safe. Sal Hirsch, freelance photographer from TNLA. Thanks so much for the work that you do.
Thank you.
He was talking about the winds. Let's talk more about the winds from the expert on that front. Our meteorologist, Adam Kruger, has been tracking that all day.
Guys, and so, as expected, the winds intense. Amazing images. I'm going to start with some of the evacuation. This area might be concerned. You can see this for yourself. Zoom in street level and see whatever you want. But this is for the Eden fire now. We have this large red area that's an evacuation order that's mandatory. Then evacuation warnings, which are optional, but they may change over to orders. So people in the warning areas need to be ready to go if that order comes through. We see this now south of the evacuation order, but also now east, just north of Sierra Madre. We see an evacuation order there as well. Give you a little perspective. Here's Pasadena, and this little spot right here on the left side of your screen is the Rose Bowl. So again, we're talking about this area kind of north and northeast of Pasadena. That's the Eden fire. Then, of course, about what's going on in the Pacific Palisades. We have that evacuation order that extends to just into the northern section of Santa Monica. This is San Vicente right here. And so north or west of there, that's the evacuation order. And then we have this area known as north of Montana. So here's Montana and Santa Monica. North of there in this yellow zone, that's the evacuation warning, which again is optional, but you need to be ready to go if that turns into an order. All right, now looking at the wind forecast. And again, we're just getting into it. We can see from the video that the winds are starting to spike at their strongest that we've had all day long. We can hear outside of our building here. I haven't been here that long, less than a year, but I've never heard winds from inside our studio before outside, and we're getting that happening right now. We have had wind gusts pick up around Pacific Palisades. We're looking at a forecast right here, but gusts have been measured 40, 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. There's a few and far between weather instruments there around the Pacific Palisades. But over towards Pasadena, Altadena, around the Eaton Fire, we have had some, there's more weather stations there, and some of those are measuring around the foothills wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. But you get up into the mountain peaks, and we've seen some gusts around 80 plus miles per hour around that Eaton Fire. And now as we look at the forecast, again, going through the night, look at these big numbers right here. Many spots, according to this model, projected to see wind gusts at or above 60 miles per hour. And it's going to be like this pretty much all night long. I'll just get out of the way. So here's a look at midnight. This is a widespread thing for a lot of Southern California. We hope other fires don't break out, because if they do, they're going to spread very quickly, like what we've seen so far. Here we go into 4 o'clock in the morning. Not a whole lot has changed. Notice, though, the colors kind of filling in around more of Los Angeles as we get into about sunrise. Here's 8 a.m. Model says gusts around 50 in Santa Monica, which we've already seen tonight, and then the gusts around 50 in LA. Now, even, aside from the fire risk, there's just the fact that we could see wind damage over a large part of Southern California because of how strong these winds are. Trees could come down. We've seen some instances of that. We had a crazy live view with Christy, who was reporting in a tree fell on a power line. Sparks were flying, and so there may be more of that starting to happen as we go through the night. That's another thing to watch for. Here as we go through the day tomorrow, notice once we get past noon, it's not as intense as what we've been seeing. We'll be past the worst of it by that point, and the wind warning expire at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Also, the humidity running very low. We've seen it below 20% today. It will get drier, though, as we go into tomorrow. Relative humidity drops below 10% in some spots. So again, winds are picking up right now. They'll be at their peak really from about now through about 9 a.m., and the humidity goes lower tomorrow. Two things working against us. Just to kind of wrap this all up with the map of the warnings, we've got that high wind warning, all areas in yellow, most of Southern California. That's in effect until 6 p.m. tomorrow. And then we see the red flag warnings, which has to do with the wind and the dry conditions and conditions that are favorable for fires to spread. So that's in effect through Wednesday, but also Thursday, not for LA and parts of LA County, but all these other areas. This remains in effect into Thursday. And then the last thing I'm going to show you here is a fire weather watch that extends into Friday. So this is an area that may switch over to a red flag warning once we get a little closer to it, which means this is basically 4 days, likely. It'll end up being 4 days of red flag warnings. The worst of the winds, yes, they end after the end, but still it's going to be breezy with dry conditions and some type of Santa Ana winds likely to last into Friday. And so, it's a long week here. It's already been a long day. It's going to be a long week where we really need to pay close attention to what's going on. We'll head back to you now.
All right, Adam, we thank you so much. Let's bring in Christy Fajardo. She's had some really dangerous situations behind her, and she joins us now live from the firefight in the Palisades. Christy?
Yeah, Marla, we have talked so much about how this is a wind-driven fire and also how unpredictable it is. And we're seeing evidence of that right here. When we walked by 5 minutes ago, you did not see all of these embers that are flying. And we'll get gusts, and then you'll see them fly up into the air. You can see some over there. And if you watch closely, they're going in different directions. It's almost like a whirlwind. And they're landing on homes. And if we come that way, you can see something is burning behind there. I know that there is a power pole that is on fire, but that much of a glow suggests that it's something much larger as well. And those embers that you saw flying are actually coming from Palisades Charter Elementary, and something is burning right on the other side of that fence. You watch that fire come in our direction. We're actually on Swarthmore, and the rain of embers have ignited other fires. In fact, I showed you some homes that were burning earlier. Now we're seeing multiple trees, and at one point it looked like a car was going to go on fire. There were palm fronds that were burning, and Gino, who is behind the camera, got very quickly, and he was able to move those fronds away from that car, and the car luckily does not appear to be damaged. But unfortunately, there's really nothing we can do to save the home and the elementary school and the other buildings that we see burning. And also, you heard
firefighters and the LAPD telling people to evacuate hours ago, and this is why the visibility is really, really poor. When you add it to that, all the smoke and also the wind. In fact, Gino, can you count this? Look at what the experts are doing now. Gino, cut towards the school. Look, I want to show you. There just was one giant bus, and there you go again. Embers just flying everywhere. And this is what firefighters are having to deal with, and why they say this is like trying to stop a tornado. There's really nothing you can do when these embers are whipping around like this and landing on homes and landing on vegetation. They'll ignite sometimes blocks away, so they can be fighting a fire in one area and not even know that another is on fire. So witnessing very, very tough conditions tonight for the firefight. Let's send it back to you.
That's an understatement, as you know, Christy, and it's tough for you to be out there in the crew. We appreciate you so much. This is the Palisades fire. We want to turn our attention back to the Eaton fire. This one erupted at 6:30 tonight, so it's been about 3 hours. This is our live picture from our Mount Wilson camera, and those flames now pretty enveloping this whole hillside. At least 400 acres have burned. We just showed you, we've heard from you on social media about just how horrifying and heartbreaking the images are that we brought you live of those seniors, more than 90 of them being evacuated from a senior facility taken by SWAT, in fact, to other local facilities. Gina Silva, she's moved. You're on the ground. Where are you now?
Yes, sadly, what you're watching is a house on fire. This is the 2300 block of Galbraith Road. And unfortunately, when we got here, it was, fully engulfed. LA County firefighters immediately arrived, and as you can see, they are putting out the flames. There is a person here with a water hose who has been watering down the house, but it wasn't doing much until the firefighters arrived. One of the neighbors, what is your name? Luis. Luis, so you guys were out here trying to help out?
I live right at the corner there. We live in the same building together. We were told to evacuate a while ago and went down and dropped some stuff off, but I came back up here because I saw all these spot fires coming up here, and I can't help but feel bad for all the people who live here. And we've never had a fire like this, I don't think, as far as I've been alive, at least not down this close. So
describe the wind conditions out here.
Oh, it's bad. It's horrific. I mean, just driving in the car, if you don't see any trees around, the car shakes like it's an earthquake. That's how strong it is.
Luis, how are you holding up? What was that?
It's fine. Everything is fine. Yeah. So no problem. Yeah.
Where's your house? ¿Dónde está tu casa?
Yeah, this one. It's in the front.
And it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
How long have you lived over here?
About 3 years. I think they lived there a lot longer.
And your house is okay right now?
It's okay? Yeah, I think it's okay. Hopefully. Yeah.
Well, they're making really quick work, obviously, the LA County firefighters. Oh. It's an emotional reunion. They hadn't seen each other.
So funny. There's one of my best friends from high school.
Oh. How are you holding up?
Under better circumstances, it'd be so much nicer.
You haven't seen each other?
In years. A long time. So last person I expect to see him is this guy, but somehow he found his way up here.
Yeah, how are you? I've been asking everybody how you're holding up with this.
I live in La Quiana Flimmers, but my godmother, she lives down the road, and so I was on my way to her house because she got told to evacuate. And then I saw this, so we all just pitched in to help.
Yeah, I saw everybody moving in using water. Unfortunately, it wasn't doing much because the flames were so strong. But as soon as the firefighters arrived, you can see now that the flames are out. There are obviously some hot spots, but not as what it was, when we first got here. And I got to tell you, we were doing the live report with the senior citizens who were being rescued, and we ended up walking a couple of blocks. And we talk about how fast these fires move. My car was parked at a 7-Eleven parking lot, and I decided to walk back to get my car to come to this location. And as soon as I got there, there was a brush on fire there near my car. Had I not picked it up, it probably would have gone up in flames as well. So it just moves so fast. These winds are just like something we've never seen before, or not in a very long time. And these embers, they just fly for miles and miles and start new fires, new hotspots. It's just absolutely insane So far, as we've been reporting, it started at 6:30 with only 20 acres and now has gone beyond 400 acres, and it's growing. It's just not, we're not seeing any help from Mother Nature whatsoever. I'll send it back to you guys.
No, and in fact, overnight the winds are supposed to pick up, as we've been hearing from our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, well into the morning. So the firefight will be a brutal one. We're not going to sugarcoat it at all because that would just be false information. We wish that we could bring you better news, but the winds are still going to pick up overnight with those wind gusts in the Palisades clocking in at some points perhaps at 70 plus miles per hour. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition.
And because of that, even if you don't live in one of these areas that is having a fire right now, but you live in an area that is fire prone, this is a good time to have your bags packed and you have your valuables ready to go, because the chance of another fire like this starting somewhere else in Southern California tonight is not insignificant. It would not be surprising if we looked at number 3 like this. So if this is a time to make sure your bags are packed, your stuff is ready to go, if need be, you've thought it through so you're not shocked and surprised if in the middle of something else breaks out. The winds are supposed to be even worse between 10 p.m., which we're about to get to, and 5 a.m. And the likelihood of another fire starting somewhere else is very high tonight. And so just know that as you get ready to go to bed tonight.
We want to take you to right outside the scene of Palisades High School, Palisades Charter High School, which we know their athletics fields burned and also some of the classrooms caught fire. Here's Matthew Seedorf with photographer Sam Dubin.
You see, we can walk across the street. This is towards the football stadium. I believe that is the score box on fire. We're going to turn this way with all these embers. All right. I do have an anemometer with me, especially measuring winds gusting to 35, 40 miles per hour. The flames on the other side of the street as well. Let's see if we can push this way. And I'm actually with photojournalist Sam Dubin. You went to this high school, Sam, if you don't mind. What's this like?
It's heartbreaking. This is my alma mater. The baseball field's totally gone. Some of the buildings are gone. This house across the street's gone. This is the newer aquatic center, the Maggie Gilbert Aquatic Center. Looks okay right now. The classrooms appear okay, but it's just heartbreaking for everyone who went to this school. A lot of people have gone here over the years.
Yeah, I can't imagine just seeing that, especially as a alma mater. And we're looking at, looks like the pool right now, and then looking across the street, we're battling these winds. More buildings have burned down, and just this thick black smoke. Yeah, the winds, it just stings because all this debris flying around. Looking at my anemometer, gusts 25 miles an hour right now, but we've seen probably close to 40. It's hard to put this into words, seeing this home up here on fire and all these other structures and even a high school. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew, thank you so much. Live picture from Santa Monica, our Santa Monica camera looking out at those flames there. We've seen this all afternoon since this fire broke out at 10:30. We want to show you the scene earlier, though, and this was one of the surreal images that we've seen today. In addition to all the homes that have burned, this scene here, these are a lot of cars that were abandoned by their car owners when they just got too afraid because the flames were closing in on them. And they abandoned their vehicles, and as a result, it blocked this entire roadway. And so to get through, emergency vehicles needed to get through. And so LA Fire came in with a bulldozer and bulldozed all the cars out of the way. And many of them, Alex, have been deemed total losses as a result.
Yeah, and just moved them like toys. And some really nice cars we're looking at in a really nice neighborhood. So we want to play for you, if you're just joining us and you were at work earlier today and want information from the press briefing, you're about to hear from the fire department spokesperson, the chief of LAPD, and the chief of the LA Fire Department. Here's some of what they had to say a few hours ago.
So questions about abandoned cars, that's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left of the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle on the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can't get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation, and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you, because as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly.
No, it's not. And we're almost nearing 12 hours into this firefight in the Palisades. We've been showing you these numbers for a while now. They haven't been updated by CAL FIRE. Our next briefing, 3:30 this afternoon, that's when we heard from LAPD Chief McDonald there, who you just last heard from. He was alongside Governor Gavin Newsom as well. That next briefing of officials won't take place until 8 a.m. tomorrow from Zuma Beach. So hopefully we'll get some updated numbers. But in the meantime, obviously, we know that this whole area, much of it is under mandatory evacuation because of the strong winds that will continue well into the night, into the morning of Wednesday, January the 8th. And we're going to be on with you through at least midnight, by the way. So you can count on us. Go ahead.
So we take you from this picture. Maybe we can take our other picture, which is from Mount Wilson, which shows the Eaton fire that we are also keeping track of. And some news from Governor Newsom, who was at that press briefing earlier today in Pacific Palisades. He just announced that they have secured funding for the Eaton fire. So we already got federal funding for the Palisades fire earlier in the day. Now, the Eaton fire also getting federal funding from President Biden, who just happens to be in Southern California tonight. And I think is kind of grounded because of what we've seen here. So he is also part of all of this tonight. But again, these are the live pictures. And every time we take this image from the Mount Wilson camera, we see more and more flames being wider and wider. This started as just a small part of the shot, and it now extends across the entire shot. At least 400 acres burned. We know that that number is now higher than that. And we see a lot of folks scrambling in the Altadena and Pasadena neighborhoods right now because of that fire. And again, a look back at the Pacific Palisades fire, which you can see from our Santa Monica cam, and really you can see for miles and miles in many different directions. Christy Fajardo is right in the middle of those flames. She's walking right now. Christy, if you can hear us, it's yours.
Yeah, we're actually on Swarthmore, and we saw some fire engines down here, so we decided to come down to investigate. And sadly, we're seeing another, what looks like a home completely destroyed. Is that we keep seeing buildings like the one on the right that appear to be made of concrete, another one, the Frontier Communications building, that appears to be made of brick. And those are very, very well, even when vegetation is going up around them, they have not caught fire. So we've been talking about the winds, and you can see what they're doing with these embers. They hit those flames, and they just whip up all of these embers. And if we pan that way, you can see that they're carrying them down the street and towards buildings and homes that have not burned. And that is why firefighters are stretched so thin. There are so many fires burning all at once that every one of these embers that you see flying has the potential to start another fire. So firefighters are trying to keep up with all of this, but there's really no way to do so. And over there on the right, that is actually Palisades charter elementary school. And suddenly we went up there. I went up the steps and we took a look. This is the backside of the school, and multiple buildings were on fire. Some of the buildings have not burned. We can only hope that they will stay that way. But the playground will look like a rock wall, and other structures look like a total loss. And they've been on fire now for probably about 2 hours, and we've seen Cal Fire coming through and looking at it, but we've not seen any firefighters actually battling the fire at the school. But again, we are on the backside of the school, and I've talked so much about those embers and what they do to palm trees, and you can see evidence of it right there. The palm tree across the street and the three that we're looking at are all on fire, and those palm fronds unfortunately fall off the tree or they blow away and catch something else on fire. And we've witnessed that a house that was ignited precisely because of palm fronds that were burning were blown in its direction. And we also, a car almost catch fire because it was parked on some palm fronds, and those caught fire from those ring of embers that you've seen. And luckily, Gino, who was behind the camera, noticed that he was able to pull the burning palm fronds away from the car and save the car. Fortunately, we can't do that for the buildings you see here. And most of the people in the neighborhood have evacuated, although occasionally we'll see one car go by that you just saw. But most of the people did heed it, and fortunately, because you would not want a mass of people trying to evacuate now. Visibility is very poor. The winds are really, really strong. In fact, I've been standing and almost knocked off my feet. That's how powerful they occasionally are. And that's also what firefighters are dealing with and what they fear at this hour. Let's send it back to you.
Pardon me, Christy Fajardo there. Thank you so much, Gino Arias. Thank you for all of your reporting tonight. We want to go back to the Eaton fire. This is in Altadena. Gina Silva, you were just showing us a home there, and this is the live picture again from our Mount Wilson camera that shows the embers, the flames aglow on this Tuesday night as we approach the 10 p.m. hour. This Eaton fire erupted at 6:30 tonight. This is the agency response, including from Pasadena Fire and Angeles National Forest and LA County Fire. Let's check in with Gina Silva on the ground now. Gina, are you still in that same particular neighborhood?
I'm in the same neighborhood, and you can see that there are multiple fires.
Go next street, okay?
Okay,
Next street.
thank you. Pasadena police are telling us that we have to move. And part of the reason is that we heard a loud explosion a little while ago. It was like a loud pop job. And I were like, what was that? It did not sound good. And there are several houses that are on fire. I'm trying to get to the end of the street to find out what the name is of the street. But as you can see, this entire neighborhood is in trouble. Sir, what's the name of the street?
Bella Vista.
Bella Vista?
Bella Vista.
Bella Vista. Bella Vista. So this is Bella Vista. And all of these homes have been evacuated. The officers are saying all of these houses are obviously in danger. They're in the path of this destructive fire that started at 6:30, and it continues to grow, and it is just absolutely devastating because now we're seeing multiple homes on fire. And the danger in that, of course, are the gas lines. You know, everything. I'm hoping that by now everything's been turned off. But there were still some folks in homes that did not want to leave, and officers are telling them, please, you've got to get going. You've got to leave. It is not safe. And as I told you earlier, you know, it just moves so fast. You're thinking you're safe in one location, and then boom, the next moment you're not. So it is a very precarious situation here. I believe that is Pasadena Fire. Yep, Pasadena firefighters are out there battling. We've seen LA County firefighters as well. And again, there's a mandatory evacuation order for multiple communities. We gave you the names earlier. I believe that all of those names of the streets have been, the mandatory evacuation has been extended to other locations as well.
But it's a very dangerous situation, and obviously you don't want to be here. I know we saw a couple of people in the other at the other home where they were just watering it down, and it wasn't making much of a difference until the firefighters arrived and doused it with their large, equipment that they have, their hoses. And so that's the only way that you're going to be able to battle this fire. Other than that, a little bit of water from the small garden hose is not going to make much difference, unfortunately. Alex, Marla?
Gina, you've been covering fires for a very long time, and even some of our really bad fires lately you've been in the middle of. How does this compare to other stories you've covered over the course of your career?
Oh, this is insane. I mean, there's just no other way to describe this. Earlier, when we were showing you the woman bringing out the horses, we were surrounded by flames on both sides, and it was just getting stronger and stronger, so we had to leave that location. And of course, the wind, it is just so strong that at times it's hard to stand in one location. We've seen many downed trees. We saw that sign that was toppled over. I mean, it's just absolutely insane. I don't think I've ever seen winds this extreme.
And are you seeing that people are heeding the call to evacuate?
Yes. For the most part, people have left. There are some who are still kind of hanging around. I understand it's their home. They don't want to lose it. But again, your life is more important than property because that can be eventually replaced. But you want to be safe. And that's what firefighters, police officers are always telling us, just be safe, get out, let the professionals try to handle the situation. And there are so many agencies out here. There's LA County Fire, Pasadena Fire, different agencies that I cannot name right now, but I have to move out of the way here. But they're here battling, and unfortunately, there are so many fires that are taking place right now. That's Cal Fire just arriving now, that it's impossible to be at all the places that are just going up in flames right now. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and of course, we know the last number we heard was, it started at 20 acres, then exploded to 400. And, we're waiting for CAL FIRE, perhaps. They'll be the agency to update the number, Angeles National Forest, perhaps, but it's well beyond the 400 we can imagine.
Yeah, and that's growing. That is growing. Right now, as we mentioned, the names of the streets where there are evacuation orders, that's for Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Vernada, Ken Clare, and areas east of Altadena Drive. I'm sure by now that list has grown because this fire keeps moving.
And
ready.
We know that you're on the Eaton fire, but we're just getting this vital information about the Palisades fire. We had shown earlier video of the female firefighter being tended to. Now we're hearing that 25-year-old female firefighter did sustain a serious head injury while fighting the Palisades fire. She was treated at the scene and then taken to a hospital. This is from LAFD itself. And then multiple burn victims, according to LAFD, walking toward Duke's Malibu restaurant. We know that right on PCH, approximately 9 o'clock tonight. Again, this is according to LAFD spokesperson Captain Eric Scott. Incident operations redirected medical resources to that location to provide evaluation and treatment. So we've been reporting no injuries. We know at least one firefighter has been injured, and now multiple burn victims reportedly being treated at Duke's in Malibu, the restaurant there along PCH.
Wow. So there is so much going on tonight. We thank you for joining us for this special primetime coverage. We are now going to reset and give you updated information on everything for the time that we usually join you every night, which is the Fox 11 news at 10. And we are going to start that coverage out tonight with a look at some of the most dramatic images that we've experienced together during our last 12 hours of coverage.
This home seems like it's being considered a loss.
There are so many homes that are in danger. How many more horses do you have?
We have a couple we just let loose over there. We're trying to get as many as we can
There's 12. Yeah, no, they're pretty loud up. When the wind's blowing, they're
always have a bag packed. Sunset's already backed up, and people are fighting, and the only access in egress is Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard.
We just watched the last one on that terrace burn to the ground.
Good evening. Welcome to a special edition of the Fox 11 News at 10. I'm Alex Michaels.
And I'm Marla Tejas here for Christine Devine. The fast-moving wildfire Pacific Palisades has burned almost 3,000 acres, forcing thousands to evacuate. The fire is fueled by those strong Santa Ana winds.
By mid-afternoon, it had grown rapidly, threatening over 13,000 structures, including more than 10,000 homes. Containment tonight at 0%. Mandatory evacuations cover much of the area, with nearby Malibu issuing warnings as well.
Firefighters began using air tankers and helicopters to battle the flames, but both are grounded tonight because of the wind. And we want to show you these images that we're showing you right here. This is a live picture from our Santa Monica cam. Off in the distance, those are the flames in the hillside in the Palisades. Now, evacuation routes were jammed, with some residents abandoning cars and fleeing on foot. Palisades Charter High School has been hit hard. Its baseball field, athletic fields, grounds, they've been destroyed.
So the fire started this morning near Piedra Morada and Monta Hermosa drives. Officials warn that worsening winds overnight could spread even further. Smoke advisories are now in effect. Residents are urged to stay indoors. The fire's cause still not known. We have seen some injuries reported in the last hour.
The mandatory evacuation zone has expanded to the east and north. Here's this wide swath of red that gives you an idea of how big. The map from LA City Fire shows the scope of evacuation order. Holland Road, east to Kenter Road, Pacific Coast Highway. Pacific Coast Highway is closed from Santa Monica's McClure Tunnel to Topanga Canyon, with LAPD managing traffic. Residents are urged to turn off power before leaving, and those near the evacuation zone should prepare a go bag and stay informed through LAFD alerts and, of course, your local news.
Now, the Westwood Recreation Center is open as an evacuation and overnight shelter, which accommodates small animals. That's located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Large animals can be taken to the LA Equestrian Center, which is in Burbank.
We have live team coverage tonight. Meteorologist Adam Kruger is watching those winds. Fox 11 Gina Silva, she's on the Eaton fire. That one erupted tonight at 6:30 in Altadena. Ed Lascos has reaction from devastated homeowners, and right now, this is a live look from the ground in Palisades.
Yeah, is this Ed Lascos' picture? Ed, I don't know if you can hear us. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Actually, we had just moved inside our live van. It's too threatening out there. These winds blowing hurricane force. I swear to you, I've never seen anything like this. You can see the embers blowing through here. And across here is Sunset. We're at Via de la Paz, right where the 76 gas station is here at Gelston's. And what you're looking at used to be on the northern end of this intersection, a 2- or 3-story apartment building, condo building that stretched up a couple of blocks. It has been burning, wall of flames the last couple of hours, coming down. There's a gas station on the far side and the 76 closer to this side. But as these winds blow through here, you have a shower of embers. You see a little bit of them going through here, and wait till we get a very strong gust. It's a consistent wind, but you get these sustained gusts that actually have this live van swaying back and forth. And over to the left is also, Mikey will give you a look, that's the parking lot of Gelston's, and an idea of these embers that have been a big problem for firefighters. Behind us is Radcliffe. We've been looking at that the last couple of hours. Several homes over there also burned to the ground. We've been watching that the last couple of hours. Radcliffe runs parallel to Temescal Canyon, but it's right here in the heart of the village itself. Look at these embers. Look at this, the truck moving around, these embers blowing through here. It's a firestorm over in this area. And again, when these embers blow through and the wind picks up, you see what's left of that, the condo building, the apartment building on the corner. It just roars to life. And the winds pushing it this way, pushing it toward PCH, which means there are still many homes on this area on the south side of Sunset still in jeopardy here as this fire very much out of control. One other point, we're seeing a lot more fire engines moving through here, strike teams moving through, if you will, the last couple of hours from LA City moving up to the northern part of Sunset here as something we did not see on Radcliffe earlier. Look at that over there. Look at the embers just blowing around almost like a tornado effect of embers as this wind swirls through here. So you have the embers, you have the wind, and then you have visibility down to nothing as the smoke just comes through here and a wall of fire. But unfortunately, this building, apartment building, is lost, evacuated. We heard no injuries there. Everybody got out in time. A block over to our right to the east, the CVS pharmacy. Across the street, several restaurants there, well known to a lot of folks here in the village. They're gone. I just looked at them, burnt right to the ground. So damage here, extremely severe, unbelievable when you're in the heart of the Palisades. That this is the kind of a fire you usually see up in the hills somewhere in the canyons, but nothing that comes right through the heart of a downtown area like we're seeing at this moment.
Ed Lascos, thank you so much. On the line now is Margaret Stewart with LA City Fire. Thank you so much for taking the time out. Where does the firefight stand tonight as those winds are picking up?
We have not seen the worst of the winds yet. From now through the rest of the night, they're forecasted to be worsening. So unfortunately, this dangerous situation, we're nowhere near over. It's super important that everyone follows the evacuation orders. You showed the map earlier. Basically, anyone within Pacific Palisades area, all the way up to Mulholland, as well as Santa Monica, has now issued evacuations on that portion to the southeast of our map that hits Santa Monica. There's also evacuations there. We do know that we have injuries reported. We had a 25-year-old female LAFD firefighter sustained a serious head injury, and there are multiple burn victims that were being treated and transported. So we ask people to please get out, stay out, and let's get in there and do our very best against this very extreme fire weather.
Do you have any more information about those injuries, how the firefighter is doing, and maybe any more details about the burn injuries? These are the folks that came to Dukes, right, with injuries?
Yes, we don't have details. As you can imagine, it's a very dynamic situation. Sure. So they were transported and taken care of. So we just don't have those kind of details right now. And our firefighter was transported to the hospital, and we don't have an update.
Margaret, what do you want our viewers to know tonight? As you just talked about the worst is yet to come. Given that, what's your word to them?
If there is anyone still in the evacuation zone, immediately leave. We cannot, we redirecting resources to try to rescue people out who should have already left takes away from our firefighters out there defending homes and saving lives. So please leave now, as well as anyone, this is burning in a generally western direction. However, the fire creates added winds, and then those embers can travel, which is why our evacuation zone, is going in all directions. So anyone bordering the current evacuation zone needs to stay aware. They need to stay informed. They can follow our updates, lafd.org/alerts. They can get them to their phones or to their email. They need listen to and watch the local news. They need to have a go bag ready, the car facing out in the driveway, have a plan in place. And if they do get the order, then evacuate early and quick.
There are some people that may have stayed behind who just look at this and now are scared to leave, or maybe they don't know where to go, or it's, all the flames are around them, or the fire trucks are nearby. It's not easy to get in and out of these regions. What do you say to those people? Where to go, how to get out?
Well, there are law enforcement and firefighters, spread throughout the entire area. So if they see someone, they can ask for assistance and direct them out. This is why we ask people not to stay behind. We know that there's the desire to do so. However, these winds are unprecedented in our recent, we haven't had winds like this in a very long time. And it's very dangerous, and it's not worth trying to protect a building when we want to protect your life.
Earlier, there was the call that was put out by your agency, LAFD, asking any off-duty member to call because you need all basically hands on. How are your resources tonight?
Yes, and I also want to clarify for anyone watching, there was a misunderstanding that kind of went out across different channels that this is a recall protocol for LAFD members only. We're not asking for volunteers or any other firefighters. So we have a recall process that we execute when needed, and those that are off duty call in, and we can then schedule out any additional resources. So that process is underway by our Department Operations Center, and we have the resources to manage that.
And talk also about the concern, because this is the fire that's burning now, but the winds are supposed to be worse, as you mentioned, and not an insignificant chance that there could be another fire that breaks out overnight.
It's entirely possible. We can't predict what might happen in that regard. We do also have the state agency, CAL FIRE, the incident management team, is going to be taking over the incident in the morning, and they are also the agency that coordinates resources from across the state to respond. So I don't have details on what the plan is right now, but they can call in resources from outside of.
Any other parting thoughts before we let you go? No doubt you're busy.
Yeah, really, we just want to emphasize, our program Ready, Set, Go. Everyone needs to be ready. They need to have their bag prepared, have a communication plan in place, any important medications, stuff for your pets, have that already. If you are in the expand, as it were to expand, especially towards the west and south, you need to already be prepared. So stay aware, and stay ready.
Margaret Stewart with LAFD, we thank you for taking the time out tonight. Thanks for all the hard work that your crews do, and you stay safe as well.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
We're going to go to Chelsea Edwards now, who is on the ground, who has been reporting for us near Pacific Coast Highway. Chelsea. Not sure if Chelsea can hear us. When she's ready, we will go back to her. In the meantime, we look at this live picture from our Santa Monica camp as this fire continues to get worse, and we really see those winds are whipping up. Let's go to Chelsea now. Chelsea.
If you can hear, we are now driving north on PCH. Wow, that is a fireball on the right-hand side. So the fire is now on both sides of PCH. Oh, there's another home up in flames on the right-hand side. So it's on both sides, right near the intersection at Sunset Boulevard. We've kind of been in one place for a lot of this evening and a lot of this afternoon. But now we're mobile and we're heading toward Malibu. We're getting reports that there are some homes on the PCH side that are now up in flames. So that's where we're headed, toward the Topanga area. What we're seeing on PCH is just something else. I mean, these hillsides are just lit up. Home, that's another one. Home after home after home after home. I can feel the heat coming from the side of the truck, from the right-hand side where we're sitting. Now we're enclosed in the truck. I can also feel the wind just knocking the truck. I mean, these news vans are very top-heavy. We've got the gear on the top, and they're very tall. And I can feel it just grabbing it and kind of tossing it around as we're driving up PCH. The visibility extremely low. We can only see about 20 feet in front of us, I would say, as we're... Oh, I don't know about this, Elliot. Very low visibility and a lot of particles in the air. And again, just this glow from all up the hillside. We're actually in an area now where the fire no longer seems to be burning, but the smoke is so incredibly thick we can barely see in front of us with our headlights on. So it appears that at least that portion of the fire of the Pacific Palisades fire is in that area. But again, we're hearing these reports. There are some situations up in the Malibu area closer toward Topanga. So that's where we're heading right now. We're hoping to be able to give you a live picture. Our camera has been up for the last 7 hours or so, just feeding back live pictures. Elliot, what is this? Is this a feed barn? All right, I don't run this report here, but I believe this is, the iconic feed barn near Topanga Canyon. Yeah, that's gone. All right, so we've just passed Topanga Canyon. Wow, that whole thing is just flattened, which means that we're coming up toward the Real Inn and Cholada Tie. Now, on the left-hand side, it's just spot fires. This fire jumped the PCH and burned everything that's on this side. I'm not seeing any homes on the left-hand side, which is the PCH side yet. The destruction here. You know what? This is the Real Inn right here. It's gone. The Real Inn is gone. There's nothing there. Cholada Tie, gone.
Yeah, I saw those images actually a little earlier tonight. In fact, those are on my social media. The Real Inn, Cholada, all of that has been wiped out. That was at least 3 hours ago that those flames just wiped out those obvious landmark spots.
Chelsea, the devastation. I may have lost you, Marla and Alex.
No, you're there.
All right, we're coming up now to some fire activity. Oh, look, no, it is on this side. It is on the left side now. So we've got several fire engines here. This is a first, actually, for tonight. Yes, homes on the PCH side now are on fire. This is something we've not seen in a long time.
Meaning on the side of PCH closer to the ocean.
Yes, to the ocean. So the ocean side of PCH, there's one actively on fire right now. I can see what was what's left of another one that's just to our left. We have a huge firefighting presence here. And again, we have not seen that, at least for property protection, since we started, at 2 o'clock this afternoon or 1:30 this afternoon. This is the first time we've actually seen a firefight where they're trying to protect these properties, these homes on the left hand, on the ocean side of PCH. So they've got an active firefight up ahead. Oh, there's more homes up there. This is quite a few homes now that are impacted on the PCH side. Wow. We're going to get a little bit closer. We're going to see how far they'll let us in with our news van without, impeding the firefighting efforts, and see if we can get our live picture back up to get these batteries working again to show you what we're seeing, because this is pretty remarkable. This is something else.
Yeah, and I wonder also if your phone is working, if maybe Zoom is potentially an option too, to get some images out of there if need be. But Chelsea, thanks for all your extraordinary reporting all day long, and but really sad updates there to hear about so many iconic spots along the coast that so many of us have enjoyed for years. And you think of all the people that are impacted by this, all the employees, all the customers, everybody, that we're going to be talking about this and dealing with this for many years to come. Chelsea, stay safe. We'll get back with you soon.
Thanks, guys.
All right, our coverage continues here on Fox 11. The Palisades fire, of course, in the Palisades, and then the Eaton fire, that's the other fire that we're looking at tonight, that is in Altadena. Both are proving to be especially difficult firefights because of those destructive winds, which we knew were coming. We got wind of this, no pun intended, last week when Adam Kruger was forecasting that. In fact, Adam, why don't you join the coverage now and give us an update on, as we're past 10 o'clock and those wind speeds are expected to pick up.
Yeah, it's just, it's a little overwhelming, everything that's going on. I mean, you see just bad news after bad news. It's the unfortunate scenario we have. And yes, the winds have picked up in the last hour or so. You might remember going into this with the high wind warnings, the National Weather Service was saying, at worst, there may be some isolated spots where gusts are as high as 80 to 100 miles per hour. That didn't quite pan out earlier in the day today, but we knew the strongest winds were coming. And now I see verification, at least on some of the higher elevation weather sensors. For example, there's one that's about halfway between Malibu and Pacific Palisades, measured a 98 mile per hour gust about an hour ago. And we're seeing some gusts get over 90 miles per hour in the San Gabriel Mountains, a little bit north of Pasadena, where we have that other fire going on, the Eaton fire as well. So it's coming to fruition right now. The strongest winds are happening right now. They are peaking. They're expected to stay about this strong all through the night and up through about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then the speeds at least start slowly but surely backing down a little bit. Another thing that does not work in our favor heading into tomorrow is the air gets even a little bit drier tomorrow than what we're seeing today. And I do want to note that while we're focused a lot on where these fires are going on, there are extreme weather conditions happening all across Southern California right now. And even if you take the fire aspect out of this, it's a a major wind event, just simply the winds. So there's going to be a lot of wind damage likely across a lot of Southern California as well. I want to show you just real quickly some of these evacuation maps. I know it's kind of squished in right here, but this is the Pacific Palisades fire right here. Here's the evacuation order that extends into the northern parts of Santa Monica. San Vicente is kind of the border between the order, which is mandatory, and the evacuation warning, which is optional, but you might want to get ready to go if you have to. That goes all the way down to Montana Avenue in Santa Monica. Fire.ca.gov if you want a closer look at some of these maps. I'll also show you near the Eaton fire what the evacuation map looks like. So Pasadena here is on the left part of the screen. The Rose Bowl is kind of tucked right on the edge right there, so we're a far distance from that. But again, here's the Eaton fire. A lot of that spreading south. You see the evacuation order, then a few of these evacuation warnings, which are suggested but not mandatory in those yellow spots right there. All right, now on to the forecast winds, and this is going to look a lot like what you've seen me show many times here throughout the day today. Not a whole lot has changed in the forecast, but we're in the thick of it right now. We're starting at 11 p.m., and you'll see just some big numbers across the map. Forecast wind gusts 60, 70 miles per hour. We know some of those higher elevations will be even a little bit stronger than that. Here we go all the way through the night into tomorrow morning. This is 4 o'clock in the morning now. Not a whole lot changes with our forecast. Here's 8 o'clock in the morning. We are still dealing with extremely strong winds. Even in LA, there could be some gusts around 50 or so. That could cause some damage for sure. Now, as we go a little later into the day, this is a look at noon. It's still very windy, but you see the numbers are not to the extreme levels that we expect during the nighttime. And then as we go through the day on Wednesday, here's a look at a little bit later in the afternoon, 4 in the afternoon. We're seeing, again, slight improvement, but still quite windy. If you're wondering, by the way, kind of to get into the science of what's going on, why the winds are peaking right now and why they're expected to be at their strongest overnight, it has to do with what's going on a little higher up in the atmosphere. Something we call the jet stream. Maybe you've heard that term before. It's basically like a river of fast-moving winds high up in the atmosphere where the planes are flying around. And the jet stream pattern, the winds kind of are going around this low right now, but right next to this low, right in this circle right here, if you look at these streamlines, you'll notice how they're moving especially quick right here. There's a very fast-moving part of the jet stream that's going from north to south down California. These same conditions cause 135-mile-per-hour gusts at the summit of Mammoth Mountain, by the way. And so we've got those really strong winds right overhead right now in the higher parts of the atmosphere, and some of those winds are making their way down to the surface, which is giving us the extra boost, the extra enhancement to the wind gusts. Now, as we go through the night into tomorrow, this starts shifting a little farther south. This is noon tomorrow. By that point, the intense part of those jet stream winds will be a little farther south, and that's why our winds start backing down by that point. But high wind warnings, those are in effect until 6 p.m. tomorrow, so that gives you an idea of the worst of the winds continue into tomorrow. Again, the peak, though, should start to come down after about 9 or 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then we have the red flag warning. You know all about that. That's in effect through tomorrow, but also for a lot of the area, what we're looking at here, it continues into Thursday, excludes a portion of Los Angeles down to Long Beach, for example. And then Friday, there's a fire weather watch, which will likely change to a red flag warning at some point, which means this will have been 4 days of red flag warning. Even though the winds are most intense tonight into tomorrow morning, it's still a Santa Ana wind event with gusty conditions in some spots and dry conditions. That goes all the way into Friday. So our guard needs to stay up for a couple more days, but especially tonight and into tomorrow with the strongest winds here in our area and the lowest humidity still yet to come tomorrow. And again, just in the last hour, we've seen some of the strongest wind gusts so far today. And we know today earlier was quite bad. It's just getting even more extreme right now. The live shots we see from our reporters, hats off to them and the crews that are out there. It is incredible to see. And you can hear from the way they're telling the stories, right? I mean, a lot of them have been reporting in this area for a long time. They're saying that, they've never been in anything like this. This is just a historic wind event that's unfolding right now across our area. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Adam. We want to get you the latest information about the injuries that we can now report. Unfortunately, we do know that a 25-year-old female firefighter with LAFD was hurt tonight while battling the Palisades fire. Here's that image of her being loaded on to the bed of a truck here. This happened near Bowdoin Street and she sustained, according to LAFD spokesperson Eric Scott, a serious head injury. She was treated at the scene and she was taken to a hospital for more evaluation and treatment. We spoke to the person who shot this video, freelance journalist Sal Hirsch with TNLA.
And I'm not exactly sure what agency that firefighter was with, but they put out a mayday call. Apparently, she may have had some sort of blow to the head, and she was in unknown condition. So we were just right down the street filming some of the destruction that ensued prior to that incident, and we got there pretty quick, and we saw CAL FIRE crews as well as some LAFD personnel lifting her on a thing, and they put her on the back of a pickup truck and ended up transporting her out of the fire zone. So it was definitely a pretty hectic scene, very crazy, and I just hope she's going to be okay.
Was she conscious? Was she talking to them?
It looked like her eyes were open. I didn't see her physically talking or anything, but her eyes were open, which is a good sign.
Let's hope that she's okay. There's some videos from earlier. The historic Getty Villa in the Palisades has experienced at least some damage to its ground. Trees, plants there have burned. We do not believe that the structure itself caught on fire. The executive director is saying that the art collection remains safe. Museums, galleries, and library archives are protected from smoke by state-of-the-art air handling systems. The double-walled construction of the galleries providing some protection. The Getty Villa will remain closed through at least Monday. And let's hope at first light tomorrow things stay the way that they looked right here and that the structure itself is okay.
All right, from the Palisades fire, let's go to the Eaton fire. This is time-lapse video of that fire, which started just before 6:30 tonight. Altadena Drive, right near Altadena Drive. It has grown to at least 400 acres. It's damaged structures, it's forced evacuations. Crews are working to protect homes and hazardous materials in that area. All Saints Church in Pasadena has opened its doors to shelter people affected by the Eaton fire. That church is located at 132 North Euclid Avenue. Also, Pasadena Convention Center is also serving as an evacuation center for those impacted by the Eaton fire.
Fox 11's Gina Silva has been covering that fire for the past several hours. She's live, and wow, look at this. Another structure engulfed right now.
Yes, unfortunately, another house. In fact, there are 4 the 1100 block of Bella Vista are on fire. It is just absolutely devastating. Some more down the street that are.
Yeah, we're having some audio problems with her mic. Obviously, a lot of technical challenges in making reporting happen here. But in the meantime, let's stay on this shot from Joab Perez on the ground there. We're seeing some water from the firefighters ending up on his lens. But Gina just said that multiple homes on this street have burned. We have seen that in multiple streets in Southern California at this point, where sometimes multiple homes go up. The good news is that it looks like there are firefighters there. There's not much that they can do to save this house, but they hope to be able to protect other homes. Gina, I think your audio issues have been figured out. Let's try this again. Take it away.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, as I was saying, this is the 1100 block of Bella Vista. And there are 4 homes that are on fire. If you look down the street, there's 1, 2, 3, and then this one that's on fire. And take a look at the palm trees. I mean, you can see how strong these winds are. And it's just moving those embers and the flames onto the next house, and that's what we've been seeing. It is just a devastating fire that started at 6:30 with just, up in the hillside, Eden Canyon, about 20 acres. It has grown to more than 400. I'm sure that number is well above 400 now, and it just keeps getting worse. There are multiple agencies here battling this place. LA County Fire, Pasadena Fire, CAL FIRE. But as we've been moving from place to place,
You know, there are so many homes, so many structures that are going up. There's just not enough firefighters to battle this inferno.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to the Palisades fire as well. You know, more heartbreaking images across the Southland tonight. Gina, we thank you. And earlier, Gina had an incredible live shot of an evacuation of a senior facility center in Altadena. We have that video to show you. If you didn't see that earlier, it'll break your heart. We were told that 92 seniors had to be evacuated. The winds were howling. It was a whole lot of uncertainty. You can just look at all of these patients, most of them in wheelchairs, unable to walk. And just the chaos out there. There was a SWAT team from Pasadena Police that actually loaded a bunch of these patients into that SWAT vehicle to transport them. We got some answers from officials. The reason why they were evacuated is because their senior living facility was around the corner and the flames had just jumped the street. So, of course, their building was being threatened. They were going to be taken, we were told, to other neighboring senior facility centers and then also to local hospitals if need be. And here's an image you don't see every day, and one of those patients inside the SWAT vehicle. As far as we understand, all 92 did get out and did get transported. So good news there, Alex.
Yeah, this is the Two Palms Nursing Center in Altadena, and you just saw that there's just chaos to get these people out as quickly as possible, all of them facing their own medical challenges. Here's a little bit of sound from this.
There, we live in the same building together. We were told to evacuate a while ago and we went down and dropped some stuff off, but I came back up here because I saw all these spot fires coming up here, and I can't help but feel bad for all the people who live here. And we've never had a fire like this, I don't think, as far as I've been alive, at least not down this close. So
Describe the wind conditions out here.
oh, it's bad. It's horrific. I mean, just driving in the car, if you don't see any trees around, the car shakes like it's an earthquake. That's how strong it is.
Luis, how are you holding up? ¿Cómo está?
Yes, it's fine. Everything is fine. Yeah. So no problem. Yeah.
Where's your house? ¿Dónde está tu casa?
Yeah, this one. It's in the front.
And it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
You lived up here.
About 3 years there. I think they lived there a lot longer.
And your house is okay right now?
It's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. Hopefully.
Wow. So we're back now with live pictures. Oh, look at that. This is this home, which is going to be a total loss. Firefighters doing the best they can to contain the damage and stop these embers from starting even more fires nearby. And you look at the lights that remind us of Christmas and the joy of the holiday season. And then we see those very ugly pictures of all the destruction. It's sort of a reminder of the best days and the worst days in one picture.
All right, let's go to Chelsea Edwards. She was driving along PCH where the flames have jumped over to the ocean side, and you were literally seeing homes ocean side burning. Chelsea?
Marla, at least 5 that we can see right now from where we are. We're in the 18,000 block of PCH. Look at what we can see from inside this news van. So you see these homes, they're all obviously they're packed together here on PCH. As you know, they're right next to each other. A lot of them kind of sharing their walls. But look at that. It's just fully engulfed at the end there. And we're seeing these firefighter efforts. See that hose that they've thrown on? They're trying to put these out. I mean, this is the first actual firefighting effort that we have seen so far today. Everywhere that we have been. I mean, everywhere else we've been, it has been life-saving. But this is the first time that we've seen them try to save properties. Some of these homes, though, are just a total loss. Elliot, can you show the one that's right across from where we're parked? This one, for example, look at this. So this was obviously a full home at one point. Look, there's nothing left. You can see straight through to the ocean now. I mean, the ferociousness of these flames is just something to behold. Oh, did you see the flames pop up over that house right there, Elliot? So now, just across from us, again, this is all the 18,000 block of PCH. This is on the beach side of PCH. Looks like something is burning on the beach side of that home. So that indicates, at least to me, that these have to be produced by embers. I mean, homes are lighting on this side of the of the PCE. This has to be driven by embers, and then of course because of proximity, these flames are so close together, they just